Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the return of Microsoft Sundays. My name is Yeso. I will be your host all throughout the day today, and I'm super excited about the return of Halo 5 here to Esports Arena. If you guys are new, maybe you're old, returning, I don't know. If you don't watch our other shows, welcome to our brand new studio. You are now inside with me of Studio Blue at our brand new Esports Arena HQ located in sunny Irvine, California, and I'm so excited. We've got a ton of awesome games today. We've got a huge double elimination Halo 5 bracket, and it's 94 days until we return to Halo Infinite, the release on December 8th, and we're going to be counting it down here every single week. I'm so darn excited about it and can't wait to celebrate it with all of you. But the best part is we will keep you entertained on the run. We're going to be back here every single Sunday with big Halo 5 tournaments all the way up to the release, and I cannot wait for that. But the best part here is we've got awesome games here today, and I'm not going to waste your time, folks. I got two of the best casters in the game with a couple of the best beards in the game. I'm going to have Tony and Shyway on the show. It's going to be so much fun, and I'll be here to break down some of the post-game stats, talk about the matches here throughout the day, talk with all of you at home. So I hope you are excited about it. But I'm going to get it underway, folks. It's Halo 5. It's the return of Microsoft Sundays. Let's get the action rolling.
Wait a sec. Are we back? Is Halo back? I don't believe my eyes. I never thought I'd see the day. Tony, is that you, my man? Tony.
It's me. I'm here. We've been in the hyperbolic time chamber. We've been training up for this very moment, and it is finally here. Esports Arena is back.
Tony, you've been training. That's good to hear. What have you been training? Mind, body, soul? Are you ready today? Let me hear it.
Why only choose one? I've been doing all of it. I've been waiting for this moment right here. There's $1,000 on the line. I think I'm just going to do one.
Yes.
How am I just going to do one?
Oh man, you got to train it all. I'm so glad we're back. Halo is finally back. Tony, this is it. This is final grind. This is final season. Hopefully everybody's final form, right? Because this is the end zone. This is September to December. We got Halo 5 tournaments every Sunday, and then Infinite comes out, and then the whole new era begins. So the final opportunity to find out who's the king, who's the sweatiest in the business here. Of course, if you're not yet acquainted, I'm Shyway, right beside me. If you don't, which way do I point? That way. You can't even. If you don't know this man beside me, Tony, then you're slacking. Tony, just say hi to the viewers. Introduce yourself.
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. I am so excited to be here right now. And as Alex said, this is the final stretch. December 8th. Halo Infinite will be here. So all of the work that you're putting in right now to grind, get better, get your team, get your knowledge up, it's all going to pay dividends come December 8th.
I know we've had a bit of downtime, right? Not much has been going on. We had an Infinite flight, and then we had, a bit of absence for a few weeks. But now that we're back, man, if you've been sleeping, it's time to wake up. Just in case you don't know the format for today, it's right in front of you on screen. This is a 4v4 double elimination tournament. Every single match today is a best of 3. So in the winner side, you lose, you drop down to losers, you still got a chance to fight through. But even the grand finals is going to be a best of 3. So you better be cracked today. You better be ready to win from the get-go. If you do win, you can see the prizing on the right there. You got 1,000 total prize pool, 600 for first place, 300 for second, and 100 for third place. But of course, what matters most is just being the king on top of the mountain here. I mean, the money helps, but you want to make a statement before you get into Infinite, and this is the place, this is the time to do so. Tony, our first matchup of today is round 3 match, and we've got quite a roster that we're about to witness here. I've already seen a little bit on myself on Frosty's stream, but this team is called insert team name here, and it's Frosty, it's Bound, Renegade, and Septify going up against Team Business. Here's our squads on screen. I don't know who Business is yet, but business about to be dealt to him, Tony, because I don't think we've seen a GOAT squad of this caliber in a long time. We got to talk about insert team name.
Well, I mean, you get excited about Frosty, Bound, Renegade, Septify, rightfully so. That's exciting. However, there's going to be a couple names that you see on that HCS top 25 team going on the other side of things, because we have Trippy, Penguin, the Wizard, and Boo Boo Doo Boo. So this matchup is going to be crazy, and somehow this is round 3.
This is news to me. I thought Business was just another squad of 4 players, you know, on the come up. But like you said, Trippy, Boo Boo, Ola, and who was that fourth one that I'm missing?
Penguin.
That's also a GOAT. Penguin up against another squad of GOATs. Tony, this should be a grand finals match right here, and we're seeing it in winners round 3, the very first game of the day. My God, is that ever exciting? If you're somehow new to Halo 5, somehow new to these players, Tony, can you just give me a rundown on some of these GOATs?
I mean, I don't think there's any introduction needed, but for some guys that are new, because we got some people coming down, and we got the MVP Frosty. Let's just start right there. Coming out to go, the MVP started playing Call of Duty for quite some time, ended up coming back to Halo, and has quickly become the face of Halo again. You have Bound, one of the most exciting players to watch. I mean, his movement is absolutely crazy. The master of mechanics. You're going to see Alex pointing out a lot of the things that he's going to do on a game-to-game basis. But then we're going to switch gears towards one of the best.
You sure I'm pointing out or just having little mini orgasms on stream? Either I'm pointing out or I'm freaking out about what Bound's doing. That's for sure. Sorry. Just continue.
Probably a little bit of both. Most likely a little bit of both. Then you got Renegade. Renegade, one of the best slayers of all time, currently playing on Cloud 9. I mean, this man's absolutely insane, and he doesn't even play with paddles or claw. We're talking about all natural, baby. Then we're going to go to Septify. Septify, he's been quickly making a name for himself. He's one of the players that I saw quite some time ago. I was like, wow, this guy's on the up and up. And let me tell you, he slays with some of the best. You see him in money 2s. You see him doing his things in 2s all the time. And now I promise you, he can hold his own in 4s. And on the other side of things, why don't you break down that Trippy, Penguin, Ola, and Boo Boo Doo Boo squad? Because I know you like them too.
I mean, I can't believe this is the matchup. This is literally 8 GOATs on screen, but I'll probably got to kick it off with Ola, right? The Wizard. We've been talking about who are the best 25 Halo players of all time. Ola's in my top 5 for sure, Tony. Ola's absolutely incredible. With him, of course, you got Trippy. Man, GOAT in Halo 5 on the come up. Just wait. He's going to continue to blow up in Infinite. Already on a team, right? He's on Envy. You also got Boo Boo Doo Boo. Boo Boo Doo Boo. I've been hearing some rumors about Boo Boo, about Bound and Foul in that team. I don't want to say anything. I just want to say that there's some big deal orgs, and they're looking at Boo Boo. They're looking at Bound, looking at Foul. They're looking at these top GOATs. So Boo Boo Doo Boo, he's a big player now, but just wait. This guy's going to explode in a couple months, and I can't wait to see it. Who am I missing here, Tony, to round out this team? We got Ola, we got Trippy, we got Penguin. Dude, I keep missing Penguin. C9, Penguin, a master of the craft, and continues to get better. I'm sure he's going to show his stuff today. What a playing ground, though, right? Like what a way to start our tournament and to really see who's the best. Tony, we had a chance to peek into Frosty's game a little earlier, and the Slayer match went a little awry. What happened there? That was like a 50-49 Frosty and team. You would think with Frosty, Renegade, Bound, and Septify on a team, they're unstoppable, but they already lost a game today. Right? They're bleeding a little bit. What do you think of this?
Yeah, that Vemzy squad feature, I believe, has menus, and there's a alternate account, which from what I heard is Critty playing under that tag, and let me tell you, they were playing amazing. They got it to 48-48. Then they ended up going down one player, but then they bounced back. There was a body shot snipe on Frosty. They caught him with a headshot as he was trying to back down, and apparently Septify went to take a piv and might have he thought he had a 1v1, but he ended up going into a 1v2 scenario, and that game going over to Team Vemzy. I apologize, I don't remember the exact team name, but either way, they played amazing. Then we went over to a Fathom Flag, which was dominant by Frosty's squad, and then after that, it went to Strongholds Eden. And you're not gonna beat this star-studded roster in Strongholds. Let's be serious. There's no way.
Maybe it just took a second for them to wake up, because when I think of Halo 5 dream teams, like a team that you wish you could see, Renegade, Frosty, and Bound, like, we're just one player off, right? Like, I'd love to see Shotzi jump on that dream team. But, man, I don't think we've ever seen quite this many GOATs in one roster. And in one play space here, Tony, we got Truth CTF, our first game of the day. Boo Boo Doo Boo, going to kick it off.
On board now with Boo Boo Doo is putting some excellent shots down. Already starting with a double kill. Goes into the challenge for the triple, but he is going to be put down. And bodies once again hitting the floor. And here comes Zane with camo.
Yeah, so a couple of his teammates have died. Zane, not too many options, but to try to pick up one as he goes down. That's the camo off the map. And Renegade already in the base. Can he stay up, though? The nade coming in, and it will take him down. Bound did pick up a trade bottom base, though, so pressure's still on. And you can see Zeptify just thrust sliding right off spawn. He wants that top map control.
That he does. Zeptify holding down top P, putting down the shots, dropping down to get the finish, but he wants to get back up to top mid, putting the shots down, getting that elevation, and taking down Boo Boo Doo Boo. So we have a couple players down for each team. No team able to get complete control, but there is a flag being pulled on the favor of business.
So I'm seeing some great pressure coming out from insert team name off the rip here, right? They're diving into center, keeping the pressure up on that red base. They got to watch out for the car spawns. You can see Renegade aware of it. Playing this so slow here. Got the sneak attack on the drip. He does clean it, but he's lost his teammates in red base here, so he'll sit up in car. Just try to hold it down for now. If they can keep top map just like he's doing, they can keep this pressure up. They can hold on to their advantage here. You got a player directly below him as well, so Renegade just going to do what he can to chip in the fight.
But he catches a straight nade that is going to put him down. That's going to be 2 down for Team Business. Penguin getting a big kill on Frosty on the other side of the screen. We're going to switch gears over towards Boo Boo Doo Boo, taking some heavy damage as well. Looking for the player being ever so crafty. That's actually going to be Septify, just opening things up, allowing for the rest of the team to push up. And here comes the MVP slaying out. So is Renegade on the other side of things. That flag's going to get pulled. That flag is going to get pulled, Alex.
That's 2 dead already. Defense somehow still coming in, though. Frosty forced to play back patiently here. Nate's just pelting him, though. I think we have one player up still in blue base, but they're dropping left and right like flies. And Trippy taking advantage of the kerfuffle here. Tony, he's snuck through car side. And we'll see what he can do with this flag. I like this play. I was going to say he's walking it out, but he's dropped it now. Looks like that's just a bait for Bound, who can't get through the door. Teammates with him on pink side. So despite the pressure, the team that breaks away here seems to be business.
You've been spotted.
Esports Arena may be in a new stadium right now, a new location, but we're seeing the same old players doing the same old things as Trippy wins the piv against Frosty, ends up getting the flagpole. Because of it, his base seems to be clear. We're going to have a 1-0 lead going in favor of Team Insert Name here.
Tony, are they insert name or are they business? Because I know the overlay's telling us they're insert name, but I don't know if it's swap. Either way, red team, like you said, they did manage to pull it out. They did manage to get the camo as well. I think that was Zane who had it, but he did just go down on the feed. So no more camo on red side. Despite it, great efficiency out of these players here. Trippy just holding car, getting rid of Renegade, get out of his face. This should give him an easy opportunity to get up through car side here. Just needs the teammates to help him out.
Still on board here with Trippy, holding down the car side right now, trying to just holding down this perimeter and getting the slates, staying alive, and buying time for his teammates to push up. It's so important here with any first-person shooter, and especially Halo, as Boo Boo Doo Boo gets a big kill. Ola takes out Frosty off the screen, so 1-0 lead going in favor of Team Insert Name here, and they're getting the slays out as well.
Whole team down in blue base. Players spawning up on car side. Flag already out. They dropped it in the toilet, but here comes the defense. They should be able to get the return and get rid of Ola, who's over the head of Frosty. Where'd this man go? He almost gets himself a kill, but Frosty will turn and burn him. That's 3 dead. That's the defense they need. You can see there's a blue player already in red base. Looking for that pull. He's taking it out through pink side and Bounds there with the escort.
And yes, he is. That flag seems to be on the move here. We're going to switch gears over towards Septify. Already has the flag across the base, and we are tied up at 1 apiece while Camouflage is coming up at any second. Can they get control of that cap and camo as they're running the flag actually car side now?
No time being wasted as they immediately go for this flag. Have they lost the resources on pink side, though, right? That camo coming up. It's going to be so important. You got a red player already positioned for it. So the dilemma is, do you grab the flag? Do you get the camo? Trying to manage both here. Bound going to dive out for camo. Likely going to be a burn. Unless Septify and team can help him out. How's this man alive? How is he alive, Tony? Thrusting back to the pole. He somehow lives. Penguin, can he get him? He can't. Bound is disrupting the game with this camo here. Somehow the man has taken the attention of the entire team, and he's still got it on the body.
working that bowl like he knows what he's doing. Nobody's seen what Bound looks like. He could be a professional dancer. We have no clue. As Bound starting to run the flag over towards the basement, going and making sure their spawns are not going to be coming basement. They're definitely coming car side, but he feels the pressure coming, doesn't want to overcommit to it. His teammates are going down, so he's smartly drop the flag, bait it out a little bit, buy some time for his teammates, and get the slays.
Bound with the camo still. This has been such a disruptor for this red team. Flag sits out. He wants to bait it. You got Septify already working that window cross. Bound, can he get up and chip in here? Not in a good spot. Just going to try to hold on to his position at the very least. Frosty getting melted, though, in his absence. He will get the melees. But he's now down for the count. I think that return did go in. So Trippy back up with pink side control. Man, I'm loving the name tag. Man got himself the OG Trippy tag.
And we have Saiyan, who changed his name over to Lucid, Tommy Wilson, and we got Trippy getting the OG Trippy right there. It's Boo Boo Doo straight tripping right now, end up going down, and the recup is going to go in, so it is cut short. Bound is getting into an individual gunfight, and he gets taken down by Ola.
It's looking like a brawl here, Tony. 1-1 on the board, but back and forth this game goes. New Camo going to be up shortly here, but Trippy just focused on the cap. Lost 2 of his teammates, though. Very important position if he can do damage. He's in a great spot. Ola going to help him out to kill Bound, but Trippy just getting lit up and taken down. So right back to spawn they go. Penguin going to focus on defense here, but look at this. Pink side control coming in from blue team. They want to get onto that camo, and they're all going low. The entire team on pink. Penguin knows he can't go here.
And the one thing I do love about esports arena is we're seeing some of these like fantasy rosters. For example, we have Penguin and Renegade going up against each other. They actually team alongside the org Cloud9, and the same thing for Boo Boo Dooble and Bound. So former teammates, now I guess current teammates, now going up against each other. I think it's awesome. I love me some fantasy Halo.
Yeah, we just said it before the game, right? Bound, Frosty, and Renegade is a fantasy roster if I ever saw one. I mean, add Septify and it only gets better. But dude, like you said, if we wanted to put together a dream team, we're seeing it here on Esports Arena. So I can't complain. And look at the action it gives us on screen here, Tony. It's still 1-1, halfway or just over halfway through this game. And these boys, it's just a brawl left and right.
And you know, like, I'm gonna come up with a weird theory here. I'm gonna say I feel like Bound is like the, oh my gosh, Septify ends up getting the reversal perfect kill, absolutely beautiful. I feel like Bound is like the current day Pistola. And obviously Pistola is still playing right now, but when I think of Pistola's gameplay back in the day, being that nuisance, utilizing his movement, getting behind enemy lines, and doing the dirty work, and somehow always taking a max amount of damage while somehow still end up staying alive. That kind of reminds me of what Bound is doing nowadays. I feel like Bound is like the Halo 5 version of Pistola, and I'm so happy to see the Wizard back.
I mean, maybe. Bound's wild on the sticks, though, when it comes to the movement, right? He's just cruising across the map, sometimes at good times, sometimes just because he wants to, you know? He's a menace. But I see the comparison. I see it. In the meantime, what about Renegade? People say he's like a modern-day Snipe Down. The dude's a demon in his own right. Should be cleaning up Boo Boo here. He will. Take back P3. We've got one up on top mid, though, as well. He's just going to keep him back. Renegade, in a great spot if you can control it here. He's about to be caught in a pinch in just a second, but he does pick up one. He gets shots into mid. Got teammates here to help earn the rest. Camo coming up as well, though. So Ola, can he live? Just skating through bottom pick here. Somehow this man stays up.
That he does, and he's gonna fly, and he sees Frosty in the base putting down the shots. And this is what I was talking about before. I was talking to McWin yesterday. McWin talked about how Pistola is one of those players where he wished there was a damage taken stat, because his stats and his value doesn't pop up on the screen. But if you look at how many deaths he has versus how much damage he has taken, he's talked about Pistola being one of those players that people would really see how amazing he is, and why he's on almost everybody's top 3 list as we're trying to make that top 25 list of HCS of all time, as Boo Boo Dooble is going to end up losing his life.
I think a good example of that is your close call medals and distraction medals, right? If you got a ton, oh, speaking of medals, we're seeing him on screen. That's a triple out of Frosty. Looking for a 4th here, and he does snap onto Boo Boo, but Boo Boo going to rightfully back down. Almost gets Ola, who finally cleans the man up, was on a spree. And like you said earlier, if you're getting distractions, if you're getting close calls, that's kind of like a damage taken stat in a way.
2 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock, and somehow we are still tied up at 1 apiece at the moment as bodies are hitting the floor. The flag is on the move. The recup ends up coming in, and Team of Business slided in, and we are up 2-1 with just a little bit over 2 minutes on the clock here, Alex.
Ola doing what he can from the bubble, but not good enough. Septify up in blue base. Nice shots into below. Just putting damage in, burning players below. You can see Frosty picking up that kill as well. Zane with a bit of a sneak attack, though, out through pink door here, looking to get a kill. And he does pick up one on Renegade. He's just, look at the distraction. You know, speaking of distractions here, Septify can't find the man. He's wasting all this time. Finally, he's got Penguin in his sights here. Can he clean up the kill? Renegade will look and grab him. Instead, Septify in a great spot to keep the damage up. And I love the live here. Gets back up to Pink Attic, just doing everything he can to be a nuisance. Time becoming a factor here, Tony. Red team, they got to start speeding up because they're running out of time. Oh my God, what a play.
A beautiful 5-shot kill coming out of Zeptify, and he even gets the double kill, and he trades off from the grave. So now we're back on board here with Boo Boo going in the shots on Frosty, ends up missing a few, and he's gonna pay for it.
So what do? Do they play defense, right? 1 minute left. You know a player like Frosty just wants to get out, do damage. Be aggressive, my God. What a 5, Frosty, are you kidding? He's always looking for more, dude. The final bullet in the Magnum in the worst spot in the game, and he just makes Triple look bad. Now I'm going to go down as well. 1 minute on the clock here, but the camo on the body of a red player, so there might be a chance here if Zane can stay up.
And Zane is trying to play his life as much as possible, but he's taking heavy damage. Luckily, off a screen, Boo Boo Doo only getting back-to-back kills, but he still ends up going down. 3 down, go insert name here. Septify takes down the 4th player, and that's going to be a triple kill, but he's not done yet. Having 2 players in the sights on P2, he's going to like to go up to P3 and be crafty, along with playing his life.
Septify doing all the damage he needs to here. Just holding on to Pink Street. Nades come in from Bound to clean up 2. 30 seconds left. The time looking brutal on red team. They can't get out of their spawn as well. We got 3 in red base here. Just going to keep them back in toilet. Septify going to come in with the melee. That's a spree for him. Get back, Penguin. Actually, Penguin's got better shots. Good out of him, but where's that flag? You can see some contention. 15 seconds. Like, Tony, is it even possible?
I think it's mathematically impossible for another cap to come on the base here, so that's gonna be it. It looks like team business taking game number 1, but it's not over yet. This is a best of 3. You have to get 2 wins in order to take the series, and I promise you, insert name here, are not done yet.
All right, we got to take a look at these stats, though. Man, the accuracy, and honestly, maybe the accuracy was low-key the factor, because look at that. All above 60, minus Bound, I guess, with 55, but 64, 61. These boys shooting laser beams, Tony, and the slays looked incredible as well. I think we saw everybody upwards of 20, so massive amounts of damage, incredible slays, but then the accuracy, I think, was that one stat where we definitely saw an advantage on the side of blue here. Maybe they just hit more shots. They're definitely staying alive, that's for sure. We saw multiple triples out of Frosty. We saw one out of Septify as well, especially at the end of the game. And that's when the pressure's on, right? When you got the time against you, you start flying out, you start making mistakes, making sloppier plays, and then players like Septify, like Frosty, they'll start getting their triple kills.
And now we just saw an objective. Capture the flag on Truth is probably one of my favorite map and game type combinations. But now we're going to find out what's going to happen here on Slayer. As you pointed out before the game started, Frosty's team actually ended up having a little chink in the armor. They ended up losing the Slayer matchup. So what's going to happen here, Alex?
Well, according to round 3, Tony, it says Strongholds Plaza. So we don't even have to worry about Slayer. Unless they lose the strongholds, of course. But like you said, so Slayer does seem to be a bit of a weak point for Renegade, for Bound, Frosty, and this team. Maybe it's just, there's so much power, so many main Slayers. You can kind of maybe clash on your timings, clash on positioning, because, then again, you would think players of this caliber, they're flexible. They'll figure it out. But either way, we've seen weakness in Slayer. We haven't seen it in strongholds, though. So it's not going to be easy for this red team to pull things back. But, man, on both sides, we got goats here. I'm ready for surprises, Tony.
And these guys are just getting warmed up. This is only round number 3 as Bound trying to stay alive and to get away with that camo, but he's not able to do so. Boo Boo putting down the shots. Renegade and Frosty off the screen, getting back-to-back kills. And Boo Boo takes down Frosty, but Septify comes in for the cleanup. Already, what we see about maybe 6 deaths already on the screen in 30 seconds.
That's the beauty of the thrust slide right there, Tony. I'm going to miss that in Halo Infinite. Just flying into your opponent's face. We had, Frosty just sitting in loop, just multiple players diving at him. In the meantime, Trippy going to try to do work with Shotgun, but it looks like he does get himself a trade. He'll drop that for, I believe, a teammate. Ola with a sneaky opportunity. Barrel in front of him. You want to get rid of that. You can see he almost hurt himself with it. But he should be able to pick this up. Teammate will help out. This gives him some form of control here.
one of the craftiest players in Halo history. Pistola always finds a way to play his life while putting max amount of damage on the map. Getting up to top gold, looking over multiple players, has the shots here on Septify. The collapse is coming in. That's actually going to be 2 down, and my gosh, it looks like insert team name here are here to play. They're going to get the first couple points on the board and the slays to match.
A great opening start here from Ola and team. He's managed to get into bottom mid to contest it as well and pick up a kill on the Renegade too. And he gets this kill on the bound. The bound flies in him for a double. Atta Ola, what a play to stay up. And Tony, 2 caps turns into 3. That's a full map control opportunity for them. You can see it's quickly reversed, but so far, man, red team coming out hot.
And Pistola moving a little too fast here, accidentally turning his back right before he actually ends up seeing bound over towards bottom glass. Septify dropping down into basement, but it looks like it's not the right time. There's a player coming down driveway. Psych, he's gonna go down, and so do 3 players on team, and make that all 4 players on team insert name here.
Full round of slays, perfect opportunity for them to set up, get map control. Looks like they force spawns over to Cafe, over to Hotel. You can see Tripping going to try to rotate out of a bad spot here, but Septify just holding down the angle. He's in a great spot to put damage in, just be a turret. The camo should be up or up shortly, so someone going to be paying attention to that, I'm sure. Septify just worried about kills, though, right on top of 2. And it looks like he's got a teammate to help him out here as well. Penguin just in a flurry, going to try to get some melees. Bound trying to get up the nest. Jumps seem to be the issue for him, but he does manage to get his kill.
And that was a momentary 3 down for the boys in red. A trip cap going in favor of team business, and they're not slowing down yet. Off the screen, Septify taking down his former duo, Boo Boo Dooble. Septify also getting the double kill on Penguin. The trip cap is still in effect, and slays are still coming in. This is not a good look here for team insert name here.
Yeah, definitely starting a bit of a train here. 40 points and counting. Frosty and team holding on. Renegade just going to keep nest controlled. Got a trade on the feed there with Septify and Penguin. Renegade in the meantime, great spot. You can see all the members of red team forced to get to yard just to stop the bleeding here, but they have no form of map control. Going to be very hard for them to find some sort of opening here, especially with Renegade just holding it down from top map. They do have a trade. Pressure already into yard though, so a bit of a double dilemma at a red here. Where do they focus? They're just getting trapped like rats here, Tony. They can't get out.
That they can, and shots are still going in. Renegade actually gonna thrust slide in here, trying to get into the action. There's 2 players over in yard.
Yeah, multiple in yard, just doing what they can to defend the 1 cap that they have. Renegade being such a nuisance. It looks like he is down to no shields still, just keeping himself in the fight just to delay the situation here. I did see some members of red drop out of yard, try to get some sort of pressure onto a cap, but nothing seems to be I say nothing seems to be working. It does look like they managed to get 1 cap for themselves here, Tony, and just close the distance a little bit. And can they get the control back?
And Ola sliding over towards bottom mid, and there we go. So a little bit of objective now going in favor of team insert name here, but they have to stay alive. Ola trying to get out, and speaking of staying alive, they did the complete opposite. They just went 4 down, so that's going to give all the control back to business. Hopefully they can hop on spawn and stop the trip cap that Renegade is actually going for in yard, and he even gets a shotgun as well.
These full team wipes are hurting them so badly because they completely lose map control, especially in these opportunities when camo comes up as well. You can see they're just diving in there, desperately going to try to get the pit here, but lose both of their lives in the process. That's now 2 dead. Camo was up, and that's got to be in the hands of blue at this point. And all the points going to be in the hands of blue as well here, Tony. They're already dipping into yard. Everyone just trapped in cafe off of spawn. Things looking bleak for the red team.
As another trip coming in, I'm gonna have to agree with you. Bound is getting double kills off a screen. Renegade's looking for a head to click on. He finds one, ends up getting the kill on his teammate Penguin. That's gonna be some bad blood in the group chat if you ask me. Renegade not done yet, sliding over towards top blue. He knows the enemy team is rotating over towards yard. Can they stop it or get the slays out? I mean, it's only a matter of time. I mean, 14 more seconds before this game is over.
Here comes the cavalry. They did manage to kill the shotgun player at the very least, but 90 points and counting. The only way for a comeback at a red is flawless Halo. And so far we haven't seen it, and I don't think we will here. Septify, I mean, I was assuming he'd get the kill, but it looks like he does die in the bottom mid, and maybe that gives red team a momentary lease on life here. Frosty looking to put a couple players in the grave. Bound will pick it up instead, though. That's 2 for him. There's 1 player up in mid. There goes him. 1 in the garbage truck. Quickly dispatched. Tony, I think that might be it right here.
That it is, because you have to get into the base at 97 to start the cap, and that's going to be it. It is now mathematically impossible to get in. I think he slid in at the 98 mark, and it looks like Team Business is going to take this game and the series and move on to winners round 4. But don't get it twisted. Man. I promise you, team name here will probably be back and most likely in the grand finals. We're going to see them again in that loser semi and that losers finals, and I believe even back again in the grand finals. Alex, what are the stats telling you?
The stats are telling me that blue team is cracked, Tony. That's for sure. Red team, insert team name here. They'll be back. I agree. These guys are incredible. They'll find their way. Whether it's waking up, hitting their stride. Didn't quite look like it in that game 2, but I expect to see them again. As far as Frosty and team, though, Tony, they're looking incredible. I mean, that teamwork, the multiple team wipes that we saw as well that led to map control, that led to camo grabs, led to the shotgun grab. Everything just looked like it was all clicking, timings all clicking together. If they keep that energy, they look unstoppable, Tony. A little bit worried for anybody who faces them on the winner side of the bracket. Of course, we're going to find out who does face them on winner side very shortly. But first, let me send it over to Yeso to break down the stats.
Incredible. A couple of teams there. Insert team name here in business. And business comes out with a strong 2-0 victory. And, you would think with a lineup, including the likes of Renegade, Frosty, Septify, right, that they're going to be hard-pressed to ever lose a match, but they didn't have any slouches in their opponents. Obviously, Pistola, Penguin over there on insert team name here, but still a very incredible showing from business here in our first match of the day on stream. Let's check out the stats from that last match, and we kick things off with capture the flag on Truth. So we're going to bring those ones up for you right now. We'll get them up full screen so you can see them nice and clear. And yeah, we kicked it off CTF on Truth. It's a 2-1 win going the distance. Couldn't see that third cap to close it out in terms of score. But this is a very tightly contested game. We saw both teams stuck at a 0-0 score for quite a bit. To kick things off, let's go to the next page here as we keep things moving. We'll look at the kill stats there, and look at that from the side of business. Everybody 25 kills or above. And I mean, even Pistola is the only one in the entire game below that 25 kill mark down there at 19, and all of the assist marks as well. And then you look at the KDAs there, Septify leading the way, 12.0 for the side of business. Meanwhile, on the other side, Boobadoo having a solid game, 7.6. Great accuracy numbers across the board. Everybody on the side of business up above that 55% mark, and even on the other side, same thing. So that really shows you these are two incredibly talented lineups, but it's just business with the 2-1 victory on CTF. And then we headed into Strongholds. We go to Strongholds on Plaza, and this was where business really ran away with it. We saw an early total control from them, and they held that for so long. They get up to, built up about a 50-point margin there very early on in the game. Once we really saw insert team names start to get a foothold in the game, the score was already 60-20, and that is a very difficult margin to make up. They end up losing 100-31, so they were never really able to get significant control for an extended period of time. We saw a lot of those battles around yard, and even, it was taking everything insert team name here had just to hold that single point. Renegade and the rest of the squad constantly jumping in, being complete nuisances in that area of the map, made it so difficult for the side of insert team name here. Let's check out our next page here for Strongholds as we check out the kill stats, and there it is. Solid game, not as long, obviously just over half of the length of game 1, so the kill stats are going to be lower, but still everybody in double digits for the side of business. And Frosty there, 12 kills and 15 assists. That is a stellar game. Frosty was all over the map in that one. Meanwhile, Boobadoo not as good in the second run here. 4 kills, only 6 assists. Let's check out the final page of stats here for our first match of the day. Take a peek at those accuracy numbers. Very good across the board, and not as strong of a game from insert team name here. It was much closer the first time around. Very tightly contested map there on Truth for capture the flag, but Strongholds was where business really took kind of a chokehold of this match, and they grab the 2-0 0 victory. So great showing from them to start off the day here on stream, and we're going to likely see a lot more business throughout the day. And obviously, insert team name here is not done for the day in any stretch. It is a double elimination tournament, so they still have another tournament life, and that should be one of the favorites to see running through that lower bracket. There's still going to be a lot of talented players and talented teams in this tournament, but I would say an early favorite to get into those late rounds of the losers bracket is going to be insert team name here, and we may eventually get a rematch of this one later on in the day. So certainly going to be keeping an eye out for that, but business looking really strong to start the day. And so were our casters, Tony and Shyway, kicking things off. I know they're super excited for the return of Microsoft Sundays and this awesome run up to the release of Halo Infinite, and I'm going to hand it right back off to them to get us in to our next match.
Man, what a game to start the day, Tony. I got to say, that sets the bar real high, having probably the best players in the tournament, at least I think, in the tournament, facing off right off the bat. But apparently we do have a very good matchup coming up next that I'm pretty excited about, Tony. We've got KCP coming up next up against 04 Pistons. Now, I'm not sure who 04 Pistons are, and I'm sure we'll find out in just a second, unless you got some intel, Tony. But KCP coming back and in full force here as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, the former Fung 4 roster that ended up getting signed over by the Kansas City Pioneers. And I remember we were playing with Renegade for quite some time. Then they brought in Super CC Evades, and they played excellent Halo. They were almost just as dominant as they were with Renegade. They ended up switching things out and putting Manny into the rotation, and big shout out to Manny, because Manny was doing his thing. He ended up on a really strong roster himself. But now Super CC is back on KCP, and man, does it feel good, and he looks damn good while doing it.
Man, KCP looking like a hot commodity. Now, I know they're signed to KCP. They're going to stay that way, but I heard that even G2 has expressed some interest in picking up these boys on KCP. They were thinking of buying them out, but it looks like KCP is sticking together, and for good reason. This is a top team, Tony, as far as we know, top 4 team at the very least in H5 HCS, but they continue to grind more than anyone. Tony, you've been watching those 8s. KCP, they're always on.
Oh, 100%. I'm always seeing them playing those high money 8s, putting and leaving it all on the line, making sure that they're all on their P's and Q's and slaying out. KCP is looking just as good as ever, if you ask me, and they're getting better and better every time I get them on screen. Now, on the other side of things, we have the man formerly known as Secluded on 04 Pistons, now Steezy, combined with international player Sinard. And there's a gentleman by the name of Marin, who, I'll be honest, I'm not sure exactly who that is, but Devil Dog, who formerly teamed with Simply Fearby under Team Zero, is on that roster well. So an interesting roster. I'm excited to see how they come together. And if you're the 04 Pistons, they had some dogs in them and whatnot. This was a very aggressive and high defensive team. So if you have that name, you better do it justice.
Yeah, better be some energy out of these boys for sure. Especially that, that final form, final grind kind of energy. This is a real opportunity for players on the come up to showcase that they are worthwhile pickups, worthwhile FAs for that infinite grind. So 04 Pistons, like you said, Tony, they come with energy. They make a big play. They do it against KCP. Then, man, they're on the radar. But, of course, this is KCP. These guys don't slouch. These boys are going to be incredible today, and I can't wait to see the matchup. This is round 4, I believe, winner's side, Tony. So, just to give a quick peek at the matches coming up here, we got Strongholds on Empire. We've got Slayer Truth and CTF on Coliseum. Strongholds Empire to kick things off. Usually this is the final match we see in a series, Tony, to clutch things up. But to start this series, what do you think of this?
I think it's great. I think it works well for KCP. KCP is known as one of our most objective efficient teams, especially when it goes to flag and how creative they are with their pulls. Their only Achilles heel seems to be Slayer against some of these top teams. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, who's beating Frosty and the Slayer anyways? The man never loses a pin. But let me tell you, KCP are absolutely excellent. But let's start talking about 04 Pistons, who just started off and put them 3 down.
They put them 3 down, got the pit as well, the most important point, the most difficult point to control. They'll grab that right off the rip. And Steezy, bit of an awkward scope there. He does manage to put the damage in, so the kill goes through. In the meantime, Marin with the camo making some big plays. You can see he immediately picked up that combo. Perfect little symmetry to have here with these 2 weapons and the camo in tow. He'll pick up 2 caps, so Early points on the board for blue here, and Marin put the controller down just when he had the energy.
Back on board here with a Devil Dog, who has a player in his sights, puts down the shots on Druk, ends up going behind enemy lines and getting the shots on Soul Snipe as well. Devil Dog trying to stay alive up into top mid. Let's switch gears over towards Druk of KCP as he's holding down top tower.
So it's a great start out of blue. They've got early control, but you know that the moment that KCP smell blood in the water, the moment they get a couple slays, things can completely change here. It all starts with Druk and team. You can see some pressure in blue base already. Talon with 5 on the Marin, and Druk get a turn and burn. Sanar, who does manage to get a trade, and that'll at least slow their roll, but blue base about to be capped, and points on the board for red.
Putting points on the board indeed. Super CC having the DMR enhanced, gets a great shot on Marin right there. As a player in front of him wants to drop down for the ninja and gets Sonar for the double. He's not done yet, has the triple in front of him, and Soul Snipe. That is not a good way to introduce your new teammate by stealing his triple. You know that, Mikey. We're gonna have to have a talk after this. I don't like that.
Unacceptable. You guys here should be going for slays, not for objectives. Come on, we're playing some real. We're trying to win. We're trying to make style points here, Tony. I don't know. Either way, the what matters most here, of course, is the camo, the OS coming up. You can see Devil Dog already has that OS. Blue team probably has the time, the advantage on the power-ups as well, considering they grabbed the first one. So we'll see what Sanar can do with this opportunity. I think, yeah, camo might be sneaking up on him though. We got a player diving in. I think that was CC to pick up the kill. Devil Dog does clean it up though, and they do have a momentary trip cap here.
That they do, and Devil Dog throwing nades from across the map and utilizes Overshield to play extremely aggressive and gets the back smack on Druk. And now we have a trip cap going in favor of 04 Pistons, and they're upping the tempo here. They're putting the pressure on blue. They know the spawns are coming in. They know exactly what enemy team is, but can they slay out once again?
Nice series of shots out of Soul Snipe. That'll shut down Devil Dog. Talig with a kill as well. Multiple trades coming out just to slow them down, so KCP can't seem to get a clean break here. Of course, as I say that, Soul Snipe does pick up a nice 5. A lot of pressure coming into pit, though. Going to be very difficult to cap it. Soul Snipe might need to back out of this one. They get the reset once again, so we're approaching 50 points here for blue team. And KCP, they got yet to wake up.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time. There's still time on the board for them to come back and mount some good Halo. But 04 Piston is making it tough, out rotating them and getting that blue base, getting the momentary trip cap, but also getting the slays as well. 2 down, go KCP. Marin is over here only the challenge on red base, but he is going to go down. Devil Dog playing real sneaky, getting right behind Super CC. I like that play.
Man, just hiding under the window, it worked out perfectly. All of this delays them, makes it so difficult to get the cap, but finally, here we go. KCP, they break through. That's 14 points and counting. Truck, he's got the combo in hand here. Just looking to pick up somebody. Not expecting 2 to chow the window at the same time, though. Might make things difficult. Does grab 1. And I love this. Going to rotate through, but can he get anything else? Pressure looking real rough for him. Almost picks it up, but this is it. Right back to pit for blue.
I'm going to switch gears over to where Super CC is the only player that's not going down right away because bodies are hitting the floor. Drowning Pool would be proud. Overshield goes in the hands of Super CC, who takes down Devil Dog. Another one in his sight. Those an excellent sticky, but nobody home just yet. Going in for the slays, taking some heavy damage, gets the melee, but there's a second player in front of him. Gets both because of that beautiful Overshield and the extra health that it affords you.
CC coming out with the fisticuffs. Look at this. A trip cap on the board, and they know where the spawns are, too. They know it's in tower. You got Druk with a, hold on the blue base. And CC, this is a perfect hide spot here, though he does get seen. Can he do something? He'll just throw all of his nades into red base. Honestly, doing a perfect job with it. And can't quite get the reset, though. So a nice little opening there for blue team to break through the setup at a KCP. KCP could have done a lot more with that.
Yeah, they didn't start off hot, but it seems like they have been able to stabilize here. They're coming back in this game. There was a beautiful lead going in favor of 04 Pistons, but like I said, Talik's here. Talik's putting down the slave. He's going to defend it single-handedly, it seems like, and there comes the nade. A little bit of team nade, but the slave does come in. They're able to clear out pit, but there's 2 bases going back in favor of 04 Pistons, and it's not mid. They actually took the 2 perimeter bases, Alex. That's kind of interesting.
Might work out for him. Got some great baiting and switching coming in here from KCP. You can see they're winning their fights on the feed here. Tali going to hold down mid. Multiple players on the red side as they do try to collapse and cap blue in the meantime. And you can see slowly they're starting to close the gap here. We had a great lead out of the side of blue, but KCP, they're pulling it back. They're creeping up on them. We got the blue players trying to get into pit to get some sort of control back here. Can Talik do something to disrupt it? He'll dive in and somehow pick up 2 before he dies. That's exactly what he needed, though somehow not enough to stop the cap.
Oh, I mean, either way, that was 2 excellent kills, which might have helped neutralize the situation a little bit. Hopefully, they can come off a spawn and slay out once again. It's Soulsnipe winning that gunfight. Devil Dog going back in Super CC, and Soulsnipe, after all this, going in for the slay. He knows the Overshield's coming up, and he ends up not able to get the slay before the click goes in. So Overshield in the hands of Steezy, who's dodging the green gun, ends up catching a Blueberry to the face, and that Overshield is going to be depleted, but he stays alive.
Yeah, not sure if he got that melee off last second. The sticky, of course, not quite enough to stop a full OS and get a kill. But at the very least, he does get rid of it. Marin gonna nade himself, maybe. Either way, still got the camo in hand here, and he's got Devil Dog to help him out. So they can put work together. You can see 80 points and counting here. So despite the comeback in the score, blue team's still holding on. Still cleaning up players in pit. Marin, look at this. That's a double for him. A reset on the cap. They're now spawning up a red side. And this man, oh, what a weasel. He almost got out.
And Devil Dog's gonna get slayed out as well, so we have 2 caps still going in favor of 04 Pistons, but they're almost about to lose pit, and there it is. Pit is gonna go in the hands of KCP, and the slays do as well. Marin trying to get the slay out. He tries to stay alive, but he's not able to get away. Somehow, KCP end up getting the 2 cap in, but they need to play near perfect Halo. Time is not on their side.
Back once again. Soulsnipe just accelerates through blue base. He's got his foot on the gas there. He does die, but they get the reset they need. And look at this, a trip cap on the board. Druck, what a dirty double out of him. We got multiple up on the bend here. Druck gonna try to turn this into a triple. It looks like Talik will come in and get that kill before he does, but either way, the pressure looking brutal on the side of red here. Tony, the score line, it's closing. They got no time. They got to get some sort of capture.
If there's any time to get a trip cap, it's going to be at this moment here, as they're only 3 points behind, and the lead is probably going to now go in favor of your Kansas City Pioneers. Super CC staying alive, throwing some nades, takes down that player in blue base, clears it out. They might lose red, but they're still going to be putting some good points on the board. They need to stop this 2 cap by the time KCP hits 97, and I don't know if they can do it.
When the worst nightmare for blue team becomes a reality, Tony, this is it. I don't think there's anything they could do to bring it back. Despite the lead they held on to for, what, 80% of the game, all that matters is the clutch in the end in KCP. They know how to clutch, Tony. That's 100 to 87 to take game 1 and kick things off strong for them.
And to be honest with you, that's kind of the story that we've seen with some of these, ragtag groups that come together. You put 4 amazing slayers on the team and 4 players that have found individual success on their own teams and put them together for the first time. And they'll start off hot. They're in that honeymoon phase, as McWin was saying yesterday, and everything will go good. But then these seasoned teams, they know how to communicate. They know how to come back when their backs are against the wall. They know how to neutralize and stabilize the situation. And that's what you saw with KCP, that have been there, done that attitude. They don't care if they're down by 58 points. As long as they still have time on the board, they can come back.
They know to handle pressure. That's exactly it, right? Their backs against the wall. They're losing every single power-up situation, right? They lost just about every single power-up opportunity. The opening strat, they had both camo OS. Blue team had camo OS for, I want to say, like 60 to 70% of the game. They had just about every single grab. But KCP, they're not afraid of pressure. They're no strangers to pressure. They know how to, have ice in the veins, know how to keep it together when things matter, as opposed to, like you said, a new team with a honeymoon phase where things are going well, but the moment that something's disrupted, everything becomes chaos, right? You're not used to being in this situation. It's very hard to keep it together. Now, like we said earlier, this is a best of 3. So one more shot out of this blue team to make something of themselves, or it's curtains, or I guess sent to the loser bracket for them. But it's going to be a Slayer on Truth, and man, they took that energy. They brought it right to game 2 here, Tony.
That they did, starting off with a 4-0 lead, and look at that, Druck not losing any time, no timing loss whatsoever, gets over the car, gets the slays out. Now it's a 6-0 lead, but the split spawns go in. They're spawning over towards blue, and one player was able to get out of the base and over towards each side, and that was Devil Dog.
Looking like a bit of a struggle there in blue base. They finally got 1 kill. I think that was Druck, the first man to die. There's 2 on the board, but a 7-kill deficit to start the game, and just absolute spawn control at a red team. You can see Talik was just sitting in red, anchoring the spawn, and forcing it over to blue side here. So they're trapped like rats in bottom blue base. Steezy going to try to play it slow. You can see Druck and Talic already picked up too. I love that nade. And at the very least, it'll delay his death a little longer here, Tony, but their options are very limited. It's not blue.
Shots are going in, but players are going down. Neville Dog is going to be the next one. So every time we switch to somebody's screen, it's the caster's curse in full effect. Marine able to stay alive for a moment, but he goes down as well. So why don't we switch over towards Druck, who's going to go down soon, because that seems to be the theme of our caster's curse.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with KCP, Tony. You can never doubt them. They know exactly how to cover spawns. They know how to hold on to an advantage when they have it. And I mean, my God, trying to get himself a sticky from below there. He almost did. And Solsnap going to pick up two. He's going to phase right through one, but there he goes. Marin down for the count. 19-6 at this point, and another spawn trap coming in. They all know it's red, so Druck going to waste no time diving to red base to clean up a couple.
And even though he was caught with the first shot mid-slide, he still has the raw talent to hit all of his shots and force that player to back down. He should have won that gunfight 9 times out of 10, but Druck is just too good at talent controlling bottom card, having the angle on multiple sides of the map, just looking across, putting down the damage, and able to stay alive. 23-10 lead going in favor of the Kansas City Pioneers.
The positioning of these players is so surgical. They know exactly where to stand to force an exact spawn wherever they like on the map. And they hold that point, just keeping these players trapped. You can see the camo on the body of that player in front of Talic, that Soul Sniper has. So they got all the advantages here. Players spawning up in blue and a couple baiting and switching. And this should deal with these two players. No problem here. Talic actually going to go for a hell of a aggressive play on the multiple, and he will finally get taken down. But we're looking at stake territory if this keeps up, Tony.
Yeah, that scoreboard is not getting any prettier at the moment. Super CC controlling top mid, putting some good shots down, but Steezy matching him with good shots of his own. Excellent denial nade from the toilet angle, but the player coming towards P, and Super CC somehow, even though having 2 players around him, ends up staying alive despite being one shot and ends up getting the kill, trading off. 33-16, still in favor of your Kansas City Pioneers, and now Soul Snipe has the cam right now. Show me what you're gonna do.
He's gonna show you the death cam, Tony. Either way, though, they had another spawn trap. He had all of them trapped in red base, and the collapse coming in. Sanar thought he had a moment to breathe, but apparently that was a lie. He does die from, I believe, Soul Snipe, who just flew straight out through bottom map. Palic with a flank here on the Devil Dog. That's an easy pickup, and a couple body shots. All right, Palic, I see you. It's early in the day, but already we got an attitude coming out of these players.
Hey, these guys are grinders, and maybe there was a time when they met up in a previous tournament or even in matchmaking. Maybe Devil Dog gave him a little bit of lip, maybe sent them a message, and Talic saying, hey, look, there's levels to this, letting him know, giving him the body disrespect, as we're now 11 kills away from KCP taking this game unless something catastrophic happens, and somehow 0-4 Pistons come back in this crazy game.
Yeah, I doubt it. It ain't happening, Tony. 42-26. It would be, a miracle comeback, and I'm not expecting any miracles at this point. The map control is too strong. You got all 4 players once again in a spawn trap. We have seen this at least 6 times this game. Just ridiculous how consistent KCP are when it comes to creating spawn traps. But that one player stuck in toilet. Everybody ganging up in blue base to clean him up. I think one player managed to live, but there he goes. That's now 46 and 4 more left to close out our game in stake territory, assuming they don't get any trades on this push. Oh, it looks like it's not happening, that's for sure.
And there's only one more kill needed for your Kansas City Pioneers to take the game in the series. Super CC actually crossing the street without looking both ways, as Alex has said multiple times, but he turns around, gets the 1-2 combo on Steezy, and that's going to be it. KCP advancing forward to winners round number 5.
That's kind of the crazy thing about players at this caliber, like you said, just kind of crossing the street, not looking both ways. Like, sure, I think it was Talic who didn't know that player was behind him. I mean, any of these guys on KCP, they can turn, they can be down 2 shots in the fight and still 5 you. You know, still turn around, still like get a reversal 5 on you and stay alive and be such a difficult kill. And it's just testament to how individually talented these players are, but even more importantly, their coordination, their teamwork. Tony, that was what, textbook Halo, right? Just about every single spawn was basically a spawn trap in the back of blue base, in the back of red base. Even the car bubbles was treated as a spawn trap because in that moment they had red and blue control, they had top pink control. So they're always collapsing, always keeping them suffocating for breath here, and that's just good Halo.
That it is, I'm a player that goes back to Halo 2, those Halo 3 days, and I love those games because they're setup heavy, and you have to be on your P's and Q's and make sure that you're as coordinated as possible. But something about Halo 5 and watching that same efficiency, except much faster, flying at the
Fast.
enemy. You have to
Yeah.
have that spawn awareness that you did back in Halo 2, Halo 3, but you need to
Sure.
get in their face. You can't just sit over towards top mid and be successful and have everybody just sitting at the top. No, at least 2 or 3 players have to be flying
Right.
and making that team uncomfortable. And that's what we saw KCP did. They always kept the pressure on. I want to take a look at the stats. So why don't we throw it to Yeso? And Yeso, tell me about what happened that game.
What happened was a very clean showing from KCP. This is a squad that I absolutely love to watch. And this was one of the teams where, we consistently get these star-studded teams. We saw them in our first match of the day with Business and insert team name here. And you look at KCP and they may not have, quite as much name value as those top teams, but this is a squad that competes every single week. And this is one of those squads that, every single Microsoft Sunday I was looking at as, hey, this is a squad that can threaten to win every week. They can easily place in the top 3. So I love watching KCP. I'm excited to see this squad continue today. But big win from them. But let's start off and check out our stats because I want to talk about that first map. We started off with Strongholds here for winners round 4. And let's take a look at how things broke down in that one because it was a rough start for KCP in this one. 04 Pistons actually came out to a very quick start to this game, built an early lead and kind of had KCP on the ropes for a little bit. But as soon as KCP turned it around, they absolutely ran away with this one. Let's go to the next page of stats. You see the total game time just south of 9 minutes there, and the gap of victory was not very large. It's not like when we were watching Business and insert team name here, right? Only 13 points separating these squads, and that's because 04 Pistons got that lead, and once KCP regained control of the map, they ran it all the way back. Look at those kill stats. 2 players up at 21 kills, Super CC and Talik, and this was a map where we saw CC, Talik, and Druk all get very key double kills at different points on the map that helped build this comeback for KCP. So awesome to see multiple different players. This wasn't just a single player on KCP carrying them to a win. It was truly a team effort all across the board. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sanart, 20 kills there and 7 assists, solid showing. Sadly, his team wasn't able to get the victory here, but that's a good performance to build on. As we head to our last page of stats, we can check out the accuracy numbers here. Not as pop off as we were seeing from the likes of Business and insert team name here, where we had multiple players on both squads getting up into the low to mid 60s, but still everybody up above 50%. Talik leading the way with a 58 over there, 58 for Maureen as well. So good showing from both sides in the accuracy department, and that was KCP taking the first map. And as we go to the second one, we grab some Slayer here, and similar to what we saw in our first match of the day, a closer first game into a much more dominant second game as we head to Slayer on Truth, and it was Druk leading the way for KCP. 16 kills, 7 assists, and only 7 deaths, and even look at Talik with just 4 deaths to his name with 12 kills and 10 assists. Great showing all across the board, even Super CC with just 7 kills, but still had 9 assists. So good teamwork from the side of KCP gets them a strong 50-29 win, and it only took them just over 5 minutes to do it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Devil Dog, who had a solid first game, leads the way in the frags for the side of 04 Pistons with 11 kills himself, but you can see everybody with 11 plus deaths on the side of 04 Pistons. It was not enough to take down this strong KCP squad. Let's check out our last couple bits of stats here as we go over good headshots and stuff. Let's go right over to the accuracy numbers as we close out the second match of the day. A couple players, boom, 11.3 KDA for both Druk and Talik. They both look solid. 60.3% accuracy for Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe, very strong showing there. Over 1,800 damage in the game as well. And still solid damage numbers for 0-4 Pistons, but what we really saw was just an inability to finish these kills. KCP consistently winning fights, even if they were close, were constantly able to scrape out the kills that they needed, build on that lead, and truly ran away with that second game. So very interesting, similar matches with very different teams to start off the day for Business and insert team name here now, KCP 0-4 Pistons. Very tight first maps into second maps that are dominant for the winning squads, and they both end in 2-0 victory. So we've seen Business and KCP move on the winner size over 0-4 Pistons and insert team name here. Still not done for the day, however, right? It is a double elimination tournament. They are still alive and will have to fight to remain in the event today. But it's been a fun start so far. Great casting from Why Not and Shyway. Absolutely love to hear from them once again. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we've got more Microsoft Sundays as we count down to the release of Halo Infinite. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. And what a Sunday it's been so far. I got to say, Tony, we've had some of the sweatiest matchups I think we could have had in our first couple matches of the day. We've got some of the best players in the game playing today. It only gets better, though. Up next, we have this has got to be a classic Esports Arena rivalry, right, Tony? We got PK up against KCP. This is a matchup I love to see every time. It will not disappoint.
Even back when I was just an Esports Arena fan and I used to watch, before I even got behind the casting desk, I used to watch these two matchups, Fung 4 and versus, I believe they called themselves Last LATM, Last Latin America, and they would go at each other, and it was first and second, back and forward, back when Fung 4 had Renegade on the team, and now they come back here in the winners semifinals. They want to settle this score right now. Both teams have grown dramatically, picking up big organizations, one from Kansas City, one from Pittsburgh. Who's going to come out on top?
I mean, you said it, Tony, when you said grown tremendously. Both these teams incredible in their own respects. You got KCP, a top 4 in NA, and then you got PK, I'd say arguably #1 right now in the LATAM community. So incredibly talented players across the board. We've seen these rosters before. Things have been mixed up a little bit over the years, though. We've got on PK this time, I believe it's Tapping Buttons, Atso, Drift, and instead of Pelu, they got Gambino now to round out their roster. And Gambino, he's been playing pretty damn incredible to fill in that gap. So PK, they're looking deadly. And whether or not it's a tournament winning PK today, or if they're going to be sent to losers bracket early, we'll have to find out here, Tony, because this is a make or break type of series.
That it is, and you talked about how good PK have been playing all tournament long, and just all through Halo 5, they've seemed to get better and better, and they've landed, like I've said, themselves a nice big org. But we already saw this new look KCP bringing back Super CC evades. We know Soulstipe is doing his thing. We know Drunk is doing it there. Whenever there's a pin that needs to be won, Taulik is right around the corner. So we're gonna this is gonna be exciting. This is your winners semifinals. The winner of this goes into the winners finals, and I think at that point you're guaranteed top 3. If you win it, you're guaranteed a spot in the grand final. So a lot of implications on this match right here.
An important one for sure. And we've already seen KCP today. We already seen what they can do, right? They had a bit of a slow start in Empire Strongholds, but man, once we went to Slayer on Truth, they lit up. They are looking like in peak form now. They've woken up. So things can be kind of dicey for PK if they are not ready to meet the challenge. Speaking of challenge, Tony, our format today, Fathom CTF, Slayer Regret, and you know what? Why talk about it? It's already on our screens. Fathom CTF has begun here, and you can see Druck doing some trademark Druck moves here. He's already in blue base for the flag. Looks like CC's won a rail.
And, you know, congratulations to KCP, because if there's anything that has been their Achilles heel in the past, it was their Slayer game. It looks like Super CC being implemented back into the roster might have made this team better. However, no offense to Steezy's roster, PK are on a different level. This is not 04 Pistons. So let's see you win a Slayer against these guys, and then I'll really be impressed. Super CC with the railgun in hand. What are you going to do with the chasing?
Man, the opening strats at a KCP are so damn strong. Look at that scoreboard, Tony. It's 1-0 already. They're so quick to get in the base, but Tapping and team, they might be quick to defend it as well. We got Drift with a double. He does die immediately after. Atso, can he do anything sneaky here? It looks like he's been found, and he can't get out. We got a flag in the hands of Soulstipe as well, so he's already got it over to red court, and a flag being battled for out in bottom mid, but if they get the return, Tony, it might be an early 2-0 here.
Both flag carriers going in. Looks like Soulstipe won that battle. He's actually going to go out and get the recup, and he's going to trust one of his teammates to put that flag cap in. 2-0 lead going in favor of KCP, and without any timing loss, Mikey is already in the base, but it looks like he is getting sniffed out.
That's still massive, that type of mileage, because look what it did. It brought all the PK players back to blue base to deal with him, and now they got to play defense mode. They don't have the map control. Taulik right here, going to try to sneak up onto Tapping. Tapping ready just a little earlier, so Taulik got to drop down. Mulch the players over on that red tree, and Taulik, yeah, he's just got too many to fight against. CC going to have to play defense in the meantime. He does pick up a trade, but Soulstipe, the designated flag runner, Tony's already got it in the courtyard, and assuming they get these kills, this might be a GG.
You said it was too much to fight against, but Talik ended up taking the attention of 3 different players, allowing Soul Snipe to sneak in and get the flagpole. Talik ends up getting the touch, but there's no return yet. Can he hop the re and get it for one of his teammates to cap that flag? Rolls with enemies coming into the base, gets the 2-shot melee, but not able to get the kill. Super CC coming in for the pin, but he is the 1v2. He needs Druk. Druk coming in for the weak side flank. The double kill comes in, and it looks like that flag is going to be saved and capped. Game number 1 going in favor of KCP. And whenever there's a flag game type on the screen and KCP's involved, you already know who's winning, Alex. Let's just be serious.
Man, I mean, that was proof if you need some damn proof. My God, what a game. 2:45, not even 3 minutes. And by the way, Druk, I believe he cleaned that up with a triple kill to end the game here. Just unbelievable coordination and speed off the starting strat. Tony, we saw it with Druk, who just immediately, he was in courtyard off of the starting strat. He was grabbing their flag. PK, they're spinning. They're 360 in all game because they're like, what the heck? They're in our base. They're in front of us. Where do we look? Where do we go? And by the time they finally get their footing, it's game over. They already got three flags in. So KCP, they're so quick that they don't give you time to adapt. And in a best-of-3 series like this, you don't get much time to adapt, Tony. One more game, and that's it for their winner's bracket life. So PK, they got to wake up now.
I said it in the quarterfinals. KCP is one of the most objective, the best objective efficient teams that we've seen. You know, they're definitely on top. I would say, put them up there with Sentinels, put them up there with Envy, put them up there with Cloud9, because they are just as good when it comes to that objective efficiency, and especially when it comes to flag. They can hold their hold on Stronghold, but flag seems to be their bread and butter. And another game type, which is their bread and butter. I remember Mikey asked Frosty. He said, what's our best map? And I thought he was going to say an objective map, but instead he actually said, no, I think your best map is Regret. And we're seeing them open up with another big lead, 4-1, going in favor of the boys in red.
Well, isn't that just a disaster for PK then, right? Because Fathom CTF is probably their best CTF map. I mean, maybe next to Kali, but my God, just to go from this to Regret and to maintain the dominance here is what I can only expect. It's a slight advantage, though. PK, they're fighting off the rip at the very least here. Just a 1-kill deficit and tapping buttons. He's got himself some top map control. Can he do something with it?
Tapping buttons, formerly of Evil Genius. He's teamed along the likes of Boy and Lunchbox and Falcon, and they did damage together. Another player that does damage right here is Talik, who's dropping down, putting down the slate, getting the pre-shots, and finally going to take down Atso with Chia. Better watch out. The Genjutsu is full in effect because the Talik was shooting at nothing there. He was definitely under some kind of spell.
And had him slipping for sure. And we'll see what else they can do throughout the game. They got to make some sort of a comeback here, Tony. It's already a 4-kill deficit. You got CC making his way through the tunnels below, but they're aware of it. At the very least, they get the nades in. PK going to try to get out of red base. They don't have top map. You at the very least, you got one up on top car, so Drift going to try to take advantage of the distraction here. Nice nade out of him. He takes Soul Snipe, going to clean up CC as well on top mid before he goes down, but it's that kind of damage that we need to see out of PK to pull this back. Just got 2 kills to close this.
Do not count PK out. They're still within striking distance as Gambino taking down Mr. Soul Snipe. He has somebody else in his sights, but it looks like there's 3 players shooting at him, and a 2-kill lead going back in favor of KCP. Let's see what Druk is up to.
Well, he's up. That's for sure. He's up on top of the wall here, and you got players on spawn right below him. You got one on bottom mid, and Druk, look at this, just going to dive bomb on the man. That's an easy kill on the Gambino. One player down on bottom mid. They want to get to the OS, but it ends up being a burn, so great stuff out of Atso to ensure that the red team doesn't get it, doesn't extend their lead here, but Druk, man, is sprinting, and the nade's going to slow him down for just a second, but Atso, yeah, there's just too much pressure for PK to handle here.
Shots are starting to fly in. He has a play over towards top mid. Excellent shot, then blowing up the barrel to put Drift down. 9 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock. Overshield is not was probably already up and burned. And there's no other player that uses a car 4 like Druk. Many players use it, but I feel like whenever you don't know what Druk is, you can't account for him. Just look up in car 4. That's where he's gonna be.
Oh. Yeah, many players use it, but Druk is the king, is what you need to say. This man is not dying. He's just laser beaming everyone. Holding up on the wall here as well, and just look at the use of the clamber. What a nuisance! Even if he doesn't shoot, he's a distraction, but there they go. They finally deal with the man, and they're going to try to rotate out at the same time here. So PK A 5-kill deficit, not out of the running yet. Player spawning up on blue side and had so early damage out of him. But can he do much from the tunnels here? At least he's got tapping with him.
That he does, and the bait and switch comes in, but his teammate does go down, and he's going to be hunted. 31-25 back in favor of Kansas City. Pioneer Super CC sliding in, having Drift into sights. Drift has no idea, caught him slipping. Soul Snipe gets the double kill, and it's not looking good if you're a fan of the Pittsburgh Knights.
CC anchoring spawns there, just blocking blue side, making sure it's a forced red. And look at the pinch coming in. They're going to dive into red base to clean him up here. CC going to snap onto Gambino, who's going to hightail it out to bottom base. CC just going to change targets instead. Maybe he can take tapping, but it looks like PK, they're one step ahead for that. But 10-kill deficit, Tony. PK have a lot of work to do, and it all starts with that OS on bottom mid. If they can somehow pick this up, they might have a shot.
That's one thing I've always admired about this PK roster, is their ability to play for each other. They're never getting to individual pivs. They're always getting into those 2v1 situations. They're always playing for each other, but it looks like KCP is matching that chemistry. They're matching that teamwork, and there's 42 kills on the board, and it looks like, I'm sorry, KCP are going to win this most likely 2-0 and move into the winners finals. This is crazy. I'm sorry, PK. We'll see you again.
Oh.
Hey, there's no elimination bracket.
I mean, maybe. I hate to say it, but KCP looking like a cut above today, Tony. They just blew through PK, made them look like a lesser team. What a stick! Talik, the throwing arm on this man, put him into baseball. I don't know. 2 kills left to close it. It's going to be just nearly a stake, right? We're looking at a 50-31 potentially here, and Talik is just zooming around the map. He's flying like he can't lose at this point, but KCP looking like the sky's the limit today, Tony.
That it doesn't, only one more kill away, and there it is. KCP going to be advancing forward into the winners finals. There's $1,000 on the line here. We're talking big money every single week. If you guys want to get involved, make sure you type in !Discord in the chat, because you get to see this every single week, Alex. This is crazy.
Hell yeah, Tony. Every week, and this is the highest level Halo competition we're going to get from now to December, right? This is the place to be. If you want to show your stuff, if you want to show what you're made of, if you're an FA for Infinite, I mean, this is where you got to be, right? It's that $1,000 that you can earn, but it's the bragging rights. It's the resume material that you get from tournaments like this on a weekly basis. And man, resume material for KCP looking pretty damn good off of that series, Tony. They're just looking better. I don't know what to say. They just blew through PK, and PK, they gotta rekindle something in the losers bracket. Hopefully they still got a shot through this, but man, that was nearly a stake in game 2 and nearly not even a 3-minute game in game 1. KCP just firing on all cylinders, and I guess all that's left for KCP are the 2 other GOAT teams, right? We got the Frosty team, we've got the Ola team as well in tow. So some great matchups coming up. Before we get there, though, we're going to send it over to Yeso to break down the stats once again.
Thank you, Shyway, and I hope nobody took a bathroom break right before the start of that match, because you would have missed the entire first game there. KCP and PK going at it here in winners semifinals, and obviously the Kansas City Pioneers do move on, and we'll wait for the winner of our next match. But let's check out the stats real fast here, and first we'll take a speed run through probably the fastest match of capture the flag you may ever see. Under 3 minutes for this one, a 3-0 wipe. 2 caps for Druck, 1 for Super CC, and they just bodied the Pittsburgh Knights in this one. Let's go over to the Slayer stats here for CTF. The numbers aren't going to be high. I'm curious to see if we got anybody in the double digits, and we don't. 2 players at 6, Talik and Soul Snipe there. Just 1 kill for Druck. He had 5 assists as well, though. Solid there, and he was just focused on getting that flag into the red base, and he did a damn good job of that. Adso ends up with 7 kills for his squad, but wasn't enough to keep KCP from those 3 quick caps. And as we check out the last page of stats here for the first game, it was 1 and done there. Druck, 37.7%, and the other thing too is you're going to see, with the shorter game time, a little more wide range in these numbers, but still it was a great performance from the side of KCP. And then they headed into game 2 carrying incredible momentum. We went over to Slayer. We're playing on Regret, and Druck leads the way once again. 15 kills and 7 assists. Talik, a great performance as well. Really all across the board. Everybody in the double digits for kills, and only Druck not in double digits for assists. So great top to bottom team effort here. And look at Talik with only 4 deaths in that entire game. And this one wasn't that long either. Just 5.5 minutes for a 50-32 win for KCP. Meanwhile, on the other side, a struggle for PK. They did get 32 total kills, but nobody even in the double digits is a tough showing for PK here. They had, obviously they get all the way up into winner semis, and that's something to feel good about, but getting this just bodied in a winner semifinal match is going to be a little bit discouraging. So obviously they will drop down to the losers bracket. They are still alive, but they're going to have to recover here. They're going to have a little bit of time before their next match comes up, as there's still a couple rounds of losers bracket to play through before their next opponent is ready to go. But there's going to need to be a little bit of soul searching here for PK, as they're going to have a very good bounce back from a very difficult performance here against KCP. Let's check out our last bit of stats here for our Slayer match. We'll go to the last page. Some good headshots there for Druck. No surprise that he is clicking heads here. We'll go to the last page, check out the accuracy numbers for these squads, and there it is. Look at 61.1% for Talik. Fantastic game from him. Eclipses that 2,000 damage mark alongside his teammate Druck. Meanwhile, on the other side, some rough KDs there, but still good accuracy. Drift with the 57.7, the 58.8 for Atso Uchiha. Doing some good work there, but it wasn't enough. So PK, I mean, this is a squad we've seen plenty of times here on Microsoft Sundays. They've gotten into their fair share of winners, semis, and finals, losers, finals into grands. So this is a well-known squad. This is a team that we have high expectations for. You got, names like Tapping Buttons and Drift and Atso on there. These are good players that we know very well. So I would say that this match, a little out of character. Obviously, KCP, very strong squad, constant competitors, constant high finishers in Microsoft Sundays. So I think PK needs to brush this one off, recover, a little bit of a mental reset, prepare for that next matchup, and they should be able to respond. But that is certainly a tough pill to swallow here in winners semifinals. But the nice thing is we've got our other winner semi on deck. KCP and PK here, and the best part is we've got Fire and Ice and our good friends Business on the other side. Those two teams will play for the chance to face off with KCP in our winners finals. And we're moving through it, folks. Winners bracket almost done here. Just a couple matches remaining on that side as the players working their way through the losers side. And this action has been great so far. A lot of very exciting games, some very tightly contested ones, and some not so much here. But it's been a fun run so far today. And we've got another match ready to go. So I'm going to hand it off to my friends Why Not and Shyway, and they'll keep the action rolling.
Okay, so thank you. My God, the stats out of KCP. I think what was more impressive was just the time, right? How quickly they blew through that series. These boys are speed running. They're not only winning games, they're on speed run numbers as well. But can they keep it up, Tony? Do you think that KCP can keep up this level of dominance if they were to go up against the boys on Business?
That's going to be a tough one, to be honest with you. I mean, we're talking about, as you've said multiple times, we're talking about a fantasy roster. You alluded to that they're one Shotzi away from being the greatest team of all time, quite possibly, if you put them on the team. So it's going to be tough. I think KCP need to play fast. They need to somehow put Business on their back foot, and they can't let up. They have to keep that pressure on and make Business uncomfortable, because the moment Business hop off a spawn, get their slays, and start to stabilize, I think it's over.
That's a really great point. KCP got to keep them uncomfortable, Tony. I like that. And just do it by playing fast. You know what? We're not actually going to see it yet, though, because we're going to watch this series right before it. We got Fire and Ice up against Business. So unless Fire and Ice comes out of nowhere and just gives us the upset, Business might not even make it to that point in the winner's bracket. We got to see this one first. And Tony, Fire and Ice, typically I want to say the runner-up to best team in LATAM. Very talented players on this roster, and we've seen some pretty great surprises out of them over the years. I wonder what we're going to get today.
Let me tell you something. The Latin American region is stepping up. I watched parts of a Brazilian tournament, Brazilian clan tour. These guys were absolutely going insane. You have Fire and Ice always battling with PK, going back and forward. One team gets the best of them. The next tournament, the other one does. It's like a seesaw. And watch out for Latin America, especially come Infinite, because these are players that we know about now. There's so many other players that are just waiting and licking their lips and and just waiting for their opportunity to come in, break out, and make a name for themselves.
You think Frosty is hungry baking a Halo helmet cake or whatever he's waiting for Infinite. But man, these boys in LATAM, they're hungry, right? Like some of these players who are incredibly talented and they haven't had the spotlight. I think so many of us have gotten very good at Halo in the 3-year interim period where Halo hasn't been as big of a deal. And, they've been putting the work in, just waiting for the spotlight. And the moment it hits them, things are gonna be wild. But speaking of wild here, the starting strat already came and went, and it looks like the Rail and Camo both down for the count.
And that was a great 3 down for Fire and Ice, really putting the pressure on Team Business. But like I said about KCP, same thing. You can't let them stabilize. So now Bound comes off a spawn, gets a beautiful slay. Renegade sitting top mid, putting down some damage across the board and buying enough time for his teammates to collapse. Noble has no idea, the communication not coming in because Renegade was side by side with him. Noble getting caught with his pants down.
Now, a good test for Business here. As talented as these boys are individually, they don't have a lot of team, history with each other. So can they play CTF Fathom as fast as KCP did and just win with such an explosive start that they had, right? Because so far, still sitting at 0-0 here. Not quite the same opening strat that we saw at a KCP. And we'll see what they can do in the long game at the very least. But Bound just going to try to live to start.
And that'll be a nice little test. We are still in the winners bracket semifinals. We're going to see the same exact lineup that we saw before. So I want to see the same exact dominance that KCP had, especially if we're going to go into the winners final. It's a great point as we're switching gears over towards Bullet. He catches Renegade. Renegade going to go for a cheeky jump, and Bullet says, "Hey, I'm not gonna lock it on this player. I have another objective, and that's the flag here, who's being guarded by Frosty."
Yeah, Tony, it's the same maps and similar level of play, so it's a good precedent to set for the series here. But we'll see what they can do. Right now, Renegade going to play it slow. He's got one over on Ben as Noble lends a couple shots in a great spot, though. Doesn't want to give up his life. And as I say it, I think I might have cursed the man. We had a spawner behind them, but the flag is out. It's sitting out on porch here. A bit of a scramble to try to get it, but Frosty going to weather the storm to pick up that kill. That puts a flag on the board for an early point.
And I'm going to call out some of the other regions here. So we have 2 Latin American teams here in the semifinals, which is excellent. But where's my EU representation? Well, I know it's kind of late for you guys, but where's my EU representation? Where's my my ANZ? I want to see some Australians coming in here, maybe a little bit of New Zealand action. I want to see you guys making some noise, but I'm sure timing is, I guess, an issue.
I mean, Tony, timing is one thing. When's the last time you played eights with Australians? Because I can't imagine the connection would be very entertaining. That's gotta hurt. Even for the the European crew getting in here, and we've had them before. I would love to see them again, but being so far away, it can be difficult connection-wise to get that peak level play, which is exactly what we come here for. And Renegade showcasing it for sure. He does die. He'll lose that flag. Let's see if Fire and Ice can do something to bring it back here.
We do have a 1-0 lead going in favor of Business, but an excellent nade takes out Septify. Renegade matching that, and then running JM getting the 5-shot on Frosty, but the flag is on the move, and Bound is actually slaying out with the flag. Running has to stop Renegade to get into action, but it looks like he's not going to be able to, and we have a 2-0 lead going in favor of Team Business. Oh,
he's running, but he's not running fast enough. Yeah, you're right. I thought the flag was going in, but not yet. Actually, wait, it might be return, Tony. The whole thing just flipped in a matter of seconds. They got the slays, they got the return, they got the flag all the way down to the final links here, but can they put it in the pedestal? Renegade just trying to be a nuisance. Noble, somehow Renegade just passed him right up. And can he actually get to the touch? He can't do it. And the re comes right back at a blue team. And this is the beauty of Fathom, Tony. We're going back and forth here.
Yeah, I apologize to you guys. I was looking at the screen. It looked like it was home clear, but it was one player who was overextended on the elbow and ended up delaying that flag, and the return ends up coming in. Runny ends up getting a railgun largely because of it. Renegade and Septify off the screen, getting back-to-back kills while Camouflage is coming up. So this is really clutch here for team business.
Unfortunate for Running, couldn't connect with that rail, and he did die. Pelu gonna double back here. It is actually Pelu on PK. What we got? Oh, sorry, Pelu's on Fire and Ice. Okay, my apologies. I see, he's got the PK name tag still, but nice to have like a heavy hitter like Pelu join this roster, and we'll see if it helps him. Because you're gonna need help against Frosty with a rail. They do manage to take him down. He'll put the weapons down below.
And I've gotten the chance to watch Pelu in a few tournaments. Let me tell you, he's the real deal. He can slay out with some of the best of them, which he's going to prove right here because let me tell you, some of the best of them right here. Renegade, Frosty, Bound. Let's see what you can do, Pelu. Show that you can slay out with the likes of these guys here. One only going in favor of business. Frosty just whiffing that railgun and ends up going down. 2 down for team business.
I think he might have played that rail too, so I love that jump out of Frosty over to sub to try to play the rail. Very, at least at the worst case scenario, nobody gets to pick it up on the enemy team here. Bullet gonna pick up a kill, defensive kill for him, but looks like he's lost his offensive pressure. So right back up to top mid. Gonna take a couple shots as he does it, but Renegade, good luck winning this fight. Almost does it, but Bullet will take advantage, keep the control on their side.
And notice how 2 players over towards the silo side end up taking down that player, but now Pelu is going to go down. And, I'm sorry, Pelu's going to take down Frosty, but there's 2 players that went down for Fire and Ice. Poppy's holding down top mid. Noble's up here. Can he win his fight? Not against Renegade.
Good attempt at a Poppy, though. He couldn't do it. This time, it's Bound's turn. Look at this. We got 2 players pushing over to Silo at the same time, and a pinch coming in. Frosty with great shots to help out. Bound going to trade out with him. Nate's coming into Porch, and this man has just got unlimited artillery here, apparently. How does he weave through the cracks, though? He does get the damage, but ultimately it looks like Fire and Ice are still holding on. We're past the halfway point here. We got a camo coming up shortly. And man, it's a close one.
Watching Frosty put the tag pistol to work, but he is going to be taken down, and Noble ends up sneaking away with the camouflage. Big plays coming out of Big Poppy. 5 minutes and 36 seconds on the clock. There's enough time for Fire and Ice to mount a comeback and at least tie the game, but it's not going to be easy against the life of business, who are strictly business here in this tournament.
Noble, what a play. He stayed up with camo. Gonna try to sneak his way over to blue base here. He wants to get in these fights, though. Frosty already picks up 1. Noble, can he clean up Frosty? Though Frosty being such a tough kill, and they got 2 dead on the feet, so all this is time wasted on the camo. But I do like how Noble's playing this, just keeping himself alive as long as he can. It looks like the pressure is a little too strong. They'll take him down. And Running gonna try to pick up the pieces.
Against the likes of business, you have to be aware that the moment that you get spotted by one player, there's going to be another one that's going to be in position to shoot you. Their communication is too good. Their reaction, their awareness, they've been doing this for way too long. So the moment that Noble ended up getting to that engagement with Frost, he got the kill. He should have been aware that Bound was going to be flying in to get the cleanup, as Renegade has the railgun in hand, and I can't think of a better player to have it. Renegade's an absolute nuisance, goes in and gets the second one as well. 3 down, he's going to get the 3rd one. It looks like Frosty's going to rob him of that, but 3 down go Team Fire and Ice.
Exactly. Damage has been done here. Spawner's up in Generator. Renegade just looking to hold him back. That player somehow escapes, but that flag is far and away out of the run in here. Can they stop it? Not with Renegade hitting the defense. At the very least, he'll do damage, but the flag sits right beside the pedestal. It's a double at a bound and a cap on the board for a 2-0 for the blue team. And things aren't looking great for Fire and Ice as they get down to the wire here, Tony.
Just a minute and 30 seconds ago, I said that there was enough time for Fire and Ice to mount the comeback and tie things up, but now time really isn't on their side. They have less than 2 minutes per flag cap to try to put something on the board. That seems like a lot of time, but to get the slays out against business and put yourself in the opportunity to cap a flag, that is not going to be easy.
The only way to do it is to grab this camo, grab this rail, so you can see Renegade wants a piece. Renegade's there to meet him, though, and he does pick it up, but the trade coming in, nothing he can do to stay alive there. So no camo in the running for him. That rail was in the hands of someone. I think it just dropped. The flag still being pulled out on red side, so in a flurry here, Fire and Ice going to try to get defense. Do they defend? Do they overextend here? You can see they're going to split their resources and try to overextend because the pressure is very strong coming out of mid here. Bound with the kills as well, so I mean, Tony, they might not be able to break out of this setup.
It's really tough when you have Renegade just staring down at your spawn, getting the easiest of shots. That's gonna be another 4 down going for Fire and Ice. And it looks like Renegade blocking the engine spawn, making sure they know exactly where the spawns are coming in. Killing spree earned, but there's 2 players in front of them. Renegade somehow gets the double kill, loses his life, but somehow gets the double kill. And that's what it's like to play against pros. You know, you get Renegade in a 2v1 situation, a 3v1 situation, and he still comes out on top.
Sector 5, flag in hand. Just distracting as well. Such a nuisance he is, bound with 2 kills in the feed. He's going to take his opportunity to slip right through to sub. All the advantages on the side of business here. Final flag to pull through, but the time as well as Renegade. He didn't even need to put those shots in, but he did it anyway. Going to pick up another kill here for a double. Flag going through. I think this might be a GG right here as Renegade looks to clean up the stragglers. But I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it. Flag out on the porch. Septify just waiting in tow here. Bound just going to throw the last hurrah through the window as they cap it for a 3-0 start. It took them the whole game, I will say, KCP. They did it a little faster, but man, it was still dominant, out of business.
But I did notice something. I don't know if they were trying out something new, but we did see a flag go up towards top mid. I'm not sure if we saw a second one where business just kind of going with like a pseudo troll and just trying to get that top mid throw, because we saw one go that way, and I think we just saw another one on the screen. So, well, I guess playing with their food a little bit, maybe they could have ended a little bit sooner. But either way,
maybe.
That top mid throw was like really interesting though.
I think they took it from Treehouse, right? So originally it was a run through Treehouse, but it got stopped in Treehouse. There was a battle there. They won the fight, and then they took it from Treehouse to the bridge to top mid, which if you're already there, it's not a bad play because you've got the wall coverage, you've got top map as well. They have to really commit to get to you. So that route actually was pretty solid, pretty smart thinking. But the top mid run that I would like to see, I don't know if you've seen some of those Twitter videos, Tony, but there's some crazy flag throws you can do to just toss the flag like over mid and get it to the other side of the court. Of course, setting it up is difficult to do, but that's just the beauty of Halo 5 is there's always a different way. There's always a more technical way to do things. But regardless, we've got another game coming up here. It's a final opportunity, really, for Fire and Ice in this winner's bracket to show that they've got something. Because, man, that was a 3-0 to start.
That it was, but we did see some moments come out of Fire and Ice. I go back to the beginning of that game where they immediately were able to put business 3 down and get right into the enemy base. That was looking good. If they could have kept the ball rolling, kept going downhill and keep that momentum, maybe they could have got a flag cap off of that. Fire and Ice did show some moments. Now we're going to see over in game number 2, which I believe, if memory serves me correct, is going to be on Regret Slayer. Yep. So get those slays, get that overshield, and utilize that overshield to up the tempo and keep your enemy on spawn. Again, sounds easier. It's easier said than done when going up against the likes of Bound, Renegade, Frosty, and even Septify as well.
This business team, I mean, it's in the name. It's all business, right? These guys are deadly. Like you said, if they can start out strong, if they can not, kind of surrender to the pressure here and just stay confident, they definitely have a shot. But I think it's all going to start with that opening. It's going to start with winning that OS off the strat, getting the combo, controlling the map, because Regret, it's a snowball effect, right? If you can get that early momentum, you can get a 10-kill advantage, and who knows where things go from there. It's one of the easiest maps to lock down and control, but also kind of one of the worst positions to be in if you start poorly. So really going to come down to the opening here, Tony. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, very rarely do we see any Regret Slayers going to 49-49 because when it rains, it pours, if you will. Once you get those slays, you can have a player up on top mid, and like you said, it's very easy to influence those spawns, looking down on those top blue spawns or even spawning a player over towards bottom blue, only having 2 exits to go out of. It's really easy to find out what's happening here. So like you said, very rarely are we going to see a 49-49 Regret because of how momentum driven it is, but I'm excited either way. It's one of my favorite matches to watch out for, and if you can control that overshield, you always have a chance.
This map is crazy in Force. For me personally, I don't know about you, Tony. When I play this in matchmaking, it's stressful. It's so damn stressful because it's so small, right? We're talking about how easy you can control it. We saw it in the previous series. We had, I think it was Talik on KCP, sitting in the front of blue base because he knows if he just stands there, he's blocking it. And then in 2 seconds flat, he's on top mid. He's pressuring red base. All he has to do is sit there until he knows the spawn happens. And then, that's a spring thrust or a super slide, whatever you want to do. You can get up the top mid instantly, and then you're already putting pressure on. It's stressful. You don't want to be the guy feeling the pain here. So I need to see some energy out of Fire and Ice off the rip, or it's curtains for them, Tony, because I think that OS, it actually might have been burned off the open.
And it looks like Bound is going to go down, and Frosty ends up getting a double kill by taking down Noble with the reversal. Currently one shot, but able to get his shield, and now he's going to get up on top of the map. And here comes business. Already having a player top mid. Can they slay out one more time as running JM takes down Renegade?
We talked about power-ups, power weapons. You can see Frosty already has the ultimate power weapon, I'd say, on this map, is that combo. And it does get him 2 kills to bring things back to a tie. Bullet right now. He had the high ground. He gave it up here to get this kill, but it looks like it did pay off for him. He's going to hold on to pink side. Spawners up on Car, and Bullet seems to have some awareness of this as he does wrap through. Running going to pick up a kill in the feed. That's another one dead out of Pelu. So look at this. 3 down. Final player up in red base, and Fire and Ice, they can really pull away with this.
I mean, they have a 3, now make that a 4-kill lead as Septify throwing some excellent nades from across the map. Pelu taking down Frosty. Renegade's over on Car's side, and he ends up going down over towards Bullet, but the damage has been done. His teammates are on respawn, and Renegade's have to fight by himself momentarily while his teammates come off his spawn, which clearly isn't much for him as he throws that excellent sticky. I don't know how he hit that one.
The placement and timing of that sticky is just beautiful, right? He's throwing a sticky that's perfect just in case somebody does chow there, and I'm not sure if he had that time down to a science, but man, it looked like he did when it just hits him so flawlessly. Either way, that does even up the score here. 15 all on the board. Top map control looking like it's going to be in the favor of business as Septify picks up 2. And we've got Bound up on the wall here. Spawners up in blue, and Bound, I mean, he's just focused on the movement. It looks like he doesn't hit it for now. His teammate's going to clean up those kills, though.
That there, but someone was able to sneak up over towards top mid, and that was going to be running. So now Frosty's going to have to try to go up there and take care of him. Running ends up getting a slay, chasing down a player, ends up taking down Bound. 3 down, go team business. Excellent flank coming out of Fire and Ice, specifically running, which allowed Pelu to get away with the overshield.
I mean, but how long did it last, right? Got burned off instantly. At least his teammates picked up 2 kills, so they got a slight advantage. Pelu's gonna try to dive up into Bound here. He's got some support from Bullet to clean up that kill, and they can hopefully keep some form of control here. You can see these players trying to get to the blue wall to pressure him back. Pelu gonna put a stop to it, but drops to the bottom of the map here. Rough spot for him, and he can't get anything out of his attempt there. So almost had something, but these blue players just so tenacious.
We know they have the fire, but now we're gonna find out if they have the ice. We're tied up at 24 apiece going to the midway point of this game. Bound ends up getting a big slay. 3 down, make that 4 down, go Fire and Ice. I guess we got our answer. They don't have the ice just yet, and here it comes. We said when it rains, it pours. Bound already getting the spawn kill, but luckily Pelu able to win this pivot against Frosty. Bullet ends up taking down Bound, and it looks like Fire and Ice might have been able to stabilize a bit.
Yeah, Bound was coming out with that 2's-esque spawn control, just laying the bullets in right off of their spawns, but thankfully we had some teamwork come out of Fire and Ice just to weather the storm a little bit here. They are down by 4, make it still 4, I guess, but definitely not out of the running. They can just find an opening. It might be up to Noble here. Not aware of the player above him, though. Yeah, Noble will drop in a couple short seconds.
Bullet ends up getting a big kill on Bound off the screen. Septify gets the cleanup, and Frosty takes down Pelu. Notice how running it has already been called out. Renegade is on it, and that's another momentary 3 down for Fire and Ice, going right up to top mid. Gonna try to catch these spawners. A couple of players were able to get out. Bullet ends up taking down Renegade. That's a big kill, but Septify gets the nade off on Pelu.
Whoa, okay. Septify trying to get a little stylish with the movement there. He still gets the kill he was looking for, so no harm, no foul. They're on top of OS as well. They got a 10-kill advantage. Tony, I mean, when you pick up OS, they're even fighting for the OS, too. You can tell they had no setup, and they didn't need it. What happened to the man? He wasn't looking. He was not looking as he crossed the wall, and they took full advantage. So Running to get himself a double off of this, and almost a triple, too. I mean, you know, I was thinking it was over, but dare I say it, Fire and Ice, maybe they can turn it around, Tony.
A little bit of trolling going on the side of business right there, and it looks like Fire and Ice do want to take advantage of that, because off of that play, they ended up getting another 3 down, and now they're within striking distance. Now they're only down by 3 kills, so the trolling coming in. McRin, I know you're coaching right now. It's up to you. You need to get your team back in it. They were joking around. Get them back in and find out what's going on as the slays are going in. Shots are coming off. Noble takes down Renegade. Running is actually trying to get control top mid, and Fire and Ice might have turned that blunder into a win.
And the boys in blue, they definitely got to tighten it up here, Tony. They do still have a lead, looking to get 46, so a 4-kill advantage. Slaughter's coming up in red, and Frosty going to keep them back just to clutch up the remaining points in this game. But man, is it getting close, though. Still holding on, but 48-45 here, 2 to close it out. Fire and Ice doing everything they can to defend blue base and keep it close. A 2-kill game, and it's slowing down here, Tony.
This game has just got interesting as Bullet ends up winning another pivotal battle. Running takes down Bound. Now we're tied at the 48 piece.
Wait.
Renegade gets spotted out, and Noble gets the 5-shot. Septify goes at Pelu. 49-49. Sudden death. Running is going to back down. Bullet's putting down shots, but no slay yet, and that's going to be it. Septify clutching things out. 50-49 going in favor of Team Business. But man, did that make things interesting. Them fighting over the overshield getting back-smacked. Now that was fun, Alex.
1 kill away from bringing us to a game 3, and you're right, Tony. That was fun. What a game. Look at the stats, though. Look at the damage. I think that really tells the story. I mean, 71 accuracy. Frosty shooting 70 here. We got 65. Another player over 60 on the board there, but definitely a damage advantage on the side of blue, and it just goes to show they were definitely playing with their food at one point there, Tony. Like you said, we had 2 players sitting on OS, kind of fighting over the timing, no setup whatsoever. They just wanted to grab it. And then I think, who was it who just dove into the alley there? I think it was Septify. Didn't really check his right. He got jumped over, backsmacked. Next thing we know, it's a close game. Everybody's waking up all of a sudden, but not quite enough to close it out on top. And that's a 2-0. That's just, I guess, how the cookie crumbles, Tony. And I guess that's how it goes for our series as well. Yeso is waiting in the wing to break down the stats. And this should be a fun one.
What an incredible finish to that match there. Fire and Ice trying to buy themselves a 3rd game against Business, but it was not to be. Business come out with a 2-0 victory there, and they move on to face off against KCP in the winners finals. And obviously Fire and Ice will drop down to the losers bracket to fight again here later in the tournament. But let's check out our stats from that last winners semi-final here, and Business taking the win. Early on, we started CTF on Fathom, and a little different from the 3-0 win we saw from KCP in the previous match. Not as fast this time around from Business, taking just over 10 minutes, but still a very dominant game. And I mean, what that really shows to you is just how close this matchup was, and it carried into what we saw on Slayer. Let's go to our next page here. Check out some of the Slayer stats from the first map here, and it was Renegade leading the way. 27 kills and 14 assists. A great showing from him, and really all across the board. Bound up at 24-22 there for Frosty as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Noble leading the way for Fire and Ice. 23 kills and 17 assists. That's a stellar game, even in a loss. That is just great work there from Noble, but it is the 3-0 win for Business as we take a peek at the accuracy numbers, and that meant that they took the lead going into Slayer. Renegade 63.3% accuracy and nearly 3,700 damage in that game. An incredible showing from Business here, and you've heard Tony say it a couple of times, they are all Business when they show up on Sundays, and representing that name well here. So let's go to game number 2. We move on to Slayer for the second game, and it was on regret, and this one was incredibly close in multiple points of the game. Started very tight early. We were tied at 24 apiece at one point, and then Business started to pull away. They looked like they were going to easily close it out, but we had a late surge from Fire and Ice that made it incredibly interesting at the end. It was 49-49, and you could see we had no idea who was going to take it, and it ended up being Business. They grabbed that last kill, and of course this one a lot closer. Team effort from the side of Fire and Ice, everybody up in the double digits of kills. Meanwhile, Business with a bit of a struggle. It was Frosty and Septify carrying the load this time around, as Renegade and Bound only combined for 16 kills between the two of them. Meanwhile, Frosty with 15, Septify with 19 in this one, and not a ton of assists. So more heavily just winning 1v1 battles for the side of Business that ended up grabbing them this game. Let's go to our final page of stats here. We'll skip through the headshots, go straight to the accuracy numbers here as we close out this matchup. Great. Look at Septify, 10.3 KDA and this 65% accuracy, 71.7. Frosty, I mean, look, this is a player that's going to easily be inside of the top 10 or top 15 for a lot of players, a lot of people's lists for the top 25 Halo pros of all time, and rightfully so. And he's going to be one of the early favorites to lead the way when Infinite comes out. He continues to show it here in Halo 5. Look at that 71.7% accuracy, also leading in the damage department. But credit to the other side, Fire and Ice. This is a squad that continues to impress me. It is very difficult to beat these top end squads, but Bullet, Running, Pelu, Noble come out here, and I think they had a very impressive showing. This is one of the closer 2-0 losses that you will ever see. So I'm liking what I saw from Fire and Ice here in this best of 3, and I think this is a squad we should definitely keep an eye out for in the losers bracket run. They looked incredibly strong, especially in the second game here on Slayer, and I think they're going to be definitely a menace to deal with in that losers bracket. So love what I saw from Fire and Ice. But Business moves on, and that means that on the other side of this break, we've got our winners finals. It's Business, it's the Kansas City Pioneers. It promises to be a banger of a matchup, and we'll have that for you here when we return in just a few.
Hello and welcome back once again to our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday. Every single Sunday and 1K on the line for some of the best players and best teams in the game to fight for. Speaking of which, Tony, our winners bracket has been trimmed down to only 2 teams. We're about to jump into winners finals. And on one side, we have the business team that we just saw. The other side, we've got KCP. Now, we just previously saw both of these teams play, and we saw them play against similar caliber rosters, but we saw 2 very different series, I want to say. Tony, what do you think?
Yeah, we've seen some amazing matchups up until this point. Each team in the winter semifinals had to go up against a top Latin American team. We saw KCP absolutely showing some dominance, and business did as well. But we also saw, like I said, I think a little bit of trolling on their side. I even checked in on Frosty's chat, and they're talking about Shadowrun. They're talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. They're just having a good time. But now this is what it's all about. This is about the big money. $1,000 on the line. This is your winners brackets finals here, and they're going up against the likes of your Kansas City Pioneers.
KCP, no slouch. Tony, you said they were chatting about Shadowrun. They weren't focusing. Well, this is the time they got to turn on the focus. They need to take this team seriously, because I think if they don't, this KCP could just run away with it and completely take over the entire series. And I know business is going to take it seriously because they've got the EXP in a matchup like this. But man, this should be an exciting one, especially considering how well KCP are playing today. Of course, we haven't heard their comms. I'm not sure how serious they've been taking these previous series, but it seems like they're taking it seriously, right? Because they're just blowing through the competition at a high rate of speed with no signs of slowing down. And I think the only blocker for them now is business. We'll see what business will do once they face a team of a very different caliber from what they've played so far.
I definitely think I think KCP is using every tournament, using every day to just get better and better, get that chemistry. They just added Super CC of AIDS to this roster. Oh, even though he played with them before, they got to get this chemistry back, and they're using this as practice right here, right now, as Bound tries to drop down and get the kill. Druck ends up going down as well, and Super CC going to be the last player alive for Team KCP.
This really is the ultimate form of practice for KCP, even for this business team, to really just get those reps in before the game comes out. It's all happening here, and it's happening from Septify's POV. And what a sneaky bugger he is, though, getting down to toilet. He gets the kill. Flag now going to come out as well as they look to deal with the spawns. He already got bound with a shell. He's got a teammate over in red base. I mean, this is a perfect setup. I don't see this one not going in here, Tony. We've got an early flag coming in, but multiple players coming out to the car door as I say it. And did I curse this situation? Slays back and forth. Camo still in the hand of blue, but it looks like they did manage to get that flag into the cap for an early point.
Great job for KCP to get the stop, but it was only inevitable that they were going to get the cap, and it looks like they might have given up a couple of lives going for that stop. So we have a 1-0 lead going in favor of Team Business, and they able to get the slays out and get control of top mid. So things are not looking good for your Kansas City Pioneers. They need to straighten up, get these slays, and advance out of their base.
KCP, who are just running through the competition, all of a sudden, for the first time today, they're on the back foot. This is a totally different team. Business going up against these boys is nothing like any of the competition they've faced so far, and they're definitely feeling it. Pressure still on in red base here. Bound, he slipped through the cracks. He's underneath the base. He's got 2 teammates with him in the base as well. So the dilemma for KCP, do they try to get defense or do they start overextending? You can see they're splitting their resources, but you've got Demon that's Renegade cutting off the car side. Look at this control, Tony.
Bound has to slip through the cracks, and he knows if he steps on one, it is bad luck. He's able to slide and get the pull. Mr. Soul Snipe gonna stop him short. So Druck ends up winning his individual gunfight. That's gonna be 3 down for Team Business. This might be exactly what KCP needs for them to advance forward and maybe get a flag cap.
KCP, they broke free, right? They were in such a rough spot. They collapsed on a car bubble. They couldn't get back to the base for defense, but Druck broke through, got the kill he needed to. And we're back to a bit of a stalemate situation here. Camo was previously just up. I'm not sure who grabbed it. Might be burned at this point, as Frosty, you can see, is doing a great job just defending. Multiple players out front. Frosty actually gets bait and switched pretty hard there. Palik and I believe Soul Snipe working together beautifully, and they'll do that to keep the pressure up.
Oh my goodness, Bound utilizing the environment to jump up, hit the roof, and which made his drop to the floor a little bit quicker. Alex, I know you love that, because if it wasn't for that jump, he probably would not have won that gunfight. Gonna switch back on board with Bound, the player that's making plays, putting down the shots, but can he stay alive?
Bound with full use of the environment, like you said. He's combating global warming and making plays at the same time. Just beautiful stuff from Bound. Still holding on to that 1-point lead, though. You got Frosty with pink side control. I mean, this is exactly what the man needs, as long as he can hold on to it. Nice nade onto CC. That gives him the tip that he needs to get the melee for the kill.
Frosty and Bound gonna get back-to-back kills, and that was 3 down momentarily for KCP, who are spawning over toward the car side, and I have to overextend and get towards the opposing car door as Soulsnipe does get the slay. Super CC gets one as well. They've made it in time to throw an excellent denial on Set the Fire, making it one shot. The double recover is gonna come in, and KCP only down by 1, and they still have the flag on the move.
Yeah, they managed to get a quick return there. Septify, a bit of an unfortunate spot to drop the flag, because he couldn't get to it to re it immediately. Had he dropped it maybe, up in the attic or somewhere where he could defend it a little better, maybe they could have turned that around. But, I mean, it hasn't hurt him too bad. The pressure has been immediately reversed over to red base. He'll get a spree before he drops it. These players still going to dive in, try to pick up as many trades as they can. Renegade not even shooting his gun. He's going in so quick. But can they get the camo out of this situation? It should be about to pop here. Talik, great control. KCP, they got the map in their hands. Do they give up some of it to get this camo? Talik just needs to stay alive.
And he's doing a good job at that, putting some excellent shots in, but he is going to be taken down. Druk ends up going in with the trade as well, so Soulsnipe going to be that final player alive for the boys in red. Ends up getting taken down by Frosty, despite having the camouflage, so things are looking good for business. They slayed out their base, and now it's time for them to play a bit of offense.
Frosty up on P2. No CC is nearby. Bound and Renegade. They pick up 2 big kills, though. Frosty can now turn right to Druk and hopefully get him. There we go. Cleans him up with a nice little snap of the right stick. But pressure's not up yet. You got players spawning in car. They're going to fly to the door to try to get defense. Multiple teammates with Frosty to help out here. So as long as he plays this slow, they could get themselves another pull. You can see that flag about to be grabbed. Frosty. Bit of a double dilemma here. Flag being pulled from KCP, so look at that defensive strat out of them to overextend and grab that flag, make it difficult for this red team to get any mileage.
Our flag's been taken.
6 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock here, and it looks like timing's not going to be a factor in this one, as 4 down go KCP. Nobody in position to stop this flag just yet. Bound gets it over there, getting the shots in on Druk. Here comes the recover, and that's a 2-0 lead going in favor of Team Business, and with no timing loss whatsoever, Bound going to make his way over towards top mid.
These boys just shoot too well, Tony. They shoot too damn well. The guy's got the flag in his hand, and he's still cross-mapping that player up in car, getting that kill at the same time. Like, the efficiency, the relentless amount of damage coming out of these players is just what makes them so damn difficult to deal with. And Bound, I mean, he's about to spring jump his way up the lift. Instead, he's got something more confusing planned, and it looks like it didn't get him a kill here. KCP just doing what they can to get rid of these damn blue players.
You don't get into a boxing match with any member on KCP. They're gonna give you the melees. Mike Tyson in their prime, if you will. Looking like Jake Paul, undefeated right now. 2-0 going in favor of Team Business as another 3 down go Team Business. No, KCP looking good in this one after the melee fights. Can they convert this into a flag cap?
Well, here's what you want to see, but man, 2 players just synchronized swimmers diving into blue base at the exact same time there, and it looks like the defense actually helped out KCP. Their roll has been slowed here. They're not dead yet. We've got CC in the base, just living up. Soulsnipe with a hot double. Camo on the body of one of those players as well, and CC's will stay up in blue. Looks like he's done the damage he needs to at least delay it, but is it enough to get the flag in? They're on the last links here. Soulsnipe still with the camo. There you go, double dilemma, flag out the window at this point. They got to return, they got to get kills, they got to stop a re of their own. Can they do it?
That's the question. The flag ends up getting pulled, but Jason's currently one shot, able to almost get his shields, but Frosty comes in for the cleanup. Druk takes down Bound off the screen. Soulsnipe just being patient right now. Septify ends up catching him, and he's going to be thirsted down. Talik ends up getting the touch on the flag, but it's not looking good. The collapse is coming in from Team Business.
Bound moving way too quick here. He'll dive in the window. Druk, oh, he does manage to get in the fray just to stop it, just to keep this flag in play here. You can see we got a standoff across the map, the flag in the hand of a blue player, and that will hold our points for just a second. But man, the pressure is not letting up in red base, and Druck, he does not have too many options. That's a double stack on the re. That is a re in a game for blue team, who just they don't have a crack in the defense, Tony. They are just unbeatable right now.
I said it before, business was strictly business, and they showed it once again. 1-0 lead on KCP, and that was on capture the flag. So we talked about it before. If KCP did have a bread and butter game type, it might just be capture the flag, but it looks like they're going to have to step it up going into possibly what might be a Strongholds or a Slayer in game 2.
I'll go ahead and check that for you, Tony. It looks like it's going to be a Strongholds on Eden coming up next. And honestly, what would you rather see? So it would have been either Slayer Rig or Strongholds Eden. This time, Slayer Rig is game 3. What do you think KCP has a better shot on against this team?
Well, I mean, luckily KCP is a very strong Strongholds team, if you will. They're very good at any objective, but against the likes of this well-balanced business roster, it seems like, you know, they have someone that's willing to do dirty work. They have players that can pop off at any given moment. I think I would have rather seen them on Slayer. I know it's not. I know sometimes it's their Achilles heel, but if anybody can, if you can stop business, it might have to be on a Slayer. But looks like they're gonna step up right here, right now. It's Strongholds, baby, and Druck has the overshield.
Tony was hoping for Slayer. Let's hope he's wrong, because, Tony, I want to see a game 3 here. And like you said, Druck OS, he's got the rockets as well. So a lot of artillery on this man. Let's see what he can do with it. They already got the early cap, but he's taken quite a bit of damage doing this. Let's see, though. Rockets in hand, and not a good spot to be with him, though. He might be back smacked in just a second already. He does have the kill on the Renegade, and he does have top cats. So things looking good for Druck.
Oh my goodness, well, I said it before, they're a damn good Strongholds team, and they're showing it right here, right now, as they're getting the slays and capping objectives as well. Business does end up going 2 down. Super CC winning another big pivotal off the screen. On board here with Druck, who's just looking for a head to click on anywhere on the map. Looks like the player coming in from the spawns on tower and on blue plat.
I think that player did slide in and grab those rockets. He did. Susceptify one in the chamber. And he's got the Magnum, which we know, very versatile. He can do quite a bit of damage here up on Nest, but we'll back off for now. Just bait the man to the Nest to burn him with the rockets, though it looks like it doesn't end up being necessary. KCP going to do what they can to just fend off the storm and hold a trip cap here, so great work out of KCP. They've got the early points as well, 25 and counting here. But you can see that map control might very shortly be changed.
Soulslight trying to go in, but he's in a 1v2 scenario, and he's even taking team nades, but it's not going to matter. 3 players collapsing in. They take back the blue base, but there's nobody defending tower right now, so that's going to be open for business to go in and get that tower and ultimately catwalk control. They need to rotate quick, either over towards Red Nest or stop catwalk. Renegade is the one defending.
Tower open for business, basically, like you said. Anyway, can they do anything with it, though? Somehow, KCP, they've been holding on to quite a dominant lead since the start of the game here, and this is the opportunity to maintain it because the rockets are up. The OS just popped, and nobody got it. Massive slays at a Druck as well to just melt Renegade, and that gives them the OS and the camo yet again. So KCP, everything is working out for this team right now. They just need to hold it.
You know, I'm going to apologize to KCP. I'm not sure if anybody is listening to me right now. You know, I said they're a good Stronghold team, but I questioned them going against the likes of business, and I shouldn't have. I should have put some respect on their names because they're that good at Strongholds, and it doesn't even matter what the competition is. 47-2 going in favor of the Kansas City Pioneers, and as you see on Soulslice's screen, he ain't slowing down.
Definitely isn't. Everything looking good, like you said. So far, so good. But, man, I have had my heart broken too many times in Eden Strongholds, Tony. I'm just waiting for the moment the blue team gets the OS and camo, because if they do, we might see a very different game. And right now, as I say it, you got Renegade up on top cat. It's going to be a Nest and top catwalk control, and the kill onto CC just to add insult to injury.
So that was a momentary 3 down for KCP, and Business taking full advantage, getting a trip cap because of it, and finally putting some good points on the board. Now KCP playing with their backs against the wall, and we're gonna see what they're truly made of. Talik actually having someone in their sights, actually having 2 players have to fend off 2, and I'm not good at math, but I know 1v2 is not a good equation for Mr. Talik.
That's a terrible equation. You don't want it. Want none of it, Tony. But it looks like somehow he manages to weasel his way out of that situation, only to die shortly later. Truck, in the meantime, did he... Oh, I thought he stuck somebody across the map. The hit marker is throwing me off. Either way, we're going to achieve 60 points. And counting here as we have yet another trip cap. So beautiful plays out of KCP. Bounce somehow. I don't even know how he got that 5, but he got it, apparently. But, man, as we say this, look at this. The OS and the camo about to pop. So this is it. This is make or break. I think if KCP win this next OS camo pull, they might win this game.
Renegade with the rockets in hand. There's a player right in his sights. Going to have to trade off kills, but a second player for KCP is going to go down. Overshield in the hands of Soul Snipe and Camouflage in the hands of Talik. Just said it. If they're able to get both, that might just be it. The Camouflage goes down, but Overshield still in full effect in the hands of Mr. Soul Snipe.
KCP managed to grab it, so that's obviously a plus, but they neutralized camo very quickly. So they're doing everything they can to make sure they don't get any mileage off of it. That's it for OS. So camo OS out of the picture, but 78 points. These boys are bleeding on red here, or on blue. And Renegade knows it. He's sitting in blue bend. He does manage to get the cap. You can see multiple up on red side. And Renegade, what an angle. Can he get there in time? He'll dive the nest, not quite the timing he wanted, and he didn't get the kill either. KCP, another opportunity.
Beautiful double kill coming out of Talik, staying alive, holding down tower at the moment, and things are looking very good. They were 14 seconds away from taking this game and tying it up. You said you wanted to see a game 3, and Alex, you might just see that.
We might just see it. It's looking good. I mean, down to the final 10 points here. We'd have to see perfect Halo out of blue. Not too many opportunities to make that happen. He does drop the stick before he dies. Doesn't connect. Druck does connect, though. Nice series of shots out of him. He'll die shortly after with 93 points here. Can they do anything? A trade coming in. KCP. These trades are beautiful. It just slows down their pressure, slows down any opportunity to bring this back. That's a GG. That is a GG, Tony. There's no chance for Business to come back in this one. KCP, they woke up.
Business needed that catwalk, and they actually had 2 players up there, and I was thinking that maybe KCP were going to out-rotate him and go towards outside blue, and instead Talik putting on the big energy, sliding out there and getting a beautiful double kill in mid-air. A beautiful plays coming out of Talik. That's going to be a win. We got a game number 3, Shyway.
And the boys in blue, when I look at those accuracy stats, they are beaming, dude, nonstop. We're seeing like 60 plus out of them, but the damage and the points, the objective efficiency is what counts most. And like you said, we're going to see a game 3. KCP, they pulled it together. They had all the control, right? It comes down to, I mean, it's Halo. In the end of the day, it comes down to power weapon, power up control, and they had it throughout the game, especially the OS, the camo. We saw some signs of life in the end from blue team as they burned both of them very quickly, but the damage had been done and they couldn't pull it back. Now we get the Slayer that you were waiting for, Tony. So if your prediction was correct, you said you would have rather seen Slayer. I mean, KCP in a good spot coming into this one, that's for sure.
I think if there's any chink in that armor, we saw Team Business actually lose a Slayer earlier. It was before the stream started, but they lost against, it was Vemzy, Menus, and I can't remember the entire roster along with Critty in them. And it was they played well. They ended up losing 50-48, I believe it was. So that to me shows a little chink in the armor, shows a little bit of weakness, and I think KCP see that wound. Now they need to put their thumb on there, put the pressure, and open it up. They need to come out with this win. And let me tell you, if they end up in the little graphic there, if they end up in the grand finals against this God squad, that would be crazy.
You're getting graphic. My sick mind, you're thinking like thumb on the wound. I'm like, they just got to stab the guy. Just go. You know, just make him bleed, man. I don't know what I'm saying, man. That was dark. Either way, like it's true though. It's true. You know, metaphorically speaking, they gotta hammer. Well, they still got the chance. They got to put the pressure on and showcase that they're the better team here, because you know that Bound and Business, they're not going to let that happen.
And looks like Bound putting some good shots, staying elevated and getting the shots toward the bottom of the map, tied up at 2 apiece. Bound ends up getting the second player as well. That was going to be Drunk. And we have a little bit of a lead going in favor of Business, but it is still early. Sniper and hands of Septify. Okay, show me what you can do, Jay.
What can this man put together? Got practically a full snipe, not connecting just yet. You know what? Not much, because the flank came in and a back smack at Italic, but hot potato, the snipe goes in the hands of Frosty now. I've seen this man pull off many a plays. He'll sit back in bunker and play this tried and true. Just set up and dominate.
I'm ready to see some crazy plays. I want to see the montage. So we did the top 10 clips of the previous season, and it was incredible. I think we might see another top clip right here. Is Frosty holding down top tower, Bound getting a double kill off the screen, and their influence then spawns over towards bottom nest momentarily.
Tony with the top 10 clips, and then 1 through 5 are Frosty, because the man just is a clip machine, dude. He's a walking montage. He's got 4 shots still, so still an opportunity here. Just trying to find the right angle, the right timing, though, right? He's bumping into Bounds, so a bit of a traffic jam in the long haul here, but still he's successfully rotated snipe, and as he's done it, you can see the advantage in points here, 13-5. Inside map control, definitely, you know, what you want to see for KCP. If they can hold on to that, they got the camo advantage. But Frosty, you know, the moment he gets a whiff, he's going to attack. He just hasn't gotten it yet.
And mind you, the power-up should be coming up very soon here. That camouflage as the slay comes in on Frosty, but he's able to get the kill. Talik trying to get over towards top tower, but they catch a little sniper in the booty right there. Staying alive, 1 shot currently on tower side. There is a player over towards engine 2, so I like the positioning coming out of KCP, but the scoreboard is not on their side.
Frosty's so patient with this thing. There we go. Finally, just waiting for the man to connect on a head. He doesn't hit the no-scope, but the timing is flawless. My God. They had inside map control that entire, 2-minute span, and Frosty just waited for his moment, and man, did he ever get the moment. He now has the camo to replace the lost sniper. We got spawners that might split over to bunkers, so he's just sitting in a middle position. Actually, Septify likely, he didn't block it, so Frosty, he's ready. And this is where the deficit comes in, man. They're bleeding, 24-10.
This is not looking good, and it's just, we're kind of in trouble of getting staked if it ends up going this way, because again, when it rains, it pours. Frosty takes down Druk. Super CC off the screen, able to get the flank on Renegade. There was some split spawns. We have 2 players who were able to sneak in over towards engine 2, but Frosty still has that camo, and he is so elusive.
Man is deadly. They can't find him, they can't see him, they can't stop him. It's just, oh no. And then just to add to it, look at this. Renegade just preying on the unfortunate KCP players below. He'll get 2 shots in. They do clean him up. That snipe will sit in Whitehall. In Talik, can you do something, my man? Can you connect something? Can they pull it back, Tony? Do they have a shot?
Sniper still in the hands of Talik, waiting for a player to click on, ends up going for a quick no-scope, but then automatically whips out his pistol, waiting for the slays to come in. That player actually flying over towards tower. It was Renegade going right at Super CC. Talik has an engagement of his own. It's going to be Septify, but he's winning that health battle, and Renegade not able to get back on the map.
Renegade had an engagement with the monster below. What's under there? There's just a pit, right? My guy just falls off the map. Either way, they're going to have to fall off the map quite a few more times if KCP wants to come back in this one, because you can see quite a deficit. Talik, man, connected. Can he get the Magnum, though? The easy part he couldn't do, and he overextended for it, ends up dying in the process. Frosty, he's in a bit of a jungle gym battle, but he'll get himself the kill, and camo about to come up here, so this is where you need to see the inside map control. You can see Bound wants a piece of that camo, but CC whipping every snipe bullet. You know, when they take the magnetism off the snipe and infinite, that stuff ain't gonna get any easier, so you gotta hit those.
That you do, and Soul Snipe knows how to hit his shots as he takes down Septify. Another player trying to go in for the cleanup, but Soul Snipe is evading the damage, but it looks like he is going to be hunted down. That's Bound, who is on the prowl and puts him down. We have an 11-kill lead going in favor of Team Business.
Slow and steady out of business, but it's not looking too rough for him. It's looking pretty easy peasy. I gotta say, Frosty with another camo on the body gets a clean melee onto Druk, and just gonna jiggle peek his way into this fight. Keep CC as weak as possible. That's a spree for Frosty. Spawners up in bunker. Look at the pre-nades into tower already, but they've seen him. And can he sneak his way up to top tower? Yes, he can, of course. Nice little spring jump out of him. That's a confused Druck down for the count. Shoddy in the hands of Frosty, who can't find that last player. But at this point, it doesn't matter, dude. I think it's over.
I'm not sure how that player ended up getting the back smack on Frosty despite him having the camo, but like you said, it's only a matter of time here. They're currently down by 13 kills, and oh my gosh, flying out there. Renegade putting the Shoddy to the body off a screen, taking down Soul Snipe. Septify gonna win his gunfight against Super CC, and we're back on board here with Jay, who already has a sight on the enemy spawners.
The pressure, the spawn awareness, everything is A tier here. S tier, what am I saying here? Just a cut above, Tony. 48 and counting. Renegade, what a double out of him. Gonna slide in for the triple, but it will be denied. And Frosty with the most patient 5 I've ever seen to close that out. 50 to 36. The boys on business. They're moving on to grand finals.
They're guaranteed a top 2 spots. They're going to get themselves a little bit of a paycheck here. I saw a little bit of the stats there. Frosty, 18 and 5 with a triple kill, 60.3 accuracy, and a 14.6 KDA. The man's going off.
The whole team going off. I think that this has to be the most consistent high accuracy stat I think I've seen for a team. It's like everybody's over 60 almost every single game. Just ridiculous, the talent out of these players, and especially against KCP, who we know have been playing incredible today. KCP were destroying everyone, and then all of a sudden, they hit a brick wall. They did manage to bring it to a game 3, so we did get ourselves a series, Tony, and I hope we get plenty more series coming up, because we have a bit of a hidden boss in the mix on the loser's side, right? We still got that Ola team, and I'm sure that team is yet to wake up and dominate. So plenty more to come up here as we jump into losers. Before we get there, Yeso going to break it all down.
Business win 2-1 and move on to our grand finals, and KCP will be the final boss of the losers bracket here today. We finally get a series that delivers and goes the distance as we get a full 3 games for Business and KCP, and I'm not surprised. These are 2 very strong squads as we take a look at our stats from our winners finals matchup. We will be going down to the losers bracket here momentarily, but before that, let's take a look through what we saw in this series. Game number 1, a 3-0 win on Truth. Capture the flag to kick things off. Let's go to the Slayer stats for this map, and it was Bound leading the way. 23 kills and 9 assists to his name, and a perfect kill as well. Not too shabby there. Everybody at 15 or more, and it's interesting. You know a team is strong when you can be this dominant in a game, even if you're, theoretically best player in Frosty is the one bottom fragging. Still 15 kills and 16 assists, leading in the assist department as well. So still a phenomenal game there from Frosty, but crazy to think that you can have him bringing out the least amount of kills and still look so damn strong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Soul Snipe led the way. 20 kills for him along with 9 assists. 2 players, Talik and Druck, both with 17 assists apiece in that first game, but it was the 3-0 win in Capture the Flag. We'll take a peek at our last bit of stats here for the first map as we head over to those accuracy numbers. And look at that. 2 players at 65% or better, both Septify and Renegade, hitting their shots consistently. But there it is. Look, Frosty leading the way in the damage. Least kills, but the most damage on the team, just short of 3,400 there. Meanwhile, on the other side, very consistent Soul Snipe, Talik, and Druck, all with solid damage numbers and even a couple of good KDAs over there. 12.0 though for Bound leads the entire game, and that gave Business the 1-0 lead. And we head into the second map of the series. It was Strongholds on Eden, and this is where KCP came back, and in dominant fashion, they took an early lead and never looked back. They finished this game 100-21. As we take a peek now at the Slayer stats from this one, we'll jump over to those. And look, not incredible high kill numbers for Soul Snipe and Druck there, combining for just 17 kills between the two of them, but still solid assist numbers. Super CC led the way with 18 kills, but it really, KCP, when you get that lead and you control the game so well from start to finish, it isn't going to take you very long to grab the win, and it shows in those totals. Meanwhile, Renegade, Bound, and Frosty, all in the double digits in kills, tried to get their team the 2-0 victory, but it was not to be, and that meant we got a game number 3. Let's check out our final page of stats here for our second map as we close out the play on Eden. Not incredible accuracy numbers on the side of KCP, but it didn't matter. They got done what they needed to get done to force game number 3. Meanwhile, Septify leading the way, 62% accuracy. Great showing there. Super CC matching Bound's first game with a 12.0 KDA. So good look there for Super CC. And that meant it was tied. And we go to game number 3. And of course, we finish with some Slayer. We're playing on the rig. And Frosty, talked about how he didn't lead the way in terms of kills in the first game, but he did it here when it mattered most. 18 kills and 5 assists, and just 5 deaths in this final game. It's a 50-36 win. Things were looking a little close early, but Business pulls away late and grabbed the victory. Soul Snipes 13 kills, not enough to get his team the victory, and that means they will drop down to the losers bracket. Let's go to the accuracy numbers to check out our final bit of stats here for our first match, or our final match, on the winners side. This was winners finals. Frosty with that 14.6 KDA along with a 60.3% accuracy. Frosty just straight up hitting his shots today. Incredibly consistent. I am not surprised whatsoever. Septify with a 67.1% accuracy is extremely impressive as well. Just short of 2,000 damage there for Septify. And it's another game of Soul Snipe trying to lead the way for this KCP squad. Over 60% in the accuracy numbers. Solid damage at over 1,800, but it was not enough. I'm hoping we can get a rematch of this because, we get it in grand finals possibly. I think, this match could go either way. You get this 2-1 scoreline. The games were incredibly close at many different points, and we love to see that. It was a very fun match to watch, and I hope we get another shot to look at it later. So now KCP, as I mentioned, they are the final boss in that losers bracket. They will be waiting for the results of multiple losers matchups, but the best part is we don't have to wait. We've got our next match up on deck. We've got to whittle the remaining teams down to 2 for the losers finals matchup. So let's see what we've got next as we go back to Tony and Shyway.
Thank you, Yay. So the winners bracket has been decided, and it looks like Business is booming currently. Business going to sit in grand finals. In the meantime, let's hop into the lower bracket and see what's happening over there. We've got Fire and Ice going up against the team that I said was the hidden boss, Tony. It's insert team name here. It's Penguin, it's Ola, it's Trippy, and Boo Boo. Just a GOAT squad, and a bit of a lesser performance than we would have hoped in the first series. Of course, they went up against Business. But since then, I guarantee they've been plowing through loser's side, and this is not a slouch of a team to go up against.
It absolutely is not. I mean, you have Penguin, you have Trippy, you have Boo Boo, who have been wreaking havoc across Halo 5, even through its down years, if you will. And then also the return of Pistola, easily a top 3 player across anybody's list, as we're talking about these top 25 lists going to HCS of all time. I'm so happy to see him back. I love watching the Wizard and him do his thing.
Yeah, it's just so deserving of one of those top spots. The man's been around for so long and just maintained his level of play for so long. And I really don't think he's done yet. I think we're going to see a lot more surprises from this man and from his team as we get into Infinite Esports. But of course, this is the grind. This is the final season, the final grind to get there. And so far, so good in this first event, Tony. This has been exciting. I can't wait to see if they've regained any kind of energy off of that first series. Because I think this series is going to be a perfect tell of where this team sits, insert team name, where they sit going into the finals.
Every team has had to play against a Latin American juggernaut team, and it looks like insert team name here is no different. They'll have to be going up against Fire and Ice, which I believe actually went up against business earlier. So if you want to make it to the finals, you're the guardians, if you will. The guardians of the finals is going to be a Latin American juggernaut, which is Fire and Ice. And on the other side of losers round 7 is the same thing, PK, just waiting to find out who's going to be their next matchup.
So many good series to come up here, Tony. This is it's a good day to be a Halo fan. Good day to watch some sweaty Halo. Good to just have this stuff back on the circuit. Esports Arena, you know, popping off, giving us a real show. What we've been hoping to see. And by the way, Tony, this is round 7 of lower bracket. So I do have our maps. We got Strongholds on Plaza coming up. We got Slayer on Truth. And if we get there, we got CTF Coliseum. But Strongholds Plaza, we've seen this once today. Definitely an exciting one. What do you think for this map? What are you hoping to see off the rip?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, I would say you want to control, but you want to control nest and you want to control basement. I mean, that's going to be your bread and butter strat. You want to force those spawns over towards blue and make them have to rotate. When you're spawning blue, it's not going to be good. It's a long rotation to make your way out of blue into yard. Take yard and then try to get that LR green control so you can advance either towards nest or go towards bottom mid if the timing affords you. It's very tricky. Another one of those snowbally game types that's momentum driven, and we're going to find out which team can come on top, starting on board here with the Wizard.
I do like that strat, Tony, though I will say, in a perfect world, you'd have all 4 members trapped in the bottom of the lift spawn with a trip cap and a camo and shoddy and all the weapons in the hands of the red team, but that's highly unlikely. So instead, let's see what we get here. We got Ola, of course, bottom mid, who's going to have to jump out in just a second, but for now, he's playing some defense.
That he is staying alive, being as crafty as everybody is going to be spotted and taken down thanks to the shotgun coming out of Bullet. Bullet, there we go. Speaking of him, let's hop on board as he still has that shoddy going for bottom mid. Doesn't have his teammates yet with them, but his teammates are coming over towards LR. The Slays are coming in. Penguin takes out running. Might have just made his teammate right there. Bullet takes down Penguin, but he is going to go down.
I see why he calls himself Bullet and not Nade, because that Nade was not ideal, and it just kind of sped up all 4 players on the spawn screen. We got a trip cap on the side of insert team name as well. We got Boo Boo Doo Boo, who can't hit a single spring jump, but it won't matter in Infinite because unfortunately they took it out of the damn game, dude. I'm not happy about that, but Boo Boo might be, because it looks like spring jumps are troublesome at the moment.
Might have to watch one of your YouTube videos to get on board with that one. It's a 21-0 lead going in favor of Team Insert Name here. Boo Boo Doo staying alive over towards top. Gold backs down to stay to keep his life. Zane over on LR. So now we have a little 1-2 combo. Can they rock the bait and switch on Bullet?
Ooh, I love that movement out of Boo Boo. He does the damage he needs to. Couldn't finish the kill. So a nice quick little thrust out the glass to get that cover. And he's now holding on to a nice little vantage point. Pressure in bottom mid, though, doesn't alert himself to it immediately. Trippy on the feed, though. Look at that. 2 shoddy kills. Boo Boo with a nice little slide launch into bottom mid. Gets the reset. Teammates on blue, or opponents on blue, going to try to get out of a bad situation here, but the situation getting worse. You can see that map control very quickly flip it over to insert team name, and soon the camo will as well.
And Fire and Ice haven't been able to put a single point on board here, and with the spike going 2 down, and Boo Boo catches a stray nade coming from Bullet. He might have to change his name now. The nades are getting better and better. Ola takes down Noble off the screen, ends up getting the double kill. Penguin getting into the face of his opponents, winning his gunfight against Pilu, and trying to stay alive, but sadly he is going to be eliminated and removed from the map.
The Penguin just sliding right into the posters there, getting himself a nice kill and control in turn. Noble hopping out of yard. I don't know. I think they need some resources in these caps because that was dangerously close. Speaking of slipping and sliding around, you had Penguin dive right back into yard, but they did manage to cap it. But really, all it's just doing is slowing their demise here, Tony. It's not looking good for this blue team. They need points, and maybe it'll start with Nest.
Big Poppy was able to take down Trippy off the screen. Pelu goes after Penguin, and we're seeing 2 caps going in favor of Fire and Ice. And it looks like they're going for the trip over towards bottom mid and almost able to do it, but he didn't have the help running, staying alive over towards S4. Pelu's a little bit late going towards Blue Truck. They were so close to taking bottom mid.
Running gave it all just to get that kill on the Boo Boo. Bit unfortunate. Had he stayed up and kind of jumped out, thrusted back in, like stayed up on Nest, maybe he would have been in a better vantage point, but unfortunately doesn't lose his life before the trade. Didn't hurt him too bad just yet, though. They do have bottom mid still captured. So a couple points on their side, but Bullet head on a swivel. Man's got to turn around, get a kill, and die in just a matter of seconds there. And it looks like that pressure is going to keep up as Penguin gets himself another.
And that was another 3 down for Fire and Ice. It's going to be hard for them to mount a comeback if they can't stay alive here on the map. Luckily, Noble takes down Trippy. Hello goes after Pistola. Penguin trying to get the shotgun kill, not able to do so. And the turntables have been turntabled, and Fire and Ice have a little bit of control here.
These tables are turning, Tony. I don't know. They're not turning fast enough, though. Blue team, I mean, despite the attempts to turn the tables, they have been thwarted at every chance here. Because that camo's in the hands of Penguin, who's going to drop down to bottom mid. He'll get the time in the bottom mid. Well, he does that. And a trip cap on the board yet again. Is that a GG, Tony? What do you think?
It's so tough to beat a professional team on Strong. It's not tough to beat one, period, but it's specifically on Strongholds, because not only do you have to get the slaves, but you have to be moving as fast as possible to capture the objectives at the same time. It's near impossible to do against the caliber of insert team name here. Boo Dooble getting control of top glass. The spawns going towards bottom nest. Can they take advantage of the trap here?
And this is the perfect Halo scenario we talked about. Everyone spawning in lift, just trapped, trip cap on the board. Penguin with the camo, right? They got perfect Halo right here. They're screwed. And that's it. There's no way they make this comeback. Sure, they cap nest, but they're stuck in a bad spot. Both of these captures still under control, and there's no chance that in these final seconds they're going to turn this around unless they somehow do. No, it's not going to happen. There we go. 100-11 to close out our game one in dominant fashion. Insert team name here. It looks like they're playing just as well as we'd hoped, Tony.
Making this losers bracket quarterfinals look or look almost like a pubs game, if you will. Trippy dropping 2,168 damage while shooting a 54.4 accuracy. Trippy was on top of the leaderboard, and rightfully so. He was all over the map. Every time I was looking on the kill feed, he was there.
Yeah, he was on the feed a lot. We didn't actually see him too much in our POVs, but the shotgun, right? Trippy shotgun control. I'm sure he's got plenty of kills with that weapon, because I saw it just pop up doubles, triples, back to back. Penguin, I believe, multiple camos out of him. Just ultimate control over these resources and over the map itself. And spawn awareness, spawn knowledge, right? They're so quick to know, okay, it's a yard spawn. Let's get the collapse on yellow. Let's come through glass side and lock them into yard. A nest spawn, all right, we're up on dip. We're up on light rifle. We're just, shoot them from both sides as they try to break out. Not looking good for Fire and Ice. And I'm not sure if it's going to get better, unfortunately, Tony. But the next game in the series is Slayer Truth. And Slayers can go either way. We've seen Slayers go, any which way. They've been pretty wild today. Fire and Ice almost clutched up a Slayer on Regret earlier today up against the top team today, up against Business. So maybe they got a shot. What do you think?
Yeah, they were able to put in work on Team Business, who are currently waiting in the grand finals. And on top of that, I mean, we saw at least 2 occasions where they were able to put team name 3 down on 2 different occasions. So and showing a little bit of slaying ability. Obviously, the rest of the game was going heavily in favor of the gentleman in red. But Slayer's a different animal. If they can slow things down and play at their pace, as opposed to letting their opponents control the flow of the game, anything can happen. I'm a believer in Fire and Ice. I've seen them do some magical things before. Force that game 3. Let's make things interesting here.
Well said, Tony. I like that. However, when it comes to Magic, I mean, who beats the Wizard when it comes to Magic, though, right? If it's a battle of Magic, I got to give it to the Wizard, Tony. Unfortunately, so the use of the word magical, I don't agree with, but everything else I like. Either way, this is going to be a hell of a match. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's a close one. We're going to see it in just a second. Typically, and I mean more so with Regret than on Truth, but these opening strats, they count in a big way, right? We got the camo. We got the combo up on top mid. There's a tac mag on bottom. Not too much to work with, but what's there matters quite a lot, right? You want that combo. You want that camo off the rip.
100%. And normally with Flag, you want to control that P side of the map for the most part. Very rarely you're going to see car side pull unless you happen to be coming off a spawn and overextending and keeping
Slayer.
that car bubble control. But on Truth, it's going to be a little bit different. I think Truth Slayer, you can control car side. You don't have to sit P like you are going to do on Capture the Flag. I think you really control the bubbles and control the map. So I want to see what side of the map both of these teams pulls. Not just CTF. We have to control P. You can easily flip it on your opponents.
You could, though pink side is better, right? Like it's a better angle, I would say. Car is more open with less kind of defense, and the bubbles are easy nade traps for your opponent. So if you got opponents spawning in the bubbles, you toss the nades in, you get the early damage. So ideally, you'd want to flip the map. You want to be on pink to blue to red, or spawn them in a base, because spawning in a base also sucks. But we'll see what they elect to do here, and we'll see if Fire and Ice can keep up.
And looks like they are trying to rotate over toward the P side, but Trippy ends up taking down Pelu. Running, getting right behind enemy lines, though. Does get the flank off, has another player in front of him, puts a couple of shots, and Smarty's gonna back down. Poppy is over on the car side, and he does have a teammate with him who's might be advancing towards top mid. Full control might end up going in the hands of Fire and Ice, who currently hold a 2-kill lead.
Good start out of the boys in blue, that's for sure, Tony. We got a nice 5 out of Running there, just to stop Boo Boo in his tracks. And Running seems to be aware of the potential of a spawn flip here, but might want to help out his teammates instead. He'll try to dive in. He does get the nice cleanup on the Penguin. 2 players going to replace him in red base here. Running with the nades, Bullet with the pickup onto a kill. Trade comes through, and Running, can he pick it up on the Boo Boo? He does. That's what you want to see. That's a spree for the man.
And Running doing a great job of putting down maximum damage and staying alive. They were able to take him down, but he did do a great amount of damage and was very effective on the map, as Bullet throwing some excellent denial nades over towards top P. Has a couple players in front of us. It's only a matter of time before he gets hunted down. Trippy's aware of it and ends up eliminating him.
Yeah, here's the bait and switching comes in from red team. You can see Penguin down low. He's got his teammate up above, and 3 down on the feed. Just a hot second there. Penguin gonna try to catch a spawner. It looks like he got caught off guard as well. He'll opt to go under red base. Camo about to pop up as well. We'll see who has pink side control. And I wouldn't be surprised if its team name is Penguin. He takes the attention of 3 players there, and honestly, that might be the delay that they need to get that camo.
And we did see the lead actually shift over towards insert team name here. Ola putting some good shots down, taking down Running. Boo Boo Doo Boo getting a big slay off the screen. There's 2 players trying to make their way into blue base. They're trying to control a base before they can push out, but Boo Boo Doo Boo being an absolute nuisance and winning his battle thanks to the help coming from Ola, who's not done. Put some shots over the player on courtyard. Trippy ends up getting a double kill off the screen. Beautiful teamwork coming out of insert team name here.
Yeah, but I might have to take it back. That was a magical nade that we saw out of that player on Fire and Ice to kill Ola, just banking it out through the pink door, and it somehow grabbed him as he jumped out of the way of it. But you know, either way, that might not be enough, because there's a spree on the side of Boo Boo, who doesn't get himself that kill, but still the advantage for them is Bullet tries to break out of red. Good luck though. Just gonna eat a wall of bullets himself, I guess, from Penguin.
And Penguin also taking down Running, going after Nova, putting some good shots and staying alive and just playing excellent Halo, allowing his teammate to come in for the cleanup, who was Trippy. Trippy ends up getting a double kill off a screen. We need to hop on board with Trippy when we get the chance, because this man is going off all series long, and I want to start seeing his point of view as another 3 down here. Here we guys, we're actually going to switch on board with them. And yay, so stop eating the pizza, because this game's going to be over soon. Put the pizza down. You're going to have to get ready to go over some stats.
Yeah, man's got to swallow, chew and swallow, and then get ready for these stats. This game's about to be over, like Tony said. Trippy, we got to see just a brief moment of him. He's been the king of the kill feed so far. But for now, we'll watch the struggle that is a 10-11, make it 12 kill deficit on the side of blue. And Running, just going to try to hold it down from the bubble here. Nice shots out of him, but actually nicer shots than Trippy. Nice little reversal.
Currently down by 11 kills. There is still a little bit of time for Fire and Ice to mount a comeback here. Great slay, working a 1-2 combo, but sadly he is going to be taken down. Trippy winning that gunfight on board with Penguin, who sneaks behind Pelu, catches him with his pants down. More shots going down, and Ola somehow staying alive over towards bottom P and going to go towards the B tower.
9 kills left to go. Ola gonna thrust backwards real quick. 3 nades blew up right in front of him, so good decision to not continue to move forward there. Trippy does have the camo. Good time to have this man on our POV. He could close out the game here. He's got the map control. We got a trade on the board. All trades, of course, in the favor of red. Trippy, look at this sneaky play out of him. Should be able to clean up one. Actually, making it very difficult. Bullet does die. He's got the combo just to make it easy for him. Look at this. Drawing all the attention to himself, too. That's a double for him. And 5 kills left to close it. You know, I got to say it, it's over.
Trippy has been going off all series long. This is, let me tell you, if they come out of the losers bracket and are able to make it into the grand final, it's going to be on the backs of this young man right here. Joey is absolutely ripping apart the enemy, the opposition, if you will, and that's going to be the 50th kill. Penguin takes out Bullet. They're going to be advancing forward to your losers bracket semifinals.
Trippy shot definitely looking surgical, Tony. I got to say, there's so much patience behind it, right? Like he shoots only as fast as he ever needs to ensure that each bullet hits. Like I think a perfect example was that player that was trying to escape him in the end on Pink Door. He was just thrust sliding out. Trippy knew he had just enough time to pace himself in the last shot, make sure he hits that 5. And it's little moments like that that I think separate the better players from the weaker players. Under pressure, they slow themselves down. They have the patience necessary to line everything up, to shoot the laser beams. He also has a new scuff controller as well, apparently, Tony. Their whole team got the new scuff. What is it? Is it the Instinct? No, is it the Instinct? I don't know. It looks pretty badass.
Yeah, the Scuff Instinct. And
Scuff
it has those smart triggers where instead of like, I guess if you click on a trigger down all the way, it like automatically just like clicks in without, you have to, it's insane. I saw Royal 2 talking about it. I was like, wait a minute. So how fast can you shoot with this thing? He's like, bro, I can shoot fast.
Yeah. So by the way, type in hashtag code Tony for 5% off your next scuff purchase. Anyway, we're gonna throw it to Yeso though. He's gonna break down the stats in that series we just witnessed.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Insert team name here. Keep their hopes alive today, and sadly Fire and Ice finish just inside of the top 6. Their day is done, but we obviously thank them for coming out today. Always love getting to watch that squad. I know Fire and Ice is one of kind of a fan favorite for Tony. He loves getting to watch them every single week, and it always makes me happy when we get to see them come out and compete. Tough test there against insert team name here, who grabs the 2-0 win, as we check out our stats from that last matchup. And we're getting down to it here, folks. Just inside the top 6 now as we kick things off on Strongholds on Plaza for the first map here, and a strong performance from insert team name here. Fire and Ice really never got a foothold in this one, and that shows with the 100-11 scoreline as we jump over to the Slayer stats for this first game. And just a tough one for Fire and Ice. Nobody even getting into the double digits in kills. Meanwhile, 12 for Pistola, 12 for Penguin, 11 there for Trippy, and 10 assists on top of that for Trippy, who also had a fantastic game number 2. We saw that killing spree from him. We'll talk about that here in a few moments, but let's check out the last bit of stats for the first game here. Strongholds was just dominant, and it really just set the tone for this series. 61.5% there for Boo Boo Doo Boo, hitting his shots for sure. And look at multiple players, 7.3 KDA, 7.0, 6.6 as it's dominant from insert team name here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bullet looking all right, 2.3 KDA, below 50% though in the accuracy numbers, as Noble the only one able to eclipse that 50% mark. And that set up as we go to game number 2. And let's talk about that one. It was Slayer. We went over to Truth, and it was Trippy leading the way. 16 kills, 8 assists, and 8 deaths. That's a stellar game there from Trippy. We got to watch that crazy killing spree working with the camo. He had the pistols, and just doing such good work. They're playing around that stealth, and Trippy just looking very impressive. He's going to have to be a big performer here, as things are only going to get harder as the tournament winds down. We mentioned KCP waiting in losers finals, and Business obviously in grands, and Business pretty handily beat insert team name here to start off our broadcast. So it's not going to be an easy path to a first place finish for the boys on insert team name here, but they had a dominant performance here against Fire and Ice. Let's go to the next page. We'll actually go to the final page here. Just check out those final accuracy numbers here, as insert team name here closed out a strong win. 10.6 KDA, 62% accuracy. No surprise there from Trippy, hitting his shots consistently. Didn't lead the team in damage, as that title in fact goes over to Boo Boo Doo Boo, but still a great performance there. And running, trying to get the team going. 2.3 KDA. Wasn't as accurate. Bullet was hitting his shots very consistently and nearly hit the 2,000 damage mark, but it wasn't enough. So Fire and Ice drop today. They finish in 5th to 6th place. And I mean, hey, for the first week coming back to Microsoft Sundays after a bit of an extended break for us here at Esports Arena, that is something to build off of. Fire and Ice, this is a squad I really enjoy watching on a consistent basis. I think they are very talented, and there's still a lot of growth and room for this team to learn and excel. So I'm excited to see Fire and Ice back. I hope they continue to show up on Sundays because I think this is a squad that can be a dark horse threat to finish top 3, top 2, even win here on a Microsoft Sunday. It's going to be a tough test when you've got the likes of Business, insert team name here, KCP, PK coming out. Those are a lot of tough teams you're going to have to get through, but I think Fire and Ice has the talent, so I hope we see more from them in the future. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we come back, we're getting down to it, folks. We've got losers, quarterfinals, and semis on the other side of this break as we get close to the finish of our first Microsoft Sunday back this fall. We'll see you in a few.
And we're back. Our Esports Arena Microsoft Sunday continues. We are hot in the middle of our losers bracket. It is round 8, I believe. We're about to see another high-level match here, Tony. We've got PK, who we know a top LATAM team. They're going up against a team I haven't heard of today just yet. Dark Storm. We'll see who they are in just a second, but they sound deadly. We'll see. PK, definitely no slouch, though.
And I know I'm not sure exactly what the full Dark Storm roster is, but I know it's captained by Latin American free-for-all player Luffy. So we might have two Latin American rosters going at it for the right to make it into the top 4 your losers bracket semifinals.
Now, the unfortunate thing here for Darkstorm is PK, they're kind of the gods of the LATAM community right now. This would be probably the most difficult. I mean, they're probably used to it, though, right? They probably got a lot of reps playing against PK, but they also know the threat that they are coming into this series. So we'll see if Darkstorm are playing well today. Of course, they must be playing pretty well to get as far as they've gotten, but PK, a different story. And PK are hungry, especially after their performance in that series we saw with KCP. Not looking good for them. They're looking rough against KCP. So hopefully they've woken up. Hopefully they've regained, because they're going to need to in loser side. Tony, I've got our 3 maps and game types here as well. We've got Truth CTF to kick it off. We got Slayer on the ring and Strongholds Empire. I lied. It is round 7, and this is Strongholds Plaza.
And it looks like they may be under a new name, but we're seeing some old players here. We actually have Rorsch, Sepstars, and I believe the Mr. Hell Yeah HCS is actually Guardian Flies. So this is a roster that we've seen many times in different increments, you know. But the core 3 is here and just under a new name.
What a name, dude. Hell yeah, HCS. This man's hype. He's ready for Infinite HCS. Hopefully he's got the gameplay to back it, but I dig it. Either way, they're getting rocked like flies by Drift here. He's got himself a double, a triple, and almost an overkill, but nice attempt out of him.
This man's really styling on him, getting a triple here in the losers bracket quarterfinals. I'm loving it. Atso off the screen, taking down Luffy. Tapping Buns, getting a big kill as well. That's going to be another 3 down for Darkstorm. They're going to have to play their lives a little bit better if they want to come back, because, man, the scoreboard is not looking very pretty for the boys in blue.
Definitely isn't. We're about to hit 30 points here, and nice control coming out of tapping up on S4. And my God, hell yeah, you got to turn your reticle, my dude. He just got burned on the side of the head there. And tapping, no need to move, right? You can just stay right up in here, hold the high ground to keep these boys trapped in Cafe as they make a mad dash over to Yard to try to get something on the board here.
This is crazy. I mean, I'm worried about a player Goose. I don't even know if every player on Darkstorm currently has kills at the moment. This is getting bad as Rush is able to take down Tapping Buns and getting behind enemy lines in Yard, putting down the damage, but not able to take down that player. Luckily, Mr. Hell Yeah comes in, cleans up Gambino, and Sepstars was able to take down Drift.
All right, here we go. Sepstars with a kill. He's broken at a Yard. He's got a nice vantage point. We got spawners up on that side, but look at that. Look at this sneaky play. The man cannot breathe. The moment you think Sepstars has an opportunity to get some damage in, to do something, you got a player right behind him just to shut him down. And man, speaking of shutdowns, Gambino not letting him breathe.
Gambino staying alive and making his way over towards blue base, but he is going to get into an engagement, puts down the shots, plays the pull, gets the melee kill on Luffy. That's going to be a big pivotal battle, and now they're in a 3v4 as a second player also going to go down, and that's another 3 down for Darkstorm. Hey, tell me if I sound like a broken record, but Darkstorm is consistently going 3 down.
They got a date with the spawn screen, that's for sure, Tony. They spent more than half the game on it, and it might stay that way. We're about to see a trip cap here. Atso going to hold it down. He's got quite a nuisance of a combo as well. The bolt. Wait, no, I was going to say bolt shot. He's got the shotgun. He just upgraded, and he's about to put the damage in with it too. He doesn't get the double, but the damage is done. That's for sure. We might see a 100-0 at this rate, Tony.
I mean, luckily for Darkstorm, they did get a decent split spawn there. Not that they're able to do much with it, as Gambino and Drift getting back-to-back kills off a screen. Gambino takes down Mr. Guardian. Trip cap still in full effect as another player is going down, and this is not good. This is not good at all.
It ain't good. It ain't looking good. Can they get 1 point? Can you give them 1 point? PK, they're mean, Tony. They're mean. They're not letting them breathe. They're not letting them spawn. They're stuck in cafe. Adso's got them stuck in the doorway. Sepstars did get a cheeky barrel kill, but it's not enough. It's not enough. 100-0, game one. PK, they're back. They're back with a vengeance.
If we were at the basketball courts, Darkstorm would have picked up their basketball and just left and said, I'm going home, it's my ball, and then it would have ended the whole thing because that was bad. PK were dominant to the point where Royce was only able to put 1 kill on the board. I think he went 1 in 10 that game. My gosh, if you guys want to learn how to play Strongholds Plaza, go watch the VOD. I'm sure it's going to be on YouTube as well. Take out your pens and pads and take some freaking notes.
Definitely some incredible spawn control right there. If you want to learn how not to play, then you can watch it from the other perspective. No, I'm kidding. These guys on the blue team, I'm sure we know they're very talented players. I've seen them all individually, incredible. But how recently was this team formed? Are they coordinating themselves well right now? Because they're going up against a well-oiled machine, right? PK, they know how to play together. They're not going to let these guys breathe. And they're also hungry. Hungry as hell. They got knocked down early on winner's side, and they want this bad. They want to come right back through losers. And they're showing it. They're showing it in spades, Tony. So based off of this, it's not looking pretty, but Truth Slayer is next. And what do you think? Is there a chance? Is there a hope still?
Well, I mean, I don't think that game one was indicative of Darkstorm's skill. I mean, they made it to the top 6, which is not easy to do in any tournament, especially not one of this caliber. $1,000 on the line. All the big boys come to play because they're all trying to get that paycheck. PK were just showing that how dominant they were in Strongholds Plaza. We don't know if this is going to carry over to Slayer. We don't know if it's going to carry over to CTF. I've been in games where I've been dominated in one objective, which happened to be our weaker side. Don't laugh at me. And it don't happen much. I get dominated in one objective, but then come back in the other one because that just wasn't my best game type.
That's fair. That's fair. So what you're saying is PK are only good at Plaza Strongholds and they suck at everything else. I hear you, Tony. You savage. All right. You gotta lay it on thick, don't you? No, you're right. Maybe that's one of their good maps. Maybe Truth isn't their good map. Maybe there's a hope. You know, maybe there's a hope for our blue team here. But the unfortunate thing is the hope is that it's not a good map for PK. That's not really the hope that you want. The hope is that, you know, it's just this map is a great map for the blue team. Either way, we're gonna find out in just a second. We don't need to stall. We can just watch it unfold.
And now we're going into Slayer, which, as we said multiple times, is a different beast. And it looks like the same old is happening as it's a 2-0 start for PK. Atso making his way over towards B-side, tapping buttons, taking down, hell yeah, off a screen. That player's gonna be by himself over towards bottom blue. Sepstars is going down. Horse gets over the top P and does get a kill.
Yeah, that's automatically become the best gamer tag the guy could have ever picked. Tony, every time, just hell yeah, I gotta hear you do it. You won't have too many opportunities to do it at this rate, so you might as well take advantage while you can.
Yeah, you may not win the series, but I mean, you definitely win the best name in the lobby right now, as Drift showing he's one of the best players and the best shots, cross-map shots over towards Car Bubble, trying to hunt this player down as being ever so elusive, and Sepstars has his back, so don't count Darkstorm out just yet, unless, you know, Drift is on PK, which he happens to be.
Yeah, Drift did him dirty. He'll back out to pink once again. Spawners up on red side. Drift gonna hold the shell and just lay in the bullets. Make that guy turn around and change his mind, that's for sure. Multiple up on top mid. They're stacking. They're gonna try to put the pressure on, but once again, he's gonna have to dip back. Drift just too strong with the turret here, and no. Oh, don't tell me, man. He almost reversaled a situation he had no business reversing.
Tied up in 9 apiece right now as Gambino actually caught in the open right there. Gonna have to back down towards the base to play his life, but he's taking damage from all sides. Luffy gonna drop down and clean him up. Still tied up at 10 apiece. Luffy going into a battle, and he does win it. Drift goes in for the cleanup on Luffy. Back and forward action. This is about as consistent as a seesaw at the moment.
At least it's tied, right? At least we got a nice close game here. Dark Storm. We'll see Druck later, but Dark Storm right now holding on to this game while it still stands here. Adso going to rotate over to pink. I don't think they've seen him yet. Maybe they hear him. He's below. You know, multiple up on red side. I think Adso hears this player. He does. He'll get the shots in. Should be able to clean this up nice and quick out of him. That's hell yeah down for the count. The camo back up once again. Can they get the pink up, though? Looks like it'll be a burn for that camo.
big kill by Sepstars, taking down Gambino, and that's the 3 down for PK. And notice the pause right there, allowing the enemy team to spawn up. But Sepstars, someone get this man some ammo. He finds it on the dead body. You always got to run over those dead bodies. Make sure you get that ammo. That was not a position that he wanted to be in, which might have cost them 20-17 lead, going in favor of the Seniors and Azul.
Definitely not where you want to be, but maybe a good sign for Sepstars that he's shot so many bullets that he's run out of ammo. Hopefully they were bullets that landed, but either way, I mean, Luffy's landed his bullets. He's got himself a spree and probably don't want to continue to take that fight or you might lose it. So he'll back out, stay in blue base here, and try to get the rotation through. Carr is alone right now, so I do like the decision to back up. He's lost 2, and they're about to receive quite a bit of pressure here.
And Luffy doing a really good job of staying alive right here. I'm really liking it, but finally they're able to hunt him down. That still finally takes down Luffy, one of the most crafty players in the game apparently, and we're back tied up at 22 apiece.
Hell yeah, just trying to do something, but he can't. He's getting pinched from both sides here. Back on board with tapping buttons, and every time we're on board with tapping buttons, it's a treat, so I can't wait to see what we'll witness. He'll snap onto Sepstars. He's gonna dive over to the toilet here, I guess. Terrible call-out name, but Gambino will pick up the kills with the nades instead. Things looking rough as they start to pull away here, Tony.
Oh, Gambino gets a double kill on Guardian, and Luffy, hell yeah, HCS, tapping button staying alive over towards bottom. Carr currently up by 4 kills, just doing some chin-ups here. Finally goes in for the challenge, but hell yeah, coming back, taking him down, and peak control still being fought over. This is going to be really important as Camouflage is coming up any second now.
Darkstorm still keeping it close. Definitely still fighting back here. We're looking at just about a tie game, and like you said, Camo about to come up. They got to win their fights here, and Roars just barely stays alive. He does have that camo on the body, but can he back out? He is not out of the woods. Yeah, look at this. They're hunting him down. And that thrust, I think, does steer clear of P1. Rorsch might be able to live as we see a lead for the first time of Darkstorm.
Rorsch was able to get out of dodge, but that was largely because of the denial angle coming out of Sepstars right there. He was staying over there, covering his back, putting down the shots, throwing some excellent nades, and Rorsch is probably still alive with that camouflage as Sepstars goes in for the challenge, and Drift ends up going down, and here it is, the man of the hour, able to stay alive with the camouflage, even has a green gun in hands. Things are looking good for Darkstorm.
Rorsch's survival here paid dividends in a big way, Tony. He got himself a double on the feed. He's been such a nuisance throughout. But after I say all that, he sprints straight down Carr Street and dies immediately. It's just, you know, Halo 5 things sometimes, I guess. Either way, they still do have a slight advantage here. Up on blue side here, hell yeah, thinking about the rotation. Changes his mind, says, holy crap, there's 3 people on P2, and I'm probably going to do something about it.
And you talked about it before, even in Slayer, how dominant this P-side control is, and that's the reason why PK dedicated almost all of their resources to holding down that P-side tower. Gambino off the screen does able to take out Luffy. Rorsch winning his battle against tapping buttons, and hell yeah, coming out on top against Rift, taking him down, and still with the re-kill lead going in favor of Darkstorm. I'm having too much fun with this name, I think I am.
I love it. I'm loving it. Keep it up. Keep it up. I mean, the man's making plays. You got to pop off. Look at this. Oh, almost gets the kill. Just narrowly escaped, but hell yeah, he's on the chase. Gonna get around the bubble here, try to pick this up. Can he do it though, finally? Bit of a scary situation for the man, but they do have a slight advantage here, 42 and counting. Tony, we're down to the wire on this one.
That we are, and this is what we live for. This is about who wants it more, and we're gonna find out if PK can come out on top and end up finishing this series in 2-0 fashion, or Darkstorm want to play off of their tournament lives here and force the game 3 free shots coming in out of Sepstars. There's a player in front of him, and Gambino shots are looking good, and Sepstars putting that man in the dirt. They are now 3 kills away from forcing an elimination game 3.
Sepstars with the ice in the veins. That's the type of kill you want to see to win this game. 3 kills left to go here. Sepstars going to try to support. Multiple up in red base. Doesn't want to give up any free deaths here. So Wise back down, but his teammate didn't pick up the trade. But the nade did. What a beautiful Hail Mary out of Sepstars as he holds it down. And he does need to back out. He's going to receive pressure in just a second. Honestly, surgical movement out of Sep as he stays up here. Luffy with the pickup. And the final kill at Rorsch for a game 2, 50-44. And Tony, we got a series.
I talked about it before. invest in the Latin American region. They are absolutely going off. It's not just PK. It's not just that roster known as for a chosen legacy. And now Fire and Ice. It's now these guys, Luffy and friends, Rorsch. I'm telling you, invest in the Latin American region. They're getting better and better, and we're seeing that right here in this big $1,000 tournament. 3 of our squads, half of our squads, are Latin American players.
What a showcase, Tony. What a showcase. We're seeing it here today. A perfect opportunity, like you said, for them in the spotlight to raise their standing and to show to the world that they're worth being picked up, right? We've got some incredible rosters all of a sudden, orgs in esports, some that we've never seen. I mean, FaZe Clan, we've got Fnatic and Navi. They're looking to pick up teams. And I'm sure some of these Latin American players, they want to get in the running. You know, they want to get on the radar. And it might be tough for season 1, but man, we'll see. I think the sky's the limit for these boys. And a series like this is testament to that. So one more game left in this, of course, best of 3. This is the tiebreaker. And Tony, you got a prediction? Are you leaning any direction here?
I mean, if you're gonna put a gun to my head and force me to pick, I mean, there's no way I'm going against PK. However, I mean, let me tell you, Dark Shadows looking really good in that game too. So don't count them out. But I mean, I gotta go with the tried and proven. And to me, that's your Pittsburgh Knights.
CTF Coliseum. You can't doubt the boys on PK. Oh my God, tapping. Hold on a second. He does live. But things looking dicey for him. In a good spot to play the snipe if he needs to. Like we said, CPF calling. I mean, it's the bread and butter of a team like this. As tapping, just playing the tightrope back, he stays up, and that flag is out. We might see one on the board early.
The flag has been pulled. Sniper still in the hands of Tapping Buns, but that player spawning out towards the back base. I don't think Tapping Buns was ready for it, but he does back down over towards Catwalk, plays his life, and now he has a teammate to force a 2v1 bait and switch combo. Adso coming in with the boom booms. Sniper coming in. That's a body shot, but Tapping Buns not able to stay alive.
Body shot or booty shot? I couldn't tell you, Tony. Either way, that sniper is down. And somebody will grab it. In the meantime, there's a dilemma in red base. That flag is being pulled, but one player doing it all. It's Rorsch who, man, the work out of him to try to stay alive. Not quite enough, but maybe it gives our blue team a chance at some map control.
Sebstars does drop down to get the kill on Drift, but ends up getting cleaned up by Gambino. Hell yeah, is on the screen over towards Catwalk. Can he control this? Hell yeah! Luffy takes down Gambino. Atso going back at Luffy, and he even has a sniper in his hands, who ends up getting the stick on Atso. Beautiful plays, and still has 3 shots in the sniper, and hell yeah is going off right now. Throwing an excellent nade, putting the shots on Tapping Buns. My gosh, Dark Storm are here to play.
Oh my God. That was dirty. This man re-peeking and snapping onto the face of Atso, and he'll take a trade before he goes down. This man is playing well, and he's pumped for HCS. Man, I'm happy to see it.
In the words of Stone Cold Steve Austin, can I get a hell yeah? 9 minutes and 58 seconds on the clock as Adzo taking down Luffy. Drift getting a big nade on Sebstars, but we still have a 1-0 lead in favor of PK. And somehow he ends up coming off his one and still having that sniper and takes down Gambino.
The man is heating up. They got to shut him down. They will put him down in the street. It looks like a return will come out for PK here as they are now facing a little bit more pressure than they probably anticipated here. But it's tapping with the defense, and if anybody can defend, he can. It looks like he's going to have to. The flanks continue to come in from the elbow. Sebstars will sit down, and tapping can finally move out.
Great shots coming in from Tapping Buns. He's trying to defend the space as best as he can. He's throwing an excellent stick like that. Taking down Rorsch is probably the best way to do it. Has another player in his sights trying to get the angle off. And let me tell you, he's looking good for PK. The collapse are coming in, but Gambino does get pived out.
Sniper rifles on the field.
Tapping just going to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge his way out of this. Back up to the top cat. I think that it was a snipe. Yeah, it is in the hands of Drift. If anybody's nasty with snipe, we've seen Drift make some big plays in the esports arena, and just waiting for the moment he does it again, but he's got to hit bodies here, and he's got to live. So, man, the survival instinct out of Drift to stay up. Going to rotate out to elbow here. Set up once again. Still, can they keep the pressure? You can see he lost 2 teammates. Does snap on the body here, but can't clean the kill. Running out of opportunities. He'll tag one. Luffy doesn't die. Nobody's dying. Can he get it? He can't. And that snipe will go in the hands of a blue player once again.
That would have been really good if he was able to stay alive with that sniper over towards the enemy team's elbow, but instead the actual flag cap is going to go the other way, and it looks like we are tied up at 1 apiece. Atso making his way over towards the snipe side, trying to get towards his teammates to provide the cover fire, but he's going to go down, and Drift might be shortly after him.
Stars, not a good situation for him. He tries to put damage into elbow, goes to window, and just gets melted both sides. In the meantime, the flag does get pulled. It looks like they are going to try to take it through snipe side. The defense coming in, though. Nice little stop there on blue. That flag will sit in the maze. Not out of the picture just yet, but can PK even get numbers on it? It looks like they won't. So we're tied up here, 1-1, Tony. Anyone's game, and man, is it close.
Great slays by Darkstorm, and following up those slays with more spawn kills. That's going to be another 3 down. So back-to-back 3 down, going in favor of Darkstorm. The flag is going in. Luffy is taking a little bit of damage, but he's able to get it towards his base, and we might end up having a 2-1 lead going in favor of Darkstorm. This would be an incredible comeback if they're able to win the series.
Damn, we got some upset potential here, Tony. This is not what I expected, but 1 cap away from taking this. Darkstorm, they've woken up. The beast is awake. And PK, they're slipping. They are slipping, Tony. I don't know what's going on. PK, they can't hit their shots anymore because Luffy just shooting better.
And Luffy actually going to make it his way over towards top catwalk, DMR in hand, so this is really looking good for Darkstorm. Roche ends up getting the initial kill on tapping.
Wow.
Drift goes down as well, and that's going to be another 3 down for Pittsburgh Knights, and that flag is actually moving over towards red elbow side. Hold on, this Darkstorm going to pull off the upset. Alex, you might have been right.
Oh, it might actually. No, I didn't say it was going to happen. I mean, we both predicted it was going to be PK, but the story's about to change here unless Drift can stop this flag in its track. Big kill from Gambino. They completely flip the situation. It might not be done yet. Gambino does, or sorry, Drift does die on the bed. And that'll stop their pressure. Sniper coming up, and I think really it comes down to this snipe, Tony. It comes down to these weapons. They both pop at the same time here.
Great nade by Guardian, but nobody home for that. And it looks like he's not on the return just yet. Trying to clear out blue elbow, and that's Atso being ever so elusive. And then Drift coming out of nowhere with the rockets, tapping buttons, hitting the 5-shot off of screen. Things are looking good. The flag is on the move. We might have a tied-up game at 2 apiece. Next cap takes the win.
Clutch factor out of PK as expected. They are back in this. And they got both the weapons. We've got the rockets in the hands of one and tapping. I mean, let's stay on this man's POV because you know he's cooking. Or not. He got burnt. He'll drop that snipe up on catwalk and we'll see if PK can do anything about it. But man, we are down to 1 flag left. 5 minutes to go. And we'll see who pulls through. But so far, I mean, maybe it's Atso.
I'm not going to lie to you, Alex. This might be one of my favorite series of this tournament. Back and forward, no way to predict it. Both teams leaving it all on the line here as we're trying to waste all of that ammo. Ended up leaving one in the chamber as Drift ends up getting the big kill. I believe he ends up getting the sniper as well. Vorsh did go down, tapping buttons, has it in hand. Gambino making his way towards window, listening to the comms from his teammates to get that cleanup kill.
Roche wanted tapping to have none of that snipe. You can tell the Darkstorm would rather have the snipe off the map than in their hands at this point, unless, of course, they have a setup. But they know the clutch factor that PK can pull out with a sniper in their hands. They got to shut it down. At this point, we're playing time just a little bit, slowing it down. Tapping, going to try his hand at rockets, but not successful. So maybe Darkstorm have a chance here.
I think PK needs to come off a spawn and start rotating at least 2, maybe even 3 players over towards the Rocket side to secure the Rockets, which are coming up in about 10 seconds now. Luckily, Gambino does get the double kill off the screen, but Sep starts coming in for the cleanup. Atso hunting him down. Drift going to be awarded that kill, and here comes the Rockets. This is going to be important. The quick kills that it can provide and getting into the opponent's base can be crucial in this late in the game.
Atso concerned with the potential of a flank there. Nobody was there when he was tossing those nades, but despite it, he did stay alive. Doesn't see the player below him. They do cross each other up, and I'm not sure what the outcome of that one's going to be, but it's dicey. Rorsch will die, though, in the meantime on the pyramid, so good luck to him. Sepstar's doing what he can just to stay up and weave through this. Tapping will get dropped by hell. Yeah, Sepstar's just going, he's going final mode. I don't know. He dove at that. He died for it. But man, you can feel the pressure at this point, Tony. 3 minutes left. Everybody trying to do everything they can just to pull out the slays and get an opportunity here. And Gambino, maybe it's a sneaky play that'll work.
And one thing I am noticing that Luffy was able to get away with the rocket launcher, but he ends up losing his life there, ends up getting the double kill. So Darkstorm momentarily 3 down. Can Pittsburgh Knights take advantage of this drift coming in from the window, tapping buttons, taking down Rorsch. Sepstar is currently 1 shot, gonna be forced to back down, and everything looking good for your Pittsburgh Knights. The flag is on the move and going out towards the window and towards trenches.
Huge defense out of that player, but drift with the jump and thrust and headshot. He'll drop him, but the flag still sits out front, and the return coming in. This is crunch time. We are less than 3 minutes in this, but the snipe in the hands of Adson looks like he's already burned out more than half the ammo, and he might have to burn a couple more because the pressure is hot on his tail. That snipe will sit in the maze and maybe transfer hands here. PK, so many opportunities, but they can't seem to break out with this flag. The defense out of blue just keeps them back. We might see an overtime at this rate.
Rocket launchers coming up in 10 seconds. I think this is going to be really important. I talked about it. As later in the game, the rockets get more and more important as late in the game. The quick kills, the getting to the opponent's base, the putting the pressure on can be crucial. 2 down go Team PK, and Rorsch just pitching a 10 here in Red Cave. He's in the bases rent-free. He's sliding and putting the shots down, and Rorsch not able to get the cleanup kill right there. Yes, he takes down Atto off the screen. PK gets the triple kill. What is happening here?
Wait up, over. Damn, dude, how did he live? What a play out of drift. Maybe I'm freaking out a little much, but he should have died. He was 1 shot. He got the melee. He just broke this man's ankles and still will try to put damage in to stay up here. But holy Tony, we are going back and forth. This has got to be the closest game we've had all day.
And about 1.5 minutes on the clock here. Atto trying to stay alive, but he ends up getting put down, and Rorsch finally able to get those rockets. And he's in a bad area though, so he might end up being forced to waste it, but he gets his shields back, playing ever so patient, waiting for the time to strike. Luffy off the screen, getting the 5-shot kill. Almost getting a 2-for-1 with the rocket, instead gonna whip the first one. Now gonna have to win the piv on the second player towards window. Oh my gosh, Rorsch going off on that player. 3 down for Team PK. This may be the win.
The man's rocket went wide, but his confidence didn't. I don't know how he won that fight, the little tiptoe act there, but it was enough to get the flag out and in play. Not sure where it stands. Gambino not worried about it. He's worried about the slay in front of him. He'll take out Sepstars, fly out through sniper side. I think the flag must have been read, and we are reset once again, but at this rate, we are looking at an overtime game here. Spawners up in cave, 3 of them, and Gambino somehow fending off everyone as they just slay spawners. That's 3 dead. This is where you get the opening. Can they pull it out? Can they do this with the timing they got? It's elbow side spawns. The players in the elbow's going to overextend, try to get in the way of the flag as quickly as they can, but PK huddling together, trying to keep the resources here as they keep the flag in play. Gambino looks like he can't do it, though. That return likely coming in. Just got to tiptoe onto it.
2 great slays, 2 great pulls, and somehow none of them resulting into a flag cap. But Atso off the screen, clearing out his base with a beautiful double kill. Gambino having a head start on his opposition. They don't know he's over here on blue elbow. He has secured it. Hell yeah, getting a big kill on drift, but the killing spree being earned by Gambino. Sadly, Luffy is ready to put him in the dirt.
So many elbow plays at a Gambino, so many chances, you just can't quite get that moment that he needs. But still, just relentless with the pressure. Gonna keep him back in blue base here. Luffy trying to weather the storm. The dark storm, though, they're going down, that's for sure. Drift gonna make his way up through snipe here. That flag is now out through the window. A player down in the feed. This is the last link right here. Rorsch, can he stop him? Rorsch with a huge kill, but it's not enough, Tony. That flag's going in to the pedestal. It was a little dicey for a second, but that is a 3-2 close for PK. An unbelievable match, and that is good Halo.
That was good Halo. That was great Halo. That was phenomenal Halo. That was
Halo.
easily my favorite series of the tournament so far. Back and forward action, going down to the wire, even down to overtime in the final game, and PK doing what they do best: ice up and getting themselves into the top 4. Does it end here?
It wasn't easy though for them, was it? It was. I mean, we were down to overtime. We're down to a nail biter. They definitely had the pressure advantage, but man, at any second there, that could have been a game over and a curtains for PK earlier than expected. But it's great to see them press on, and man, did that make it intense to cast. So one hell of a series. I'm sure it's one hell of a stat line too, just considering how long that game went. I can't wait to look at the stats. So give us the breakdown.
Thank you, gentlemen. Keep crushing it on the cast today. Always a pleasure to get to listen to you guys. Best part of my Sunday. And Pittsburgh Knights move on to the losers bracket semifinals with what was probably one of the tightest matches we will see all throughout the day, but they come out 2-1. Let's check out the stats here and get into game number 1 of this best of 3. And interestingly enough, I say, one of the tightest best of 3s, and you look at that scoreline and say, wait, Game 1 was 100-0. How was it close? Well, Game 1 was not close in any way, shape, or form. Pittsburgh Knights took the lead. They absolutely ran away with it. There was, I've talked a couple of times about teams not being able to get a foothold in a game. There was no room. PK got in. They slammed the door shut on Darkstorm off the start and won it 4 minutes and 2 seconds for that 100-point scoreline. Absolutely dominant. We'll breeze through this one because I want to get to the real meat of this series. We'll check the Slayer stats. 14 kills for Drift. Great game there, along with 4 assists. 9 kills and 10 assists for Gambino. Stellar there. Just a combined 13 kills for the side of Darkstorm in this one. So this is not one you're going to write home about. Darkstorm puts that one behind them, but let's go check. We'll take a quick peek at the accuracy numbers, and I want to get to game number 2 because that was where Darkstorm really came online. 11.3 KDA for Drift. Great game there. 55.7 accuracy numbers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luffy trying to get in there, 52.2%, but the negative KDA wasn't enough. Darkstorm with a rough performance there. But let's go to game 2. And this is where this series really came alive because Darkstorm had a much better showing. This one was very close, just 50-44, and it was looking like a little while PK was maybe ready to pull away, but Darkstorm did not let them do it, kept things close, finished strong, win 50-44. Rorsch leading the way, 19 kills and 9 assists to his name. Is a stellar showing here up against a very good PK squad. Even Gambino this game, 14 kills and 4 assists. Meanwhile, a bit of an off game for Atso, just 8 kills, still able to grab 12 assists. But that is a big win for Darkstorm to force a deciding game 3. Let's switch right over to the final accuracy numbers for this game. Check out those KDAs. And there it is, 9.0 for Rorsch. 50% accuracy, not super high there, but still led the team and the lobby in damage with over 2,400. So looking to probably have some higher accuracy numbers there, but still they're able to grab the win, and that really is all that matters. 53% there for Hell Yeah, who was getting a lot of love from the casters, and rightfully so. Tapping buttons, meanwhile, very strong player there, 55.1%, just short of 2,300 damage. Nothing impressive in terms of the KDA for the PK squad, but they then go into game number 3, which was very close. As mentioned, this one went to overtime, 13 minutes, 11 seconds to get the deciding cap here as we finished it 2-2 once we hit overtime. So things were very close here as we jump to the Slayer stats. Their caps for tapping buttons, Atso, and Drift. Look at that, 32 kills, 17 assists, 28 and 24 for Atso. Just some stellar numbers across the board. And even on the other side, Rorsch hitting the 30 kill mark. Hell Yeah at 29 himself. So Darkstorm, considering how this series started, were very impressive in the final 2 games and were very close to winning this series. So Incredible to see that how lopsided the start of the series was and how close it finished, because both of these teams were absolutely neck and neck. Let's check out our final stats for this series as we close out losers round 7, which was losers quarterfinals. Tapping buttons, great 13.6 to 15.0 KDA for Atso Uchiha. Very strong game, just short of 57% accuracy and almost 4,300 damage. So PK making up for, the first time we saw them in the bracket today was a bit of a disappointment. Not a great showing from them on the winner's side, but they're looking strong, leveling up here in the losers bracket. Now they have an opportunity. They've jumped now into the top 4. They've got a big match up ahead of them here to keep their tournament lives alive. So let's go back over to Tony and Shiwa to get you into the next match of the day.
Thank you. Yay. So, man, what a nail biter of a series we just witnessed, Tony. And I hope we get a couple more. PK, of course, they made it. They're through, but it's not over yet, right? It only gets more difficult from here on out. Their next competitor is going to be insert team name here. And in case you don't know who these guys are, you're going to know in a sec. I mean, this is Penguin, this is Ola, this is Trippy, and the Boo Boo Doo Boo, a GOAT squad in its own right. And they are displaying GOAT level gameplay, at least recently. They had a hell of a series just previously. So if that's any indication, PK are in trouble. But I mean, PK, they're definitely not going down without a fight. They have maintained themselves to get to this point.
Yeah, we made it into the top 4, but only the top 3 are going to receive a nice little payout here in the $1,000 tournament. We're running these weekly every single Sunday on Microsoft Sundays. And yeah, I mean, PK played excellent, but they did go down to the wire with Dark Storm. And I guess it makes me wonder, how much they have in the tank after going the distance with them, going to that game 3 and into overtime. And now you're going to run into a juggernaut like insert team name here, which it ain't going to be easy.
Yeah. That's a good point. Does just narrowly beating a team that you should have beat, statistically at least, does that deflate you? Or, do you still have energy? Do you still have juice in the tank left to take on an even better team, a team in a different league? So definitely a rough situation for PK, but PK are no strangers to pressure. They're no strangers to being underdogs. So I wouldn't be surprised if they pop off and they make some big plays here. They're just going to have to be way bigger than all the plays we've seen yet today. So PK, pressure's on, but I know you got this. Either way, like you said, Tony, losers semis. So the winner of this is in the money. The loser is out of the money and out of the tournament. So stakes are on the line here. And hopefully by stakes, I mean, not 50 to 30 stakes, like actual close games stakes. Anyway.
I'm actually really hungry, so I'm hoping you're meaning like a nice ribeye or something. That would be. I'm sorry, different stakes on the line. This is technically round 8. Game number 1 is going to be capture the flag on Truth, and we've seen Truth a lot throughout this tournament. It's one of my favorite maps. But instead of seeing Slayer like we saw in last round, now we have an objective here. Now, not only are you trying to get that invis, or you're trying to get that tag mag, but you also have to cap 3 flags in order to take the win.
CTF, probably the best game type in Halo, I'd say. Tony, what do you think?
No doubt about it. Literally, yeah. I will say, I like Strongholds, and I want to see Oddball maybe come back in Infinite, maybe on different style of maps. We can see Oddball have some success, but there's nothing like the tried and true in Capture the Flag.
Yeah. I feel like Halo just does it better than like any other esports when it comes to CTF, right? Because you got Strongholds, you got Domination and COD, or like other game types that are similar. Same type of thing with Slayer, just team deathmatch. But Flag in Halo with the shield system, like something about it is just so intense, is so coordinated. It brings out the top tier team efficiency necessary to win. And then you get the flag juggling, which just adds to the skill, the technicality of it all. It's just a beautiful harmony that you don't see anywhere else. It's just good Halo. So I can't wait to jump into our Truth CTF. Of course, in Truth CTF, on top of the flags, you've also got the combo, you've got the camo, you got the tac pistol. So a couple of goodies to work with here, and plasmas aplenty as well, right? You want to get those sticks.
And we talked about it before. You want to control that P side. You definitely, you have so much cover. You have so many angles on the map. You can even get up to P3, which you could be an absolute nuisance and have such a hard time taking down a player elevated above the map. After capture the flag on Truth, we'll be going over to Slayer Rig Game 2. No matter what, we are going to see a Slayer on this matchup. And as we've said multiple times, it's a different beast. You can really try to control the flow here. And it looks like I might have been incorrect, because it looks like we are we're in Slayer Rig. Excuse me.
I mean, Slayer Rig, yeah, interesting. Because I'm looking at round 8, 9, and 10, and I don't, unless the rounds reset, Tony, because I don't see Slayer Rig here. But we threw you for a loop just to give you some Slayer on the rig, which I'm sure will be just as intense, though it'll have to be redone because somebody just dropped out of the running here. They're going to reset it in just a second. But there's a taste of what's potentially to come, assuming they're sticking with Rig Slayer, I think, Tony. Either way, looks like it was a good start for Red Team there.
Yeah, no matter what, we will end up seeing Slayer Rig, just maybe not right away, because we still got to go to the capture the flag Truth, unless they're forfeiting game 1 already. Say, well, there's no way we're gonna beat these guys on CTF Truth. Let's go right into the Slayer. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're right. Slayer Rig is supposed to be game 2, so maybe we will get to True CTF. Maybe they just hit the wrong button, they hit the wrong map, and they're gonna do a little retake and start it off with True CTF. But I do see in this round, of course, Slayer Rig, like you said. And if we get there, we get a Strongholds Empire, which is always an exciting way to close a series for a game 3. So this is a close one. This is going to be a hell of an entertaining one. But also, it could just be a blowout, right? Like, we know these boys on insert team name. These are GOATs. These are legends, right? We've got Ola. Speaking of legends, I mean, the legend, Ola, on this team, who's looking incredible. And then everyone supporting him are just GOATs in their own right. Trippy, you got Boo Boo. And you've got Penguin, just nasty competitors.
Yeah, and no matter what the game type and map combination is, we've been playing Halo 5 for quite some time. I think we're going on 6 years now of playing this game. So no matter what the map and game type combination are, I think both of these teams are going to be firing on all cylinders. They're going to be ready, whether it's CTF Truth, Empire, Strongholds, it doesn't matter. It's about coming out on top and leaving it all on the line. Again, $1,000 are on the line. It ain't just bragging rights. Bragging rights are nice, but it's all about the money.
I mean, that's one hell of a pizza party if you win, right? I mean, $1,000. I mean, that's a few pizza parties. It's pretty good. So yeah, you're right. Stakes on the line, precedent as well going into Infinite. You want to look good. You want to be a top player. I mean, this is where you can look good. This is where you can get that top competitive experience. So this is exactly where you want to be every Sunday, of course, Tony. I can't wait to get into this matchup as soon as it starts. We'll be there in just a second. Of course, I think True CTF, I'm ready for surprises, whatever we got. And you mentioned it about, 6 years of Halo 5. You're correct. It's been nearly 6 years. I wonder how many of these players have been playing all 6 years, right? Because, yeah, sure, Ola and team, they've been there the whole time. But I wonder if some of these LATAM players, some of these, newer GOATs that are, kind of up and coming, some of these guys have only been playing 1 year, 2 years. I know Piggy Sayin has that tweet where he's like, you guys have been playing 6 years. I've only been playing 6 months, and I'm here cleaning up the scraps or whatever he said. He's got that copy pasta. So just interesting to see how quickly some of these players can rise through the ranks and what that might mean for their potential when Infinite does drop.
Yeah, you talked about Ola and the legacy that he's left behind, and his longevity has been absolutely incredible. Yeah. Some of these other players, for example, Tapping Buns, he's had a pretty a good career as well so far, and he's still pretty young. He's just gonna keep growing, keep getting better. I mean, he was scouted out and brought in by Evil Geniuses, even lived in the Evil Geniuses house here in the States. So that he can compete every single tournament. So I know he's been out for quite some time. Frosty has been doing this thing again more recently, but he's been throughout the lifetime of Halo. I heard from someone told me that Bound was a clan kid back in the day and then converted to competitive. I'm not sure how true that is, but that's pretty cool too for all you guys that are doing the clan raids and whatnot. I've done a couple myself. They're pretty fun. These guys are absolutely insane, and obviously Boo Boo Duba has a pretty decent amount of time too. The long distance runner, he's in for the long haul.
Definitely, IRL marathon, video game marathon as well. The man's been grinding, And those clan kids, you're right. Some of those clan kids are cracked, Tony. I don't know. Like they have their side games, but man, when they get serious, I think Bound's a perfect example. I do think he does come from the clan background or whatever. In Halo Reach as well. There's a little clip on Twitch with Vitoed jumping into one of his like clan lobbies or something, and he asked Vito to put his gun down, and Vito didn't know the command to put down the gun, so he just like left because he got nervous. Anyway,
I actually remember
here.
seeing that.
Yeah, yeah, that was a great.
That
clip.
was actually pretty funny. That was pretty funny. I want to talk about like the Halo kids just being built different. You know, I've been branching out my wings, and I've been I've been playing a little bit of Splitgate. I've been playing a little bit of Apex, and one thing I'm seeing is a lot of these players coming out like Renegade, who's in this lobby right now. Not only is he able to find success in Halo, but he's also been able to find success in Apex. But now we're gonna find out if he can get himself a piece of this prize pool of $1,000. Take it away, Shyway.
Oh, I will. You know what I think, though? It's the training that you go through to be a GOAT at Halo just primes you for every other game, because it's all the onus is on your aim, right? Consistent aim throughout the entirety of the fight, your ability to track, your ability to predict, and also weave your way in and out of gunfights. I think it preps you so well for so many other games. And I mean, speaking of being well prepped, this team is primed and ready, Tony. They already got a flag on the board in less than a damn minute.
1-0 lead going in favor of Team Insert. Team name here, Pistola ends up getting the double kill, taking down Tapping Buns, but does end up getting cleaned up by Drift, who gets a double kill of his own.
Tapping, just doing what he can, defend him off. He does get the kill on the Boo-Boo. That flag does sit near the pedestal, but being pulled out through car side. And Penguin not going to run it too far. He does meet an enemy waiting below. That was Drift. Trippy cleans him up, though. The flag sits at the door, and can they even get the read in time? It looks like they will, and that'll slow their roll, but not going to slow the double at Ola, who's cooking right now.
Ola not only is cooking, but able to get the flagpole, but sadly is going to be stopped short. Boo Boo Dooble going to passing the baton over to Boo Boo Dooble, who gets it over towards his base, but there is one straggler in the form of Tapping Buns, who's trying to get the stop over towards car door. He will get put down. Trippy ends up going after Tapping Buns off the screen, and just like that, we're already in the 2-0. We waited quite some time for this matchup, and it looks like it might be ending quick.
I gotta say that 6 years of experience does pay off. We're seeing it right here, Tony. Less than 2 minutes, 2 caps on the board, and maybe we'll see 3 in less than 3 minutes at this rate, because Penguin, man, the pressure this guy is putting on just to get rid of Tapping here. Tapping doing everything he can to live, but Ola cleans him up. Ola with the double once again onto Gambito. Slow and steady, but he does his job.
And I'm not sure exactly what happened to that camouflage. Just ends up Tapping Buns somehow getting behind enemy lines, takes down Penguin, puts down a little bit more damage, but he's going to be removed from the map. 3 down, go Team Insert, team name here, and maybe PK can ride this momentum and steal a flag gap.
Maybe. They don't have too many options, though. They're going to need it. Atso right now just needs to live. Stray Sticky comes out of nowhere, though, almost cleaning up Boo Boo Doo Boo. Not enough to keep that player alive. Ola, in the meantime, just holding it down from P-Face here. Great vantage point. Doesn't need to move too much. Just needs to get into these fights here. Tapping going to be an elusive kill. But you can see multiple down in the feed, so that's 2 dead, and the pressure definitely on this blue base.
That's off the screen, able to take down Penguin before Ola coming in for the cleanup. Ola Kadorva getting the double kill, taking down Drift, Tapping Buns, and last person alive. They're going to work a little 1-2 combo. Trippy going to be awarded that one, and another 3 down for Team PK. I'm not sure exactly what Atso was doing right there, but it looks like it's not going to matter, because Boo Boo Dooble is going to put this fly cap in, and game number 1 going in favor of the boys in red.
So praying to the Halo gods that they give him a better experience in game 2, because this is about to be over at this rate, Tony. That was a very fast flag game. I mean, I know we got a roster called business, but insert team name, they mean business too today, clearly. Business looking good for these guys on red team. Let's see what else they can put together, because of course, 1 game left here, and it will be Rig Slayer this time. I know we had a bit of a slip up earlier. We got our CTF. Now we got our Slayer. Is there hope for PK at this point? When you see a game that dominant, you just think, okay, well, this looks like a 2-0.
Well, I mean, it is going to be tough, and obviously, I don't want to count anybody out just yet. But when you're going up against the likes of these legends, I don't know how they are going to pull off the win. In the Slayer matchup we saw, where game one was, I think it was started off on the wrong map. We even saw a 5-1 lead going in favor of insert team name here. So that can't really make you confident about our boys in blue.
Right. They had started with like a perfect opening strat. I think they got everything off the rip. So that's what you don't want to see. Hopefully things change. Of course, they spawn on blue side for not insert for PK. A little bit harder to contest camo from that position being at the low point, but we'll see what they can do to try to manage that. Maybe get the sniper off the opening. Of course, you got camo, you got snipe, you got the shot, you got a lot of different resources you can elect to grab and control here. So they got a shot. They need to pull things out right off the rip and get that momentum established, because we know Halo 5 pretty damn well at this point. When you have momentum in the beginning, the snowball gets rolling. It's very hard to make the comeback.
On board now with Drift, who is trying to make the contestation for Camo, ends up getting the beautiful no-scope on Boo Boo Dooble, but his team is 3 down. Someone needs to tell Drift, because he's not playing like it. The man really stepped his game up. 4-2 lead, still in favor of team insert name here, but Drift is going off.
Drift just snapping left and right from the worst position in the game, but making it look good somehow. Despite it, he did go down. We got a nice little rotation here from Red out to tower. And what is this hiding spot? There's 2 players in the same corner, just leapfrogging on top of each other. That doesn't look like a strat that pays off. And I think Boo Boo and team are going to take full advantage because of it.
They thought they were safe in that hiding spot, but little did they know insert team name here had that Promethean vision to hunt them down. Penguin getting a double kill off the screen. Trippy using the shotgun to get a play, and they are spawn trapping them still over towards Carbine. Once again, this is not looking good for PK, and look at the scoreboard shot. It ain't pretty either.
It ain't pretty, and it's about to get more gruesome in just a second as Boo Boo looks to clean these up. Drippy just brawling in the corner there, and Boo Boo trying to get a piece. He can't seem to hit the shots he needs, but the kills still going up on the feet despite it. As 13-4 here, Ola going to wrap back to center, and nice little one-tap to Drift's face right there to pick up the easy kill. Spawning up on yellow side now, so they just got nice, clean inside map control and a lockdown on the spawns to start.
Penguin was able to take down Gambino. Ola being aware that the teams are spawning over towards bottom Carbine, and then also having the awareness that the split spawn might have came over towards bunker, so he decides to check it. There was one player who spawned up, got over to engine 2, but Ola hunting him down. Penguin taking down Drip, and that was going to be 3 down for insert team name here. Can PK come back?
Well, they did manage to get inside map. That's step 1 in the comeback at the very least. Camo is coming up. If they grab that, that's step 2, but they need to get their kills first. And you can see they're not quite doing it. Jesse, that's Boo Boo Doo slipped through, picked up Camo, and the last time we saw Boo Boo with Camo, it wasn't pretty, Tony. Things might get rough here on out, but I'm loving the damage coming out of tapping, just not good enough to get the kill he needed. Well, he didn't get it. All right, I thought somebody else got it. Or I thought he got it.
21-13 lead going in favor of team insert name here. Boo Boo Dooble going after Gambino and tapping button, stuck by himself, taking the team nade, but still living somehow. One more player alive, gets the nade off over towards Bad Ledge, takes him down. That was actually going to be Drift, and we're now approaching that 25 kill mark, and there's about a 10 kill lead going in favor of insert team name here.
Yeah, these boys in red looking too clean right now, Tony. I don't see enough out of PK yet. We need a round of slays, we need map control, we need power weapon control. They don't quite have it. They do have some good damage out of Drift, though. Does pick up a kill on the Boo Boo. We've got at least the inside map. He's got awareness of the potential of a bunker split, but what matters more is tapping's POV, because he's almost taking faces here. He'll back off for now. But tapping, he's still got a lot to work with. He can make plays.
That he does, and just like that, I mean, they brought it down to only 6 kills as Boo Boo Dooble gonna win his individual pivotal gunfight. Trippy trying to make his way onto white corner, and Penguin ends up getting away with the sniper rifle, but not his life.
Yeah, he thrusted just to... no, wait, the thrust doesn't cancel the reload, does it? Or am I not sure? Either way, the reload got canceled. He didn't get the reload, and he died because of it. The advantage still heavily in the favor of Red, though. They got a 10-kill advantage. Ola gonna nade himself and stay alive. The magician that he is. He should be okay here up on top engine.
The only man that can stop Ola is Ola as he sneaks up behind enemy lines, taking down, tapping buttons, sliding in, having another player in front of him and backing him down. Trippy off a screen, gonna clean up Drift, who's been kind of that man of the hour for Team PK. Camouflage going in the hands of Ola, and I know he knows what to do with it.
That's a nice little escape there. He could have gone backwards. He could have tried to go back up to engine, but it would have risked being in the line of fire of that player. Instead, he just snapped to the right with the thrust and still made it out of harm's way there. Now he's got the camo, and he's got map control, and everyone trapped outside in probably the worst positions to be in. Quite an advantage here for Red. You can see Penguin on the feet with the sniper as well, so just nothing looking good for PK at this point. And, I mean, dare I say it, it's curtains already, Tony.
All the utilities in the hands of insert team name here, and like you said, that's not what you want to see. Luckily, PK getting a big kill off the screen, but it's obviously not enough as insert team name are 9 kills away from moving forward into your losers bracket finals.
So sneaky. Ola just getting back into engine there, kills one, damage into another. Look at the teamwork and cleanups. There's no hope. No hope for PK here, Tony. You said it. It's about to end. Just 5 kills to close it. It's not a matter of what. It's just when this game is going to end here and who will be the one to end it. But we'll stay on board with Ola, see what he can put together.
And Penguin does end up taking out 2 players by himself. Adso's over here on the railgun side of things, who's going to Drift, ends up taking down Ola. Big kill, but only 3 kills remaining. And like you said, only a matter of time. 2 kills on the board needed.
Trippy just sitting back in the catwalk. Gonna make his way up the center here. Ola with 1 and Ola with 2. Ola picked up the final 2 for a 50-34 close, a 2-0 for the series. And one hell of a good precedent to set going on to losers finals here. Insert team name. They mean business, and they're going to need it when they go into grand finals a little. I mean, if they make it there, I think they got KCP up next, Tony. So all that's left is just 3 GOAT squads, right? This is it. This is the top 3, I believe. It's the top 3. Losers finals coming up. So this is what we came for, right? These should be exciting matchups.
Yeah, and it was amazing a tournament by PK. They did what they did. I mean, they made it over towards top 4, so fantastic job by them. But it seems like team insert name here, such a tough name for me to say, was just a cut above. Now we're down to our final 3. Now it's Deb. Now it's a business. Now it's KCP. This is the cream of the crop. Everybody is in the money, but they're not satisfied with 3rd place. They're going for that big money. Yay, so why don't you break down some of the stats here from that particular series?
I am more than happy to do exactly that, Tony. I am excited. We're down to our top 3 here as insert team name here take a dominant victory over the Pittsburgh Knights. And you know, sadly, just seems that PK not able to match up against the big dogs here today as they drop to insert team name here in a dominant fashion. 2-0 win for that squad. As let's check out our stats here for the losers semi-finals. We go to map number 1 on Truth. It was CTF to kick things off, and we've seen some very fast capture the flag games today. One was at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. This one, not even a minute longer than that. 3 minutes, 39 seconds. 2 caps for Boobadooboo, 1 for Trippy, and that's the quick 3-0 dub for insert team name here. Let's go to the Slayer stats real fast, and then we'll get on to game number 2. 14 kills. Look at that. Even in such a short game, Penguin and Pistola racking up the kills, 14 and 12 respectively, just running it in this game. Great performance from them. Meanwhile, Drift trying to lead the way. 8 kills and 2 assists for him, but it wasn't nearly enough for PK to slow down insert team name here. Let's check a quick peek at the accuracy numbers, then we'll move to game number 2. 59.7% there for Boobadooboo, 60.6 and the 66.1 for Pistola, and even Drift with 64.4 hitting his shots. Atso Uchiha over 70%, but it didn't matter. He hit a high percentage, but not a lot of shots overall, and that's the win for insert team name here. And we go to game number 2, which looks a little closer at the end, 50-34, but 6 minutes was all it took. And really, insert team name here built about a 10-kill lead early and never looked back, winning by 16 in the and Penguin led the way, but another good game there for Trippy. Boo Boo Doo, not as high on the kill stats, but still 10 assists to his name is a solid showing. And Drift trying to carry the load once more, 15 kills and 4 assists. The rest of his team below double digits in the kill column is not going to get it done. Let's take just a quick look at the accuracy numbers here as we close out this losers semi-final. And PK's day is done. They finish in 4th place today. And we move on there to the losers finals. 9.6 KDA there for Penguin. Great showing, 62.7% accuracy and great damage numbers there. Almost 1,900 for him. His insert team name here, looking dominant. And now we're guaranteed one of 2 possible rematches here. We're either going to get Business up against insert team name here, who absolutely got dominated by Business when we saw them facing off on the winner's side of the bracket. So we'll either get that one, or we'll get the KCP versus Business rematch, which that is what we saw in winners finals, and that was a much closer match. KCP looked really good in that one, but did fall to Business. And it sets up, I would say, KCP likely the favorite in this matchup, but again, this is a strong team for insert team name here. They're coming in with a lot of momentum thanks to that match, so we'll have to see how it goes. We're going to go to a quick break, though. When we come back, we're ready to finish our first Microsoft Sunday here this season. We'll see you in just a few.
All right, we're back, and it's time for the Esports Arena Big Leagues, Tony. This is it. This is the final three teams. Everyone's a GOAT here, but only one team is going to break away, going to win this. Losers finals up next. We've got two teams that have been dominating all day long. We've got insert team name, and we've got KCP. I don't know who's going to take this, Tony. I have I don't know where to vote, where to put my energy here, because I think both teams are playing incredible today.
Both teams are capable of winning, and there's a lot of implication on this matchup. The winner of this ends up going into the grand finals to play for that lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. You know, I'm a big fan of KCP, and I love rooting for the underdogs. And when I see like of Penguin, Ola, Trippy. When I see this roster, I'm like, okay, this is definitely a favorite in most people's books. So I love rooting for an underdog. I got to go with my boys, the Kansas City Pioneers.
All right, you go KCP. I'll go insert team name, which is perfect. I was waiting for my opportunity to go with the better team. So now I'll just I just get to go with insert team name. This one's going to be close. I think no matter what way we shake it, both teams, of course, exceptional. KCP actually, like, the advantage, I'd say, as far as just experience together, right? This is their team. This is the roster they're taking into Infinite, whereas insert team name, a bit of a mismatch of different players in different places, some of which aren't even confirmed yet. We don't know where Boo Boo's going. But I saw Boo Boo phasing up to the moon just a little while ago. I don't know if you saw that image. Man, looked like he was phasing up. So some interesting intel mixing around. Either way, we got some goats on both sides. So I can't wait to see this, Tony, and can't wait to see the format. I believe we have Fathom CTF, Slayer Collie, and Rig Strongholds for our series. And Fathom CTF, what a way to kick this off.
And yet I'm feeling good because we saw KCP absolutely dominate on CTF Fathom, but obviously it was not against the competition or the likes of insert team name here. So we're going to find out if they can clutch it up. After that, we know they're so good on Coliseum Capture the Flag, but after that, game 2 is Slayer, which is a different kind of boat. And then if it goes to a game 3, I'm still confident that my boys in blue are going to come out on top and take Strongholds, which in my opinion is one of their best game types. I got KCP making it in to your grand finals.
All right, we get it. You KCP fanboy. God damn it, Tony. You got to calm down sometimes, my dude. No, but what I will say, just strictly game 1, I'm not going to predict the whole series in a flash here, though I do think insert team name could take this. But I think game 1, KCP, they've got the advantage, right? We saw them play Fathom CTF. However, we didn't get to see much of them play Fathom CTF because it was the fastest game I think we've seen all day, right? It was less than 3 minutes. Blinking, you would have missed it. They are so fast. They're so efficient, especially off that opening strat. So, if they're playing like they did earlier today, then insert team name, as good as they are, they're in trouble, right? Like this KCP, they're just a cut above when it comes to flag efficiency.
And as a spectator, as a lover of Halo 5 esports, Fathom Capture the Flag is probably one of my favorite game type and map combinations to watch, because it's either a routing and it goes 3-0 and ends up being fast, like you said before, or it goes the absolute distance. It seems like there's no in between, and it's probably the way the map is. It's very simple. It's so easy to get from one side of the map to the other. So lots of times you'll see players like Pistola or Soulstipe going in for those crazy sneaky flag pulls when nobody's expecting it, and also that top mid and those top tree houses are so dominant. You can really play your angles and railgun and camouflage. I mean, talk about utility. I love having the camouflage. You can be a sneaky beaver and get behind enemy lines, which I'm sure we'll see the likes of maybe Boo Boo Doo and Pistola take advantage of.
You definitely can. Just a little intel for how this match is going. It looks like they did start it up, but we had a bit of an issue, so we do have to get a reset here. I see Boo Boo is just resetting the app right now. But what I noticed was they were actually losing 1-0. So I think the game started, I don't know if if they were playing off a spawn or what, but KCP might have grabbed and capped a flag instantly, even against this team name roster in this, first rendition, I guess, the one that they've reset. All I'm saying is KCP, if you let them get away with their opening strat, you'll bleed for it, right? You're going to feel it. So hopefully Boo Boo and team, they're ready for it. They're ready for that flank. Last time it was Druck who snuck through. He flanked and got that flag right off the rip.
And the last time we seen the likes of Boo Boo Dubu and KCP go at it, I remember there was this play where Boo Boo Dubu had camouflage. He was going down under river. It was actually during this tournament, to my knowledge, and he was going down river. Druck auto stabilized in the middle of the air to kind of bait out camouflage. Then, as he was dropping down, ends up thrusting backwards and getting the craziest ninja on Boo Boo Dubu. It was like either the biggest brain, most calculated player in the world, or just the craziest luck. To this day, I'm not even sure what happened, but I want to see if something like that happens again, because that's the likes of plays that you see when these two go up against each other.
Was it a camoed Boo Boo? Was he? Do you remember? I can't remember. I think
It was a camo. I believe it was a.
Yeah. There's no way that was calculated, right? I mean, obviously we don't have the play to watch for reference, but yeah, I remember he like stabilized. He was looking at the opposite base. He wasn't even paying attention to what was below him, and then thrust backwards, back smack on the Boo Boo as if he had planned it. Just seemed too good to be true. But I mean, if that's any indication of what we might see here, I mean, we got Boo Boo, we got Druck, we got all the ingredients for another situation like that. But we'll see how things play out this time around. Of course, I'm expecting a battle regardless of how it goes. Fathom CTF never really disappoints. It's either, we either blast through it or we end up going right down to the wire, down to overtime for the longest, CTF game we could have had.
And one player I want to see on the screen a little bit more in this series would be Trippy, coming out of insert team name here. I feel like all over the kill feed, he's been popping up, and whenever we pop up the stats, he's going off. I think I remember it was a matchup where he was playing against one of the Latin American teams, and he dropped 18 and 6, really being that anchor player for his team, and I wouldn't even say carrying, but really just leading the charge, if you will, with his aggressive play style, and then able to change out the momentum. Trippy's definitely a player that's incredible, and it's not just fours. I mean, this man does it in free fall. This man does it in twos. I love watching him play twos, and it's not. And he does it in Halo 3 as well. This guy's it's crazy. What can't Trippy do? What can't he do?
I mean, when you think of the true GOATs of the game, it's the players that can jump from Halo to Halo and show no signs of weakness, right? Still be at the top of their game, at the top of the world. Trippy's a perfect example. He plays Halo 5. He's a top player. He plays Halo 3. He's a top player. He plays Halo Infinite. He's probably going to be a top player at this rate, just based off of the trend that's forming. There's a clear pattern here. But yeah, Trippy playing incredibly today. We haven't seen quite a lot of him just yet because there's so many GOATs to switch to. It's hard to find the right GOAT at the right time. But Trippy, I know earlier on Strongholds on Plaza with the shotgun, man, just popping off, getting kills in the feed. You give this man the right weapon, give him the right opportunity, he will collapse and conquer. So he's one to look at. I mean, I want to see more Ola. It's always exciting watching him play because I feel like we don't get to see enough of him. He doesn't stream like a lot of these other players. Ola is kind of, he comes in, he comes out. He's that legend that you only get, little morsels of every once in a while. So you really want to see his gameplay when you get the chance to. And KCP, we haven't seen in a little while, and they've been playing well today. So they'll be hopping back into this, giving us some entertaining POVs, I'm sure.
Well, I have some good news for you. I was watching Trippy stream maybe about a month and a half ago, and Ola popped into the Discord. It was just kind of popping off on Trippy, and they were talking trash. Apparently, Ola is going to start streaming in Infinite, and I cannot wait for this as Soul Snipe holding onto that light rifle and catching a stray nade, forced to back down.
Yeah, I'm sure the Infinite is going to kick off the grind for a lot of these players. I can only imagine going to get a lot of people streaming, people maybe making some YouTube content. So can't wait to see what these boys put together. But the grind season begins here. It begins in September, Tony, as we find out who's the best, just to close out, put a bow on Halo 5 here. But Fathom CTF, a good place to do it. We'll see who can break through. One good thing for insert team name, KCP, their strat didn't work out this time. They did not have an early flag.
Super CC was able to get a clutch double kill off the screen, but Ola ripping that player's head off with the railgun and getting the double on Mikey. So beautiful utility coming out of Ola, and but Druck on the move ends up getting the flag over towards Silo, but stopped short.
Stop short, but still plenty of opportunities here. That flag does sit at the silo. They will continue to rotate it. So Soul Snipe, he's got the opportunity he was looking for. Can he get it around the bend? And it looks like he might be in the clear here. Don't see anybody to stop him. He'll plant that in for the first flag on the board. So it took a little longer this time, but KCP, the efficiency, we're seeing it show up early on.
And now we're seeing insert team names back against the wall. They're going to have to slay out and get in the enemy's base, play this offense, and get a flag cap as Penguin ends up getting into an engagement with Talent. The trade is going to come in. Trippy just whiffing the melee, and Soulsnipe going to make him pay for it. But luckily, Boo Boo coming in for the cleanup kill.
Man, Fathom always a bloodbath, right? Just players dropping left and right. We're on a POV for 2.5 seconds, and the next thing you know, the player's dead. We got to switch because it is difficult to survive here. Boo Boo just going to try to camp up with the LR. Just keep it scoped in, maybe get a 3-shot kill. Swap if he needs to, but you can see pressure coming in from multiple sides. That's going to be a thorn for Boo Boo. Soulsnipe, speaking of thorns, he's got the ultimate thorn on the map. The railgun can do some serious damage. Make it even better.
And not only was he able to get the railgun, but ends up getting the camouflage as well. He's easily the most dangerous player on the map. Boo Boo Doo in his sights, not for long. Ends up getting put in the dirt. Second player almost whiffing. It's actually Trippy is going to get away with his life, and he's still full shield. Ends up going down to 1 shot. Soulsnipe getting some shots in on Ola, and the collapse is going to come in soon unless Penguin gets a double kill, which he does.
Soulsnipe just going to play his life carefully here. Still a bit of camo to work with and try to use the remainder just to go straight through, beelining up the flag. I like this play, though. Such a nuisance. He can drop it out, though. They've seen him, and they will dispatch him quickly. So Soulsnipe, great attempt. Didn't quite work out to what he had planned, and it looks like the defense and the return will come in.
Flags back at base.
Gonna switch gears over towards Zane, aka Penguin, who's gonna put some good shots down, and Soulsnipe forcing that player to back down. Another one comes in, 3 flying out. They're just multiplying like an anime character. Trippy staying over towards top mid, putting down the shots, ends up getting the kill on Druck, but he hasn't cleared out his base yet. Luckily, he's gonna save that for one of his teammates, and he's gonna keep his elevated position. He's gonna keep his top mid position, which is oh so important, as even Super CC can't stop Trippy.
Yeah, Trippy's so clean with the accuracy all day. You just know he's going to win that fight if he gets that first shot. And not missing the crucial moments here. Speaking of not missing, Soulsnipe with a beautiful kill. That flag now out as they look to rotate it through, but Penguin just wants to get this defense, wants the re, can't get a foot on it, though the nade's coming in. And multiple bodies there to get the return on that flag. Trippy can get the touch, though. Whoa, Trippy just keeping it in play like a footballer there, but it's just not enough.
Railgun on the field.
Ends up giving up his life for that flag touch, and it ends up getting recuffed. Penguin and Boo Boo Doo getting back-to-back kills. 3 down, go KCP. This is exactly what insert team name needed. Penguin even has a railgun in his back pocket, so watch out for that. And I wonder where that camouflage went.
On the body of Penguin, you can see now he's got 3 shots in rail and a spawn screen. Oh man, so many opportunities that are so difficult to capitalize on because there's just players left and right. And Penguin, he will drop that rail camo off the map, flag out for KCP, and they're going to look to get that a little further. Trippy trying to stop it. Penguin, he will stop it, though. That's a crucial double out of him. Ola with a kill as well, and Trippy recognizing it, not wasting any time, getting over to Ben. So I love this play. He's already got great positioning here. Gonna like to grab the flag, take it out through mid. We got 2 kills on the feet. This is the opening they needed, and Trippy, he can soar right to the finish line.
The weak side flank ends up paying off big time. He got behind enemy lines, trusted his teammates to get the slays, and it executed perfectly. And he's not done. Light rifle going in the hands, putting some good shots in. Talek tries to come out. Beautiful bait and switch. Penguin ends up getting a double kill because of it. Druck takes down Boo Boo Doo off screen, but it is not enough. Insert team name here are going off.
Trippy gonna back right up to the tower, or what is it, treehouse here, and make the rotation through. You can see he's got Boo Boo on the other side here, so they can fully turn this around. Not only have they tied the game, they got the pressure advantage in the situation, and Trippy just needs to win the fight on CC, and he gets a check mark for cleaning that one up, but he might not live much longer. It looks like he can't take anyone down with him, so the defense comes in from KCP, and we reset the situation again.
Back on board with the 21-year-old out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Super CC evade, staying alive on Treehouse, and once again going in for another weak side flank. This time it's KCP, but there's one player waiting for it, and that's gonna be Trippy, who ends up catching him with his hands down. LR in the hands of Soulsnipe, but he's gonna go down as well. Railgun going towards Talek.
Talik getting a little aggressive here. Going to rotate to Silo. Good vantage point to be in. Maybe pick up a kill for it. Multiple options to go for here. Decides to take none of them. Instead, he'll use the Magnum for the damage. Gonna look over to spawns. We got Elbow. One up on top mid as well, though. So, bit of a dilemma for Talik. And can he get anything in this situation? They know he has rail. They know he's here. So he's got to make some sort of a rotation to mix things up here. And it looks like Boo Boo Dubu has the camo as well. Boo Boo Dubu going to be looking to make a sneaky play if he gets the chance. And what a thrust out of Penguin to get out of the way here and burn that rail.
And I'm telling you that thrust is absolutely deadly. We are going to miss it being starting with Infinite. You know, for example, weapons like the Needler and the Railgun would be so overpowered if it wasn't for the thrust. As Soulsnipe going to win that individual gunfight with the light rifle. Ola having a light rifle of his own, but he's in danger of getting Railgun. Soulsnipe was hunting him down.
Soulsnipe with 2 shots to work with here. He's got a light rifle in the back pocket and rail directly into Trippy. He does get 5 from behind though, so pressure's still on his base here. Penguin looking to hold it down from top center. Druck coming in with the flank though to drop that flag carrier, and it now sits down in bottom mid. Penguin with a lot of work to do, and he'll clean up Soulsnipe, look up in the tree, and can't get Talik, but great attempt out of him. Talik gonna have to rotate back. That flag actually went through and I think capped, I believe, Tony, unless I missed the actual point going in, but 2-1 on the board.
And 2-1 lead, and it is in favor of insert team name here, but KCP do have top control right now. We're going to see if they can take advantage of it. Trying to drop down. He knows the Railgun's coming up about 10 seconds here. Putting the shots down on Penguin, who's over on his side of the base, just being a nuisance. Trippy takes down Soulsnipe. Druck goes after Penguin. Druck ends up getting the double kill off the screen. Can they advance forward?
Great damage and movement there out of CC just to stay up and be a nuisance. Soulsnipe off of spawn, just gonna fly straight through to the garbage or the garage door here. Notices he doesn't have any teammates anymore, so slow playing it out through Elbow. I like this decision. Penguin in the meantime though got the artillery in his hands and can't quite connect with it, but what's better is the camo. We saw him with this combo earlier, but he lost it immediately. Penguin, here's his chance to shine.
Beautiful grab for the camo, and the Railgun connects. The second one going to connect as well, taking down Soulsnipe, and that is the third and final cap. Insert team name coming out on top 3-1, and it's a best of 3 series. Only one more game, and they're going to be advancing forward into your grand finals.
Penguin clutching up when it mattered there. Those 2 rail kills, absolutely massive. You could see there was one player on that garage door as well who I think didn't even attempt to get the defense. I think he just knew it was over at that point. And good thing I sided with insert team name with my predictions, Tony, because that was KCP's map, right? That was their strong suit. Now they're on the back foot in a big way. What do you think now, Tony? What do you think now, huh?
Well, one game down, I'm not feeling confident, but I trust my boys here. We're talking about KCP. We're talking about a team that's been there, done that. They've been the underdogs for quite some time here, so they've been in this position, and I know that they can come out on top here. Force taking one game at a time, force a game number 3, and I promise you, at that point, it's anybody's game. At that point, it's just about who wants it more.
Sure. We get down to game 3, we'll talk then. But I don't know if we'll make it to game 3, Tony. Just to be honest, we got Slayer, Kali coming up next, and good map for both sides for sure. We got the snipe, we got the rockets to control, a lot of artillery to work with here, and I think whoever controls it, of course, controls the game. Sniper going to be the important point, though, right? You got way more ammo. You've got an important high ground to work with. You've got easy angles across the map to clean up players. So snipe usually where you want to elect to control, and we'll see it right now from Druck, who is making the rotation with a couple pre-nades to hopefully stop anyone in his track. And, off the map as well, apparently. Not what he wanted to do.
Clearly the Guardians might have been in this track, so knocking him off the map there as Trippy ends up getting away with the sniper rifle and holding down top pyramid. He's not going to fall off. Penguin off the screen, getting the double kill thanks to the rockets. I believe he actually might have got a triple kill on Soulsnipe, who's just gone 3 down, and it's not looking good. It's a 6-1 lead going in favor of insert team name here.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen Druck fall off the map in an opening strat, followed by a 6-1 on the feed here. But couldn't be more rough for KCP off the start. And Trippy, he is not he's not a nice guy when it comes to sniping. He's not going to give you any freebies. He's already got himself 1 kill. He knows he doesn't have an advantage, so backs out with the rotation here as KCP tries to get some form of snipe control. But I mean, Trippy, he's just looking for good angles.
Things are not looking good for KCP, but luckily the slays are coming in. The initial slays that they need. That's 3 down for insert team name. KCP can really ride this momentum because momentum is key as Super CC. Getting that sniper rifle has 3 bullets in the chamber.
Here we go. So they managed to weather it. 3 kill deficit, not too shabby. They still got 3 snipe bullets to work with, so Super CC can even it up. And he does. I can't believe he connected with that shot. He de-scoped himself, but still kept his aimer steady to react to hit the headshot. That is some top-level play right there.
And SoulSnipe having that carbine, that extra bit of obviously faster pull of trigger, and it also has that bit of range. We can really use it from long distance. Boo Boo Doo Boo is going to go down largely because of it. That's 2 down. Make that another 3 down for insert team name here. They're within striking distance, only down by 1 kill is your Kansas City Pioneers.
This rotation coming out from Druck here as well. As I say it, he backs up into a back smack there, so, you know, maybe I spoke too soon, but had the right idea. They want that snipe side control, though in the meantime, you get the rockets who popped up here. SoulSnipe does grab him. He'll take him back to his bend, so could definitely put these to work. Just needs to find the right opportunity. In a map like Collie with such wide open sight lines, it's very difficult to find that opportunity. With the rockets, he's got to rotate it to snipe, so I like this play.
He is rotating over towards Sniper and ends up getting the headshot kill on Trippy. There goes the rocket for the double. The second rocket for the triple. Only 1 more player alive, and he's over on Blue Basement. Sadly, he's not aware of it, so he's not going to get the overkill. But they do have snipe control, which is coming up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I like this. SoulSnipe playing it conservative. He had a triple. He could have flowed out, tried to look for a 4th player, but that puts him out of position, and it puts the spawners in a good spot to maybe clean him up. Instead, he wants that snipe control. He wants to get to it, but you can see they don't have an advantage at this moment. He's got to play the Spider-Man game out the map, though, and it looks like, you know, Butterfingers won instead. He'll slip off.
Both the duo of SoulSnipe and Druck sadly falling off the map right there. We are tied up at 21 apiece. Druck staying alive over towards Blue Base, but his teammate does go down. Talek takes down Penguin. Boo Boo Doo Boo goes after SoulSnipe. Can he get the help that he needs? Talek not there in time, but Druck staying alive.
This fight for the snipe. Yeah, the fight for the snipe, they're looking brutal, right? Everybody just wants a piece of it, but they don't want to dive on too early. Finally, Ola gets the opportunity. He needed. Doesn't quite connect with the body. I like this rotation, though. They don't have an advantage. Ola's got to get out as quickly as he can and get to his teammates spawning with him over in cave, but the nades are too strong. They'll take him down. That snipe now sits in the maze. And who picks it up? Who's got the advantage with it? Talek just needs to kill onto Boo Boo. He will pick it up. Can he get himself more out of this? That player drops off, so Talek turning, you know, what looked like a deficit into a, I guess, a huge advantage here.
Turning negative into positives is exactly what Talek does, and we're seeing it on full display here.
Here we go.
That's a sniper rifle larger because of which it's almost full at this point. They can really put some distance in the scoreboard if he can take advantage of the long gun. Oh, God.
And right stick movement so clean here as he just snaps from important location to important location. Just needs to try to find another head, but I trust that he can. Just waiting for an opportunity. Player up on top rocks dropped a teammate. Full snipe control on the side of red, though, so rough. You can see multiple dead on the feed. They do have a slight advantage. And can he hit it? He'll get the body, try to snap for more, but just too many bodies to shoot as they do clean him up. And that snipe was relatively full, so somebody's got a chance with it.
And I wonder who's going to end up getting it. It looks like it might just be Pistola once again going to show what he can do, as Penguin is going to go down, but not able to get the double kill. Trippy playing his life, and it looks like we're going to switch gears over towards Pistola, who still has 2 bullets in the sniper. Make that 1.
One more shot for Ola. Let's see if we can put it to a brain here instead. Going to try to clean up over the Magnum. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. Going to have to back out and dive onto it. Oh, that's probably not what he was looking to do. I don't know if the nade killed him or a different nade killed him. Either way, he died. And Talek, who already got himself a kill with snipe, might be getting another.
Still looking for a head to click on. Somebody actually spawning over towards Bag Blue. Not able to get the headshot on him, but throws an excellent denial nade going towards Window. 39-36 going in favor of KCP. There was a lone spawner over towards Red Elbow, so on both sides of the map, this is not looking good for KCP.
The movement out of oh my God. Sit down, Penguin. Talik was looking for the moment he got the opportunity, he showcased his stuff, man. What a double. A headshot into a 5, and that is the advantage that KCP needs to really pull away with this. Soul Snipe got the snipe because of it. All players on blue side. Soul Snipe in a rough spot. Can he pick up one? Not quite. He'll drop that snipe and give Boo Boo a chance.
Uh-oh. Maybe a 4-kill lead in KCP, but Boo Boo Doo having the sniper, he can really do some damage. Penguin takes down Talik, who goes after Trippy before dying. Sniper still in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, but he's taking some heavy damage. He's gonna have to rotate this out, but luckily he does have his teammates around. Can they come back?
Boo Boo with the quick rotation out the elbow. Just looking for a good angle here, making his way up street as well. Using the teammates for information. You can see Ola got a good pickup on a kill here. We're down to the wire in the final few. So Soul Snipe and team, they don't want to give any opportunities to Boo Boo here. Boo Boo's starting to make the rotation, though. They have the Slay advantage. Just a 2-kill deficit here. If they can win Snipe's side, they've got a great vantage point to really put the hurt on them. You can see they don't have the resources. They lose this team fight, it's over, Tony.
And off the screen, Talik was able to win an individual piv. Luckily, Trippy takes down Drug. Boo Boo Doo is one shot, and he ends up getting hunted down right there. 49-47. Only one more kill needed, but Super CC goes down, and so do 3 members of KCP. Drug gonna have to stay alive, wait for his teammates to spawn, and he might have shot prematurely right there. His teammates are not in a position to help him, but luckily he gets out of dodge.
Yeah, immediately gonna turn around, hightail it up. But 49 all. 1 kill to close the game. Who's gonna do it? Ola? Is it Boo Boo? They don't want to give up their position anytime soon here. Sniper is what you're looking for, but the Rockets just spawned up, so a point of contention here for Boo Boo Doo Boo. 1 bullet in the snipe. Boo Boo, can he do it? Oh, he doesn't hit it. Druck will live just a little longer. Oh my God, Tony, I'm on the edge of my damn seat.
49-49, it's sudden death. Rockets are up, but no team wanted to go after it. But it looks like Boo Boo Doo might try to combat evolve it over to himself. No team able to just go up the Rockets, because that's no man's land, and you're gonna get baited out. Still 49-49. Anything could happen here, Skyway.
I mean, Snipe is where you want to be for red team here. You got Druck hiding in that sneaky spot over on elbow, and then 3 players in red huddled together. So a bit of a 3-1. Druck can maybe draw attention. Looks like he's kind of drawing attention. If a flank comes through Snipe side, well, this happens, and they can make a serious pinch, but you can see the whole team rotating through blue. Just kind of aware of it here, so very careful play. They're waiting out the snipe that's spawning in 2 seconds, and Soul Snipe and team, they know when that snipe is picked up. This is a dangerous game to play. Whoever grabs it can close the game. Penguin has it. We got to see what Penguin's doing with that snipe here. Is it Penguin to close the game here? These players just slipping and sliding into awkward angles. One's up on top of Rockets. And Penguin.
What?
Looking for a brain. Talik. Is it Druck? Don't move. Because you know Penguin wants to clean this up. Somebody got it. Wow. And it was a 5 at a Boo Boo Doo Boo. And a heartbreaker for KCP, because that means the series is over, Tony.
Sadly, it is an insert team name here. Probably the favorite is going to be advancing forward into the grand finals to go up against Business. It's been a while since we've seen them, but that was that God squad that we saw before. Bound, Frosty, Septify, and Renegade all on the same team. This grand finals is going to be incredible.
Absolutely. Just to look back at that, though, what a scenario, right? Because, I mean, KCP, I want to say, had that. Unfortunately, they lost their advantage. They died. The biggest thing came down to snipe control, though, right? Just being in that high vantage point and just the limited options that KCP had, trying to kind of spread their resources in low positions and sneaky angles to try to just find some sort of an opportunity, like Druck by himself. I think Druck trying to be like a bait, maybe over on elbow so that the team could kind of wrap and get like a nice angle. I mean, either way, a dicey situation that went down to the snipe spawn, and the snipe spawn, you know, is a serious threat. It's going to make people start moving and getting into the game. Either way, that's the kind of Halo I came to see. So definitely very exciting. Before we jump into grands, we've got Yeso to break down the stats here, but all that's left is one more game, so you don't want to go anywhere.
All right, let's let those 2 gentlemen catch their breath before we get into the grand finals. But insert team name here have earned, their rematch with Business in grand finals as KCP falls 2-0 to insert team name here. And that was quite the exciting finish there. It looked like KCP had locked up the win in game 2 and we're going to force game 3, but quite a resurgence there from the side of insert team name here. And we get that interesting stalemate at the end, and insert team name here ends up grabbing the final kill and winning the game. Let's check out our stats here for our losers finals as we get ready for grands. And Trippy and the squad looking strong on CTF. It was a bit of a tight game for quite a while. Both teams were stuck at 1 point apiece for quite a significant portion of this game, but then once insert team name here was able to grab a bit of an opening late in the game, they got 2 fairly quick caps to grab the victory, led there by Trippy with 2 caps. Let's check the Slayer stats here for this first game. Pistola and Penguin leading the way. 21 kills for Penguin, 20 for Pistola. Also 13 assists on top of those 21 kills. So Penguin led in kills and assists. Very high kill participation there from Penguin. Great first game here. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Talik leading the way in the kills with 18 and 5 assists as well. But just not enough here for KCP, a team that is typically extremely strong. We've heard Tony talk about it a couple times today, that the objective game modes as well, and very specifically CTF, has long been a strength of KCP, but they drop that map to insert team name here to start off the series. Take a quick peek at the accuracy numbers, then we'll move on to game number 2. 10.3 KDA for Penguin and the 60.3% accuracy. Tops for the squad and the entire game. So great showing from him. And Penguin would lead the way as we get into game number 2. We go to Slayer. Pistola topped the charts in the kills, 17 and 6 assists to his name. Great game from Pistola, who continues. We didn't see a ton of him when we first started Microsoft Sundays back in the day, but since he has returned to this stage, he has been phenomenal. Very fun to watch. Continues to be a consistent top performer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Talik with 19 kills actually led the entire game, but didn't have the fragging for the rest of his squad. They lose by 150 to 49 in a 9.5-minute match, and that one's going to be a bit tough to swallow. Let's jump all the way over to the accuracy numbers here to close out this second game. As insert team name here move on. 9.0 KDA, 57.5% accuracy for Pistola. No surprises there. And the 60.5 from Boo Boo Dubu, who also had a very good game. 2,300 damage for Boo Boo, and had some clutch snipes there late. We were thinking that maybe Boo Boo was going to grab the snipe to finish off the game, and he didn't end up doing it with the sniper, but the squad grabs the win, and insert team name here moves on. And again, I talked about this earlier. Business had a dominant victory over insert team name here on the winner's side of the bracket. Looked real, not close whatsoever, and we'll have to see if the ability for insert team name here to drop down to the losers bracket, build some momentum, get some wins under their belt, beat some good teams here, including KCP, if that will be to their benefit, or if business is just ready to mop them up once again. But the nice thing is we'll find out right now. I'm going to send it right back to Tony and Shyway as we get ready for grand finals, and I'm just going to say my pick is business. I think they got it here today.
Thank you, Yeso. Can I just say, it's so good to be back, Tony. I feel like I've been having, lack of Halo withdrawal for the past 3 weeks or month or however long it's been, where there's just nothing going on, right? There's nothing to cast. There's no tournaments. It's so good to be back in this situation, to be watching high-level Halo, close matchups, to get to a grand finals again, to have some stakes on the line, Tony. I'm going to have a steak after this myself. I got to say, I got one sitting in the fridge. But, man, I'm just happy we're back. I don't know. What do you think, man?
It feels good to be home, man. I mean, Halo is back, and like we said in the beginning, this is the final stretch. This is all the work that you've been putting in. Keep grinding. Keep, if you have a team set, keep getting that chemistry up. Keep knocking down. Keep learning your setups, learning your strats. So this way, when Halo Infinite comes December 8th, you'll be ready, and you'll have one step ahead on the competition.
Beautifully said, Tony. I think you're absolutely right. This is a reminder to stay hungry. That's exactly what it is from September to now. Every single weekend, just a little reminder to stay hungry, to keep grinding, because that infinite is just right on the horizon. But what's even closer on the horizon here is this grand finals, Tony. Here's our matchup. This is it. This is what we've been waiting for. We've got Business on the winner's side, who have been dominating all day, all business for them. Frosty currently streaming, just relaxed on his stream because he knows he's in such a good spot. And he's got such a great team and just a roster of goats. But creeping up on the loser's side, we got insert team name, who've been playing exceptionally, been 2-0ing all their opposition, and they're looking better than they've looked back in winner's bracket earlier today.
And you know, I know how much you love insert team name here, so I'm gonna do you the favor, and I'm gonna go with my boys on the blue side, Team Business, to come out on top of this matchup. That's the kind of guy I am. I know how much you love this squad,
Yeah,
so
you're
I'm
so
gonna be nice. I'm going Team Business, the God Squad, if you will.
Your Twitter handle should just be like Tony Nice Guy Reckless, or Tony Nice Guy Be Casting, or something, because you're just so nice, Tony. No, all right. I don't know. I do think that Business, considering what we've seen from them today, let's be realistic, okay? They're on winner's side. I don't even know if they've dropped a game today. Have they? I don't think they've dropped a game.
Yes, they did. One. I remember they dropped one to Vimsey's roster. That's all I remember.
Oh, right. When the first game of the day, they dropped. And they're like, wait a second, we're goats. And then they never dropped the game since. So, at this rate, considering they're on winner side of the bracket, they don't have to reset. They win 2 games. It's over, because grand finals is a best of 3 in Esports Arena. I believe today is a best of 3. So it's quick and clean if Business win their first 2 games in a row. Whereas insert team name, they've already lost to them today. And now they have to come back in losers and beat them twice in a row in 2 best of 3. So it's far-fetched to say that they will take this. Do I want to see them take it? Hell yeah. I want to see a series that goes down to the wire, that goes down to the end of a bracket reset, but we'll see. We'll see if insert team name have really risen to the plate at this point here, because Business have definitely since the start, since their first loss.
And I actually am going to correct myself. Actually, they did not. That Vemsey roster, that Vemsey team actually started off with a Slayer game 1, and that's what we're confused about. But they did lose one singular game in the winner's semifinals against Kansas City Pioneers. That did go to game 3. So they did lose one game. I just had the wrong team. I apologize.
Okay. Either way, this series has started, and somebody's going to lose a game, and we'll see who's the one to lose the first game. But it's just for the start, at least. Ola's got himself a little W by picking up the camo.
And Ola with the camouflage enhanced has set the fire in his sights, but he doesn't want to shoot and reveal his location just yet. Although there's 2 players rotating over towards that snipe side. There was a player that was taken down, shotgun in the hands of Penguin, who I believe is advancing forward over towards green side. Boo Boo Doobu takes down Septify, and Ola get in there right at the nick of time and gets the reset. Beautiful reset coming out of camouflage.
Oh, big plays out of Ola to start the game, and that's what you want to see, though. Unfortunately, he does go down spinning there, but the damage done, the map control in session here. Trip cap on the side of Red, and Business backs against the wall to dive into a cap to get something going. And Trippy, interesting play out of him. I get the prediction. He wants to maybe cut someone off coming out with a flank, but looks like it doesn't matter just yet. The pressure's all in bottom mid, but not successful for Business here. They can't seem to get the opening they need.
I mean, if you do have full control, you definitely don't want the team to spawn over towards back tram, so I'm loving the plays by him. I didn't even know that, I'll be honest, I didn't even know that ledge actually existed. That's a really cheeky ID spot as Trippy takes down Renegade. Gonna switch gears over towards Bound, who's holding down light rifle side of the map.
Bound will make it all the way through bottom mid here. Somehow spins and gets that melee in, but doesn't get a kill. He will drop. Septify, in the meantime, did make the rotation to Nest, so a good starting point here for some map control, but they're quickly running out of time. You can see 40 points and counting on the side of Red here, so we got to see some life out of Business. Uncharacteristically on the back foot to start this game, but the moment that they get it, things can change. And it could all start with this camo, assuming Septify can live to see it. Looks like Boo Boo will take it.
Boo Boo Doobu winning that Biv. Does this man even miss? Insert team name here are going off right now. Oh, and look at this. Boo Boo Doobu gonna actually get behind enemy lines. Beautiful back smack on Renegade. Goes after the double kill on Septify and even gets a couple of shots in that third player. And that's gonna be the triple. His teammate Bound trying to go in for the challenge. And Boo Boo Doobu gonna put him down.
1,000 IQ prediction made there into market. I would have never anticipated a player diving down, but the double, he's still cooking, he's still going. We're going to push for the yard cap as well, but man, what a series of plays out of him. Don't tell me he gets more here. Finally, they put the guy down, but the damage is done. 61 and counting, and Boo Boo, I mean, just, bodies in his wake. My God.
I'm gonna need someone to clip that. That was incredible. And Penguin getting the 5-shot kill on Renegade. Boo Boo Doobu off the screen, taking down Frosty. 3 down, go team business. And I don't know what's going on here. They can't seem to get anything going. Our boys in red are taking over. This is the team that went out of the losers bracket. I believe they even played against business in the winners bracket and got 2-0'd, but they are a different team here in your grand finals.
This is the beauty of the grind out of insert team name, right? Because business and team, I mean, they were sitting watching streams for the longest time. Like I was on Frosty's stream. He's just watching everybody play because obviously he's waiting in grand finals for his competitors. So, maybe their hands are a little bit cold coming into game 1 here. And Ola and team, the exact opposite as Ola picks up yet another double. They got trip cap here. I think it's already over, Tony. Unless we see some sort of crazy miracle, some flawless Halo, I think it might be done.
Insert team name were knocked into the losers bracket in round number 3 by the team that we're seeing on screen right now, Business. They've now come back and are looking about to win game number 1 in 100-0 fashion. This is not the same team that lost in round number 3. It's 93-0 at the moment. Insert team name are going off.
Yeah, this is a team that looks warm, that looks well coordinated, that looks like they're hungry for this win. They've definitely come in with a ton of energy off the last series. And you can see Business is feeling it. But for the first time, we've got Business with some sort of points, some sort of control here, and it's not quite over yet. I mean, I've seen crazy things in Stronghold. So, I mean, if we see some perfect play, we could see something beautiful here. I don't want to rule them out yet.
That weekend is Septify going to trade off kills with Ola and 2 players down for team business. So once again, insert team name trying to get in there. And I couldn't even tell if Boo Boo Doo was in the hill. I think he might have just been right outside of the hill right there. But either way, they get the cap. Boo Boo Doo trying to go in for the trip. Maybe get a little too anxious right there as they're 2 down and Business flipping it on them, taking Nest.
1 double cap, and that could be curtains for blue team. So they cannot slip up. They need to get trades. They need to be at a slay advantage just about every situation here. You can see Ola and team already electing to get the yard to get the double cap that way. Frosty right now with some great defensive play just to keep them back, ensure they don't cap this bottom mid. Instead, they'll get it. And that's a double cap for them yet again as they quickly turn it. You can see now 97 on the board here, so just 3 points to close it. Do they have the ice, right? Are their hands finally warming up as they start to grab their footing here late game?
Ola spawning right over towards bottom glass, back tram and making his way over towards driveway and challenging that player immediately, but they weren't able to steal away bottom mid. Renegade holding down posters at the moment. This game is going down to the wire. If Business can come back from a 93-0 run, that would be incredible.
This is the beauty of Strongholds in Halo, is anything can really happen, and at this point we are seeing a bit of a comeback starting to get a little scary here. Of course, not quite at the 50-point mark. Renegade getting shut down there, and I think a big part of this comes down to the camo. I'm not sure if it's up, who has it. Trippy knows that someone's up above him, and that's Frosty, who picks up a big kill. 2 dead on the feet as well, so once again, insert team name, they're constantly down on spawn. The camo now up as well. Bound right now just sitting in the door, just a line of defense here. He doesn't want anybody to get it, and he does want to use this shotgun, so trying to close the distance. 2 dead again. Bounce to get this? He does. A spree and a bound, dude. It's clicking. Cody, it's all clicking. A double and a bound is going to be a triple. The patience for the triple. Dare I say they're going to come back here. Over coming in from bound. What? Dude, Tony, are you seeing this? This is crazy.
I am seeing it, and not only that, I am loving it. This is about to be one of the craziest comebacks I have ever seen, especially definitely in this tournament at that. We have a trip cap going in favor of business, a beautiful triple. I'll even give him the overkill because it should have been that killing spree earned by Bound. Renegade with camouflage and LR in hands. This is possible. This is about, they need to play perfect Halo, but it looks like that's exactly what they're doing.
This is disgusting. They're getting dismantled. They're just off of spawn. They don't know what to do, just trying to coordinate some form of teamwork here off of spawn to get to a capture, but everyone's shutting them down. We got Renegade here just sneaking through bottom mid. Trip cap in session. Multiple players dropping left and right as Renegade snaps over to Nest. That player just fighting for his life. It's Ola just trying to live. Ola with a huge kill to save that Nest, but he doesn't actually get to cap. Trippy does cap yard. It'll slow the bleeding, but they might not have this. They need one double cap, Tony. Just one round of slays, and they can do this.
It looks like it's the last-ditch effort. They're flying out towards bottom mid. They have someone has to get in there to neutralize, get their feet in, but it looks like it's not possible. And after all that, insert team name here, steal bottom mid, the RIP the dream, 1-0 going in favor of insert name here.
What the heck did we just witness, Tony? Holy crap. They got all the way to 97. And finally, in the last couple seconds, Boo Boo and team were like, nope, we got this. We're not going to let this happen. And they shut it down. And that was game one. Jesus. Okay, well, despite what we just saw, it looks like insert team name have started out strong, I guess. Holy crap.
That was a beautiful story coming out of insert team name. Out of nowhere, we saw almost one of the greatest comebacks for business. They were down 0 to 93 at one point, and the 97-point mark was hit by insert team name here. Then somehow they brought it back, end up getting to 97 points of their own, and right when it was almost there, they ended up losing bottom mid. Insert team name here, come back, and they're your winners of game number one. And like you said, that was only game one. We still have, at a minimum, another game. And mind you, if insert name here win again, we're just going to reset the series. This is a double elimination, so everything will be on fair ground. We might have a lot of Halo to be played here.
We might. That's a game to go back and watch, for the record. As far as, like, all the games that we've seen today, if you want to go back and, like, watch a theater mode game, that game I want to watch. Because I was just so kind of dumbfounded by what was happening in the end. I'm not really sure, like, who made the play, who got the kill, you know, who did that clutch, that clutch thing that allowed them to get to pit, to get that final capture. I think I just was at a loss for words. So that's a good game to go back and watch, because I couldn't even tell you how that clutch just came out. But man, was that ever beautiful. And man, does it set the bar high going into game two here, which do we have that, Tony? I think game two will be, wait, nope, I don't have it. You know what it is? Oh, here it is. It's Truth Slayer.
And I'm over here to Truth Slayer, Bound off the screen, taking down Penguin. Boo Boo just sitting at the window, putting down shots, but his teammate is going absolutely off. 4 down. Go team insert name here. Business are upset right now, and they've come out hot.
Yeah, Business, I mean, they definitely woke up, and they couldn't quite clutch it out, but man, that's the kind of energy you want to see to bring into game two. We're definitely seeing it. 6-1 to start here. Frosty going to collapse on the Penguin with a teammate for an easy 8-1 just opening, and they've already got a lock on spawns as well. Looks like it's going to be in car bubble. Frosty with the info. Players now collapsing once again. So, man, have they really lit things up into game two here.
8-2 lead going in favor of Team Business. Bound able to take down Trippy off a screen. Penguin going right back at Bound, and he has the demon in front of him towards bottom car, but I'm not sure if Penguin is aware of him. It's teammate on teammate crime going all over the place. Boo Boo Doo versus Bound, and Renegade versus Penguin.
Penguin just going to hole up over in blue. Looks like he does have to rotate. That's Septified. He's trying to slow play bubble here, but Penguin can't get the shots he needs to. He gets sat on instead. Trippy going to try to chip in cross map here. Boo Boo does get a double for us. Nice help out of Trippy. And Trippy with the beautiful shots, but not quite enough to stop the 5 there from Renegade. In the meantime, Septify will get the rotation here. One player directly above him as well. And Septify just needs to get out of this situation.
He may not have been able to stop Renegade, but they have stopped the bleeding and brought it within a 4-kill game as shots are starting to ring out. Frosty and Bound are going to get back-to-back kills, which is very good for my business roster. And Insert Team 9 are going to go 3 down. The spawns are going in towards the car bubble, and Septify is aware of it.
Still a nice little advantage here for business. Septify not aware of the player directly above him, though. That was a quick melt onto him. Bound right now. Quick cleanup. It's a nice little reversal out of him before he dies, but the timing of his death kind of crucial. That camo now up. You can see Zane on top of it. Renegade going to rotate right above and grab the nades as well, but I'm pretty sure he knows that camo not in his grasp here. Instead, got to get the kill on Trippy, and it looks like Septify, the Guardian Angel, will help him out, but the camo moving, and that's Penguin with the camo to get the top mid here.
And Boo Doo holding down top tower. Penguin with the camouflage in hand. Septify currently one-shot sandwich between 2 players. He's gonna go down. Penguin takes down Frosty, and hold on, we might see another incredible comeback, this time going in the hands of Insert Team Name here as Boo Doo gets the kill on Bound. Ola gets a kill of his own, and now only 1 kill behind is Insert Team Name here.
Some spawn trap potential here into blue, but Boo Boo losing the shields, does off the back up. His teammates all pushing forward in the meantime, though. You can see multiple players on blue. They're getting collapsed on here, so Penguin Trippy with 2 big pickups, and Boo Boo going to come in just to clean up what's left. And Septify being a nuisance, but spawns flip to red, so Boo Boo so quick to get the pre-nade into Bound on the street. Just beautiful play out of Boo Boo, blocking it down from Pink, but doesn't spot Frosty. Played it slow from bottom base. Great work from Frosty right there, just to have the awareness to play his life, to turn it into a double, and maybe a little more here.
We've had such an incredible tournament here on the first Microsoft Sunday back, and it's all been for this. It's all been for this right here as these 2 star-studded lineups, these God Squads are going at each other, leaving it all on the line. Only a 1-kill game. It's been back and forth, and I'm loving every moment of it.
The whole series looking like a nail-biter so far, Tony. I'm a fan, too, I gotta say. We're down to the wire here, 27 all Penguin. Gonna rotate out through car side here, put a couple shots into Bound. He makes a risky challenge out the window. He does die from a nade. Out of Ola, Penguin can come back to clean up Septify, who's being a nuisance out bottom blue, but Penguin not having any of it should get him. And he does with a 1-kill advantage. A camo about to pop, though, and this is where you want to see the Demon Renegade come out and lock down Pink's side. They get this, they get the camo, they can turn things around.
Only a 1-kill game this time, going in favor of business, but probably not for long, as now it's a 1-kill game going back for Insert Team Name here. Penguin off a screen, getting the double kill. 3 down, go Team Business, and Renegade was able to get away with the camouflage. They're going to need it to steal this lead back.
So the entirety of Team Business drops, except for Renegade, who does hold on to camo. Had to play his life very carefully, and now he's got a perfect vantage point. Melee onto Ola, shots into Penguin here, just waits for the damage to go in for the clean double. Might be able to turn this into more, but I like the patient play out of him. That nade, though, not quite what he was hoping for. I mean, Bound, if anything, got maybe a little too aggressive, but Renegade, he will clean up his player in bottom base for the spree as well before going down, but we're still close on this.
Ola trying to hold down top mid, but not able to do so for long. He is going to be taken down. Trippy is 1-shot on the P Street, and Bound is looking for the kill. Luckily, Penguin has his back. Great awareness from Penguin. Boo Boo Doo takes out Renegade. They're finally able to go after Zane, but not before getting a 3-kill lead. Make that a 5-kill lead, going in favor of Insert Team Name once again. They got 0-2'd in the winner's bracket round 3, and now it looks like they might 2-0 Team Business in the grand finals where it matters most.
Insert Team Name back with a vengeance, Tony. I think it might actually happen. 44-37 here. Frosty trapped in the bubble. He wants a trade or anything. The nades coming in to keep him weak. Trippy with beautiful shots. The final bullet. I love how he didn't even reload. He just held the angle. He knew he had what he needed. And man, I think it's over. That's 3 dead on the feed. They'll lock down the spawn to clean up 2 more, whether it's trades or not. I mean, they're punching their way through to a bracket reset at this rate.
Only one more kill needed for that to happen, as Penguin does end up taking out Frosty. Bound gets caught, Trippy gets the 5, and we are going into a bracket reset in the grand finals. And I mean, what better way to do a grand finals in your first Microsoft Sunday back? Let's go into a bracket reset. Let's go into a game 3. I want this to go down to the actual wire. I want to see overtime, sudden death, whatever it is. I want to see it.
See, Tony, I knew you were a nice guy predicting that business would win this series because, you gave me an opportunity once again for the reversal to happen. So looks like Team Name are looking good. They're coming in with the advantage, I would say, going into the series. They've got all the momentum on their side. We had business with some wild signs of life in game 1 to almost clutch, but so far, no dice for this team business. And now their backs are against the wall here. So whole new best of 3 series. This is it. This is the true grand finals here, Tony. The loser is out. The winner, they take home the prize.
And obviously, this is strictly business. And if you know anything about business and in our industry, what's really important is ratings. And the longer this show goes on, especially coming back, the more beneficial it is for everybody. So obviously, again, me being a big brain, I see this as a caster. I see this business through that first series. Again, for the ratings, saying, hey, we 2-0'd last time. Let's give them an 0-2. Let's make a storyline. And this is where business comes out on top and wins it. And we have the parade. I mean, it's all about ratings. I mean, boxing is rigged. So is the Super Bowl. And so is Esports Arena, obviously.
It's all about the script, right? They got to write the script. It's got to be a good story. You got to have a beginning, middle, and end. You can't just come in and clean them up. So like you said, Frosty and team, they had a pep talk pre-series, and they're like, nah, we got to give them 2 games, and then now we're going to try. Now we're going to light it up. So, according to Tony, it's going to be a very different series, and we'll find out with Truth CTF to kick it off.
And we're going to start on board here with Jesse, was going off in that first series, but now we're going into the bracket reset as both players are going to be 2 down, and this time insert Team Name here, end up going 2 down, but Trippy somehow gets a double kill to neutralize the situation, and then puts Renegade in the dirt. Shots coming out from Trippy, and they are excellent, but his teammates goes down.
Trippy's shots looking mean today, but Frosty having none of it. He does get the kill on the pink. That'll give Frosty a chance to get up the top map, but he gets burned, and Renegade, I like the attempt, but no dice right there. Boo-boo Doo-boo with the clutch fight. In the meantime, Bound did make his way to red, so Bound actually the last line of defense, and I love that play. Just peeks out the window, cleans up Boo-boo, leaving the flag out bottom mid. As Frosty tries to pick up the pieces, he does get a trade, and that flag will still sit there. But what can Ola and team do? Can they collect it, bring it through the last links? I think they can. You got Penguin with a kill, so they've left that flag behind, and I think that one's going to go in for a point. Boo-boo going to plant that one for the first point on the board early in the game, so Team Name still cooking here.
And with these names, no matter who you hop on board with, there's going to be somebody making plays. Not only were they able to get the cap, but they stayed alive. And Boo Boo Doo even in the enemy's team base, Renegade tries to stop this flag from being pulled, but he ends up going down. Boo Boo Doo turned in the corner right into a spawner. Both teams are 2 down, but that flag is out for business. They have to be aware of it. They have to bait it and then get the return.
Nice little bank nades off of Frosty right there. Have a blow up in top mid, damage in it. Oh, what a clean chow out of him to get the 5. He'll drop down to P1, make a sneaky rotation out below. But look at this, he's lost 2 teammates. Got to be very careful with his play here. Got right behind Ola. Great shots, but player behind him as well. And tries to spin for the stick, but won't connect. And it looks like Team Name have a chance to break out a base once again. Ola going to lead the charge here up on pink.
Ola currently staying alive over towards Pink Tower, gets some excellent shots on Bound, and Penguin ends up taking down Renegade as well. Ola now advancing forward over towards the car door, puts down the shots, puts more on Frosty. Somehow Ola putting shots on 4 different players, and he is still alive. Ola doing what Ola does best. He's a daggone wizard. If you don't know, now you know.
Man just out here casting spells on the enemy, dude. I don't get it. He's living, he's putting damage in. That camo was picked up by a red player, so somebody was out there being a nuisance. I'm not sure if he got burned, but at the moment, the flag does sit out front base. So tantalizing opportunity for red team as they do collect it. They'll bring it out through bottom map. You're Trippy right on top of Renegade with a big pickup. That's 2 dead, and another one in the clear. That is it's about to be 2-0. For insert Team Name, they win this. They go to the final game, potentially in the tournament. Tony, Team Name, they came to play.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what's going on here. Trippy is playing at literally another level somehow. I mean, he was already a professional player and one of the best around, but now he's almost extended into like a god mode at the moment. And Ola as well. I'm seeing Ola all over the kill feed. This man is icing up when it matters most. Renegade ends up getting taken down from a beautiful nade over towards P2. 2-0 lead going in favor of insert team name here.
Just a series of unstoppable plays out of insert team name. Septify just trying to weather the storm. He gets melted. Trippy, look at the nades, man. Bound just trying to chase, getting completely denied. Trippy gonna back off though, can't live. It's a nice defensive kill off the spawn there. But is it enough to keep them off the base? You got Boo-Boo Doo-Boo wrapping out through car. Here's one below. That's Bound trying to make the rotation. Nade comes in, easy cleanup, out to the bubble now. Gonna lock it down here. Keep the pressure up for his teammates to get back control.
Septify trying to make his way over towards P3, but he ends up getting caught. Ola takes down Frosty. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo over in the carpet bubble, staying alive. These players have an ability to stay alive and put down maximum damage. It is incredible what we're seeing here. Penguin off the screen, luckily taking down Septify, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo going after his teammate. Frosty getting a double kill. Bodies are hitting the floor all over the place, Alex.
Frosty's alone. No, he got seen. Or sorry, Boo-Boo was alone here, my bad. He got seen and killed. He was going to try to make a sneaky play in the blue, maybe pull a flag, but now that he's dead, the pressure is on the opposite side. You can see 3 pushing into red. You got Bound and Demon, that's Renegade working together. Can they get a pinch here? Because Ola preying on him from above. Melee in, stick from behind. You got to love that. Ola's always got a stick in the back pocket to keep that defense up, and that is it for the blue players on their base, and a chance to get back that map control. Look at this, Trippy up on top. Trippy in trouble here, but 2 teammates with them, and they can turn this around.
Back on board with my player of the tournament right now as he's tearing apart the enemy team. The excellent nade to take out the first one. Then the shots going in on Renegade. Trippy is playing on another level. Someone in the chat said he changed his emblem to a skull, and that must mean he's ready. He's ready to bring death across the entire map. And on here on Truth, Boo-Boo Doo-Boo taking down Renegade. Still a 2-0 lead going in favor of the boys in red.
Wait a second, Tony. Did you say skull emblem? A skull? He's
yes, yeah.
He's final, bro. He's final. If he's got a skull emblem, then I mean, you know, watch out, right? Watch out, enemy team. That emblem means business. I don't know where I'm going with this either way. We might not be able to go too much farther here because that flag is out in P1, and Frosty, this is their last chance for defense here. He turns to Trip, he gets shots in, he's going to dive in for the return. Can he get it safely? It looks like he will, but then dies immediately after. Camo's coming up. What could potentially be the final camo of the game, depending on how it's played. All members of blue over on car side, so nobody really in position to get it. I take it back. Bound is. He'll get shots into Ola. Ola cleaned up. A nice little pinch. Pinch coming out through car as well as Penguin is trying to manage 2 fights left and right here. And a good line of defense from him, but where's the camo? Well, all this happens, right? I assume business has it. Oh, wait, it's out. This is a dilemma you want to fight for.
And if Trippy is going skull mode, Renegade's gonna have to go demon mode right here, right now. But Penguin does end up taking them down off the screen. Bound ends up sliding into a non-advantageous position, and he gets caught. But Bound takes down Penguin, so I guess it's not gonna matter much. Ola coming in for the cleanup, and Trippy just being patient, waiting for his time to strike.
Trippy been showcasing patience all day long, and it's paid off. So why not keep the game plan? Multiple teammates with him up on top map. Ola was the first one to push, but looks like he did go down. And Trippy, what a vantage point here. Big pickup on Deceptify. Frosty gonna dip his toes into this. Frosty sees him, and Trippy rightfully backs down, gets out of that situation. Just holding on to the map. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo up in the fray, though, looking for BB12. We'll see if he cleans him up. Trippy finally gonna mount the challenge here. So all these players now stuck in blue, trying to get the defense and just weather this a little longer here. Trippy, all of his teammates dead, and he won't live much longer either.
And Renegade ends up catching a stray grenade over here on bottom red. Ola gonna make him pay. The hit markers are coming in, and that means that Ola's gonna up the tempo. Frosty ends up taking down Penguin as the second player right under Bound, puts down the shots, and that was gonna be Ola, who does go down. 2 players down for each team, and peak control somewhat in the hands of insert team name here, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo's gonna have to win the pin.
It was a slick 5 out of bound there. Doobie with a nice little nade, but didn't connect it. Speaking of slick 5s, Frosty with one from behind there. He'll pick it up and then drop. Just trades left and right. Ola, oh, I love the attempt. The nade that he threw got him a kill, though. So he does get himself a trade. Penguin in the meantime off a spawn here. Gonna have to play some defense. Lost his shell up in front of him. That's Boo Boo down for the count. Camo gonna be up, but up late. And in the meantime, they're gonna try to get rid of this pressure here. Bound first one to drop. Penguin gonna hold on to high ground here. Renegade easy target. Down he goes. And really, I think it just comes down to the camo, assuming they can kill Septify. It was quite a bit of a nuisance there. That flag now sits out front.
That is, and after all this, I mean, we're about at the 3-minute point mark, and we still have a 2-0 lead in favor of insert team name here. So they have about a minute and a half does business to try to come back in this game and cap 2 flag caps, and that's only to tie it up. That's not even to win the game. That's just to tie it up.
They're down in a rough spot, that's for sure. Business have not been in this deficit at all in the tournament, and they're looking shaky for once. And insert team name, just a different beast out here in finals. Right now, time becoming a factor, Tony. We got less than 3 minutes in this game, and not a single attempt on the red base has led to a flag cap out of business. The defense so strong. Boo Boo Doo, a perfect example here as he cleans up Frosty. Gonna drop looking for Bound here as well. Does catch him. There's the double he needs. And that's the defense once again as the time on the clock just continues to burn.
Beautiful double kill coming out of Boo Boo Doo Boo with some excellent shots on Renegade once again. Not able to get the finish, but it does it while he's lifting. Ola off the screen, taking down Frost. There's one more player over towards the enemy base, and that's going to be Bound who goes down. And now peak control in the favor of Boo Boo Doo Boo, who's not slowing down whatsoever, gets the double kill. And here comes the collapse. This might just end up being the third and final flag cap, which is getting bold.
We'll see. Flag goes out, sits out front here. Defense coming in. It all comes down to whether or not Boo Boo makes a big play, and he doesn't get the trade. Frosty getting red barred. Lucky for Frosty having a shield advantage in that melee trade. He stays up. Maybe not for much longer, though. Ola with a great shot. Ola with the rotation down to the P1. Not sure if that camo is so late, or it's got to be like a minute late, so he's just got to get out of this situation here. Flag still sits out front, but at this point, the timer is such an issue for this blue team. If they don't cap this flag, they got no shot. And you could see Renegade getting melted for another return once again. Tony, I don't know if they got the time for this.
Yeah, the desperation is definitely starting to set in. That's why you saw Renegade going for that unorthodox pull. They need to make something happen here. They're running literally out of time. And at this point, now that we're about a minute left, it might just be mathematically impossible, or at least close to it, for them to pull the cap off. Penguin ends up getting a double kill off screen. Ola having control of mid, dropping the nade and hunting Frosty down, getting the slay. And now he's in the enemy team's base. So even if they manage to get a flag pull and end up going in, Pistola will most likely end up counter pulling as he ends up going 2 down.
I mean, if they somehow turn this around, I will, I don't know, I'm gonna eat my fist or something, eat my shoe. It's just not gonna happen, Tony. They got 40 seconds. I mean, you can move quick in Halo 5, but not quick enough to stop the entirety of Red Team and get the flag cap. So Renegade, they're just putting the damage in, getting kills that they can. The flag does go out, Bound with an attempt. If anybody moves quick, it's Bound, but he's dead. So, not likely here. This is, wait, flag handed off. This guy's making my heart flutter just a little bit, playing with me here, because they will actually get one capture with less than 20 seconds left. Tony, I'm still not a believer. There's no way.
I was gonna say, maybe if there was somebody in the base relaying the flag, that would have been absolutely insane, but it looks like that is going to be it. Insert team name have won 3 back-to-back games against our grand finals that were from the winners bracket, Team Business. They're now 1 game away from taking your grand finals and the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. Don't worry, Alex, you don't have to eat your fist or your shoe.
Thankfully. Business is not booming. I take it back. Business was booming, and the stocks just plummeted, Tony. I don't know what the heck is going on, but Business, they got to get their, for lack of a better word, they got to get their shit together, Tony. What's going on? Business, their backs against the wall. 1 more game, and that's curtains. That's GG. Not only is that curtains for grand finals, that's a 4-0 sweep. So you don't want to be in that position as Business, who I know they're here to win more than they're here for the money. They're here to just get that W, to just get that just to know they're better. So I expect to see a final fight, a final form out of this team in this game, and I can't wait to see this happen.
And to be honest with you, I don't even know if it's a situation where Business are playing bad or anything. It's just that Dude, insert team name here are playing on another level. This is, I mean, I talked about it before. Trippy is probably one of the best that I've seen him play in quite some time. Ola clutching up when it matters most. All over the kill feed, whenever the game was close, you just see Ola pop across the board. This is an incredible roster, and they're showing it right here, right now. Hopefully business can dig deep down and win one game, force a game three. Hey, we already got a bracket reset. Might as well make it a game three while we're at it.
Tony, you mentioned Ola and you mentioned Trippy, two players who are teaming together on Team Envy. Now, interestingly enough, the entire Team Envy was gifted brand new Scuff controllers. Could it be the Scuff Instinct that is the secret sauce? No, I don't know. We've been just like advertising Scuff all tournament. We're like, damn, these guys got new controllers and it's changing the game. I don't know, Tony. I'm just ready to see something. I'm ready to see some life out of this business team. We've seen it all tournament. They stopped playing. They waited for grand finals. Maybe they got cold, but they got to warm up now. Things got to change here. Like you said, it's not that they're playing bad. It's just that team name is playing a little better right now. They're playing insane right now. And I know business can match and overcome that. Just a matter of finding that right opportunity. Do you happen to know the last map, potentially last map here, Tony? I'm trying to find it.
I'll be honest with you, I have no clue what it is, but you know what? I'm gonna be surprised, and I'm gonna have fun with it regardless. Again, we talked about it before. We're going on year 6 of Halo 5, and we've played these game types over and over again, and all of them at that. We're going into Slayer on Rig, and business have opened up with a 4-0 lead, but I feel like I've read this book before.
Yeah. Chapter 2, 4-0 lead. Chapter 3, 4-0 comeback, and a complete reversal. We'll see. Maybe they're writing a new script. Maybe they're writing a new story here. Remember, they lost on purpose 3 times just to give us a full sweep comeback. And Renegade's going to start it with a beauty headshot.
And if there's one player you definitely want with the sniper in hands, it's this man right here, Renegade, especially when he goes demon mode as he peels Ola's head off. This man is angry, I can tell. 10-2 run coming out of Team Business, and Renegade slaying out, but he has to be careful. He did take some heavy damage, and the nade is going to finish him. Trippy ends up getting the double.
They put him down there. Renegade was cooking up something, and I'm sure it was tasty, but looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna get in the fray here and have a shot at this snipe. Looks like the first shot didn't connect. Just gonna patiently rotate out through back bunker here. That player did evade him though. In the meantime, Boo Boo Doo Boo just holding his position, getting a shot into the knee of Septify, but unfortunately only arrows can kill the knee, according to Skyrim, Tony.
14-6 lead going in favor of business. Ola winning a couple of shots, thrusting backwards, backing down. Now here comes the cavalry coming out of the carbine spawn. Bound is over towards white corner, which could be a nuisance to them. And Renegade putting the shotty to the body off of screen, taking down Penguin. So things are looking good for business, but insert team name are in the perfect position to mount a comeback, especially after the first initial kill coming out of Ola.
Nice little placement out of Ola there. He whiffed his jump, but immediately snapped onto top tower to get the shots in and keep Renegade back. So quick to defend himself and to clean up kills. That's bound down for the count. Camo about to pop up as well, so inside map control going to be crucial. But Ola doesn't want to move too quickly. They got 2 dead on the feet here, so likely his teammates can grab the camo in the meantime. Ola got to watch out for the shotty and instead plant a stick into the face of Renegade. What a play.
What a play indeed, and now Tower 1 is being guarded by Ola Kadorva, and shots are going in. That's Frosty over towards Tower 3. Bound ends up taking down Trippy off the screen. The shotgun going in, but not able to get the one tap, and Ola's gonna go down because of it, and so does Septify. And mind you, Penguin has the camouflage.
That he does. Penguin camo, shotty in the back pocket. 1 bullet to work with here. Does see a player down bottom tower as he spring jumps. I think that player was dealt with. We got 1 out back engine as well, so Penguin does seem to have the awareness. Ola gonna have to back out here. Penguin can jump in and clean it up. It's a nice little bait and switch there. Great use of camo, and this is starting to even out the scoreline, the deficit they've been on, especially considering he's got the snipe in his hands now.
And it's a full sniper at that as Penguin makes his way over towards Engine 2, ends up getting the snipe punch on Frosty and throws an excellent denial nade over towards yellow corner, forcing Septify to back down. So it's inside control in the favor of insert team name here. Can they get the spawn shots over towards Carbine? I mean, hold on, there was a split spawn. Somebody got behind them and it's over towards Engine 3 and they're not aware of it just yet.
Yep, it's never evasive BB12 who snuck out from that split spawn. They still haven't found him. Penguin, no! Traffic jam in back engine, and Penguin has gotten into a car crash. He's dead, Tony. Unfortunately, that snipe now down. Not sure who picked it up. Frosty's got it. He's burning ammo. Hopefully one of the burn shots lands into Ola, but instead he's just got to get rid of some of these bullets. That's how you... Oh, my... Oh, okay. I like, whoa, that was like some kung fu sniper, Tony. Like, I didn't even know there were two people there, and he just, like, he whipped and snapped, and he's hitting heads.
You said he had to get rid of some of the bullets, and one way to do that is to plant it on the head of the opposition. 29-24, still in favor of business, but anything can happen here. That camouflage is going to be very important. Ola, knowing how important it is, so decides to jump off the map. Renegade going in for the one-shot player, forcing that player to back down towards yellow, or towards white corner, and I'm not sure what happened to camo. I'll be honest with you, I don't know who has that camouflage.
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea, Tony, but it might not matter because there's a clear advantage here on the side of Renegade and team. They got inside map control. Renegade with some shots over the nest just to keep him back here. He's going to get back that high ground. You got to watch for the flank. The flank already coming through bottom engine. Very popular flank destination here. Renegade going to pick up a nade to the body. Snap onto Ola, though. Ola getting red barred right there. Ola with the shield advantage. So that 3-shot beatdown, not enough for Renegade to get the kill.
Bound holding down tower side over towards yellow corner, but just massive amount of players over towards engine 2. Boo Boo backing down towards basement, but Bound is getting hunted down. Ends up trading off the kills with Boo Boo. 3 down, go insert team name here, and things are looking very good for business to force a game 3, which, let's be honest, we all want to see a game 3. I don't want this to end.
I mean, I think all of us want to see a game 3 except for Ola's team name. Because this could spell a very series, like a series of unfortunate events, right? The moment that business wake up and they get a win here, Team Nate, all of a sudden their momentum getting crushed, things could reverse very quickly, especially in a best of 3. All they need is 2 games in a row here. So Penguin and team, last thing they want is to just give their enemies an opportunity. They need the kill, so Penguin at least flying by getting the trade.
Gonna switch gears over towards down. It's going towards tower. When it gets into a pit with Boo Boo, Doo is going to win that one. That was clutch indeed. Switching back over towards Penguin. Excellent nade. Sniper is up. Can he take down Frosty and take control of the sniper? He gets the kill on Frosty, but he is one shot, not able to get away with his life.
That is a massive kill, though. Frosty wanted that snipe. You know when Frosty has snipe at the end of the game, it's danger zone. So just killing Frosty is a big deal. Bound, they got rid of him, too. So great play there. They've now evened up the scoreline. Just a 2-kill deficit. And Boo Boo Doo Boo with the snipe in hand. Inside spawns here. He knows players will come from bunkers. He's got to play this patient, and I like this. Rotate out the carbine. Nice vantage point here. He can just get angles and hopefully clean up kills. This is their only chance. What? Septify getting burned with a headshot, no scope across the map. And Boo Boo Doo Boo can now rotate out to yellow. Can they do this, Tony? Just a 2-kill deficit. This is doable.
If they do, it's definitely going to be on the backs of the sniper rifle as we are now tied up at 44 apiece. Ola actually taking down Zeptify, so now we have a 1-kill lead. The spawns are coming in. Boo Boo Doo Boo's aware of it. He gets the shot on Renegade. The body shot on Frosty ends up getting the double kill, and that is going to be a killing spree. Can he take down Zeptify as well?
Oh, man. Boo Boo Doo Boo looking like a phase Boo Boo Doo Boo here, Tony. He's just waking up. He's picking up a sponsor as he plays or something. I don't know. Trippy did pick up snipe, though. He's still got 2 shots. Trippy can clean this up here. 2 kills to close the game, 1 to tie it. And Frosty, watch your face, Frosty. He's got to see the glimmer of that snipe as he cleans him across the map. What a quick draw out of Trippy. Can they get the final kill here? Players up in tower, Septify not looking, and he whiffs it, so no snipe in play, but still, Ola with a 5 to close the game, turn that around for a 4-0 sweep and a tournament win for Team Name.
I cannot believe what I just saw. We just saw insert team name make a run from the losers bracket round number 3, make it all the way to the grand finals, and then win 4 straight games in a row against the team that knocked them into the losers round 3. 0-2. I don't think I've seen a comeback like that, but what an excellent story for insert team name here. They have earned every bit of that win and every penny of the lion's share of this $1,000 prize pool. Microsoft Sundays is back, baby.
Damn right, Tony. You tell him. By the way, you had to go and curse team business, didn't you? So it's the combo of Ola and team playing incredibly well to come back, and also the fact that you predicted business would win when you are famously incorrect with your predictions time after time. Tony just cursing these. No, I'm kidding. Either way, what a wonderful series. Team name, well deserved. Like you said, the champions of today, well earned, hard fought. What a close series of matches as well, dude. We got to go back to game 1 and witness that again at some point. I got to go watch it later. But man, Tony, before we go today, any final words? This is it. We're back, but this is the beginning of a new era, Tony. This is closing the chapter on H5, and then in December we got a whole new story to write.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, Trippy's a god. 20 kills. I think he only died like 9 times in that game, and a Slayer is absolutely crazy. Trippy, God bless you. Wow. I obviously thank you, Esports Arena. Thank you, Shyway, for being an amazing co-host. I can't think of anybody else I'd rather be doing this right now with you. It was excellent. What a fantastic tournament. Microsoft Sundays is back. And thank you guys in the chat for being absolutely amazing. I saw you guys making some noise. I think I saw a couple of phase up in the chat. We don't know if he's on phase. We don't know if Boo Boo Doo Boo's on phase, but I think I saw a couple of phase up in the chat. This was an amazing tournament. I mean, I can't wait for next week.
I can't wait too, Tony. All right, you said it perfectly. Amazing tournament. Thank you guys for tuning in. Just the beginning. This is an every Sunday kind of gig. So you like this? I'll see you next weekend then. We're going to send it to Yeso. He'll close the show, but thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast today. It was a blast to listen to you both, and it's so great to be back here for Microsoft Sundays once again. We're counting down the days to Halo Infinite. It's 94 days away, and we got 94 days worth of Halo, split into one day chunks every 7 days. But super excited to be back. And insert team name here. Congratulations to them grabbing the victory. I was picking business going in, but I did say, hey, was this losers run a benefit for insert team name here, right? Were they able to build some momentum, improve on their play as they played more matches throughout the day? And it looks like they did. They came in and delivered back-to-back 2-0 series wins and an incredible comeback in that final game. So great work from them. Congratulations on the victory, and looking forward to seeing you guys once again a week from now. Folks, I hope you enjoyed the show. Please, if you guys want to get in on the fun, head over to matcherino.com/ESA. Sign up for next week's tournament, all right? You guys can get in on the fun, grab yourself a piece of that $1,000 prize pool. Make sure to do it. It's going to be an absolute blast as Microsoft Sundays have returned. And if you want to see more Esports Arena content from us this week, we'll be live once again with Series E, kicking off on Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time right here at twitch.tv/Esports Arena, both Tuesday and Wednesday, and Final Circle will be back on Friday. Folks, thanks so much for joining me. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everyone here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.